gives the boy a drink and let the saying get wet. There is always plenty of water. The mother and the child.
Yo. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay. There's this. There's me. Hey. What up? What up? Yeah, I know I said I was going to start earlier. I tried. Almost. It's definitely by next week, you know. Let me just fucking post this TikTok. What's everyone doing? What's up, Chase? What's up? What's up, Lizard? What's up, CK? What's up, Nova? Put debunking in chat. What's up, Fargo? What's up, CK? All right. What's up, Too Old? Yep. That shit does slap, man. Did I show you my t-shirt? I was gonna wear it, but I was like, I already had this shirt on. I don't want to like dirty another shirt. Let me post this. Wow. Yeah, so listen to the fucking 8 Ball. 8 Ball told you what's up. Okay. Cool. Let's put on that frail body record. Yeah. Okay. It's a heavy day. You know what I'm saying? All right. Always the hypest. Never. Whatever. That's good enough. Waves. Okay. And this, and that, and this. Okay, cool. Let's go. Get off my screen. Okay. Post. Cool. My hat says Lust for Use.
You don't like me, guys. You don't like me. Be disconnected.
The band. You want to listen to Lust for Use? You can listen to Lust for Youth.
Come on.
They're Swedish. They're Swedish. Should have put them in the fucking Eurovision. They would have won. Okay. Let's watch fucking Brian's video first. I want to watch that one. We got a bunch of other shit to look at. Dude, this Tukes, are you here? This Idris Ali guy, the guy who's always fighting with the Gray Zone guys. What is he, anti-genocide now? Interesting. Oh, speaking of, this is the magazine I used to work for here. They have they're still fucking on it, dude. Most magazines from that era are either like out of business or if they're still in business, they're like, they suck. You know, they're like owned by Condé Nast or something. Vader's still keeping it real. Oops, what's this? I mean, I'm basing that on the fact that they had agriculture in their April songs to watch, but nevertheless. Come here. They were one of the few magazines that reviewed the album too when it came out. This is probably gonna get like fun, atmospheric black metal followed by fucking dance pop. You're welcome. I mean, I think they're gay. Maybe potentially gay for each other. Like they're always like fucking like rubbing on each other in the fucking pictures. Here, I want to listen to this. I've seen him. Me and Maureen saw him live a couple years ago on Halloween. It was really fun. Are you gonna play or what? What's up, Neri? How's it going? Okay.
안녕, 난 혜인이야. 오늘은 내가 비눗방울을
She said
만드는 법을
bunghole?
가르쳐줄게. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
I'm not into it. Oh god, yeah, I hate shit like that. Ugh. Seafood Sam.
Herringbone laid proper over the collar. All pup, heavyweights patient.
Yeah, and I don't like the slow jams either. Okay. Ricky eats acid. Nice. What up, Crushies? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's going on? I was just showing them the magazine I used to work for. They're still on it. Yeah, I have lots of acid, and I have lots of fucking shrooms too. I would eat them, but then I have to fucking deal with y'all. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know. I wonder if I could work the stream if I was tripping. Probably not. I've got like a little bit of every drug in my drug box over here. I mean, if for some reason I need them, I feel like, you know, like I'm one of the, like I have a briefcase, you know, and like it's like an 80s movie or something. And, you know, like Damone in Fast Times, right? Sort of like that, but they're mine. You know, I'm not selling them. I'm just like, oh, fucking pull out my like my trench coat, and I go like, oh, you need some shrooms? Oh, you want some ecstasy? Okay, got it all. It'd be sick, right? She knows about the drug box. She can't compete. Look, dude, what is she gonna do? What can she say? I work all fucking day, and when I'm done working, I fucking do this. And then when I'm not doing these two things, I'm like fucking coaching soccer and like going to meetings and shit, right? Oh, you do drugs? Oh yeah, fuck you. Do whatever fuck I want, you know. Clip that. You can send it to her.
You wanna have sex, yeah. Let's Shorty say, yeah, I told her let's go. Shorty say let's go. Shoot suck dick. I'm not pressed. One bitch go, another came next. These drugs, I think I'm
dude, she can't even clean her room.
Make me feel nauseous.
You know?
I look like Jake Dawson. White hoes probably think I'm awesome. Brand new guap, bitch, I'm ballin'. Ball new drop. Y'all knew that what I'm smoking. No, I don't know where I'm going. Brand new guap, bitch, I'm ballin'. No more drop. Knew that what I'm smoking. No, I don't know where I'm going. Nigga play get whack on the east. 54 grit, get ahead.
I don't like this beat. I mean, dude's got fucking good rapping. That beat kind of whack though. It's that Wisconsin beat. Oh my god. Why would this be on this list? The Queen's... Christine and the Queen's professes admiration for the shaman. What the fuck is that? Dude. No thanks. Ruzia DK, a Madrid-based collective of Spanish partiers. Yeah, dude, that's such an apt description of like this fucking magazine. Like that's like their fucking wheelhouse. Is like like enigmatic collectives of fucking Spanish partiers. That's fucking so fader.
Esto regaló mi cuero en mi casa. Te agarramos la mano la masa como te
This
tuve
band's
balón en mi
this.
casa.
Oh, the last band.
Eso está frita, no entra a mi casa.
Yeah, French. These guys are Spanish.
Lo que me pasa. Me está quemando ardiente como brasa.
So I can fuck with this. I like that glitchy shit.
Papi, la luna está candente como tus ojos. Lo que quiero es masticarte
Yeah,
como
yeah, I'm into this.
Si ahora te estuviera enfrente te haría de esto. Lo que quiero es masticarte.
Sounds kind of like that Brazilian shit.
Agarramos la salsa, prendíamos fasa. Subiendo y bajando tenemos la grasa. Esto regaló mi cuero en
Maybe
mi
get
casa.
like a mask. Maybe like a golden thing. Like, you know, like MF Doom kind of, but like, you know, more fun. Yeah, like some bangles on it. Yeah. Yeah, Brazilian funk, right? Not really though. There's stuff like that, like funk is all about the fucking BPM, right? If it's the right BPM, then it's funk. This is not the right BPM. It's weird. That's a weird fucking, what is that, like 3/4 time or something? It's weird. Yeah, reggaeton, right? If Bach and Brandy had a love child. Oh, cool. This sounds like fucking, what's her name? Joanna Newsom. It does feel very Ren Fair, huh? Yeah. Installation of the cisterns. Okay, cool. Alright. East Tumor collaborator. Who, the last one? Montreal based. Yeah, so French, yeah. Is Eve's Tumor French? I know her name's Eve's, but... Okay, Kida has firmly aligned herself with rock's futurist new wave. His Altar of Silence, the second single of the year, is an exultant cult of progressive new metal that proves she's anything but a supporting player. Yeah, they're trying to make new metal a thing. Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I meant. They're Brazilian shit from fucking, you know, from my time. What's it called? Not like Bali Funk or, you know, like, shit. Yeah, I think that's it. Bali Funk. I mean, is this new metal? Hmm. Arriving from the Windmill Brixton scene that dropped Black Midi and Black Country New Road. Ooh, yeah, I like both those bands.
Tell me how it is. So you lost when say where we murdered our grit. Everybody knows I'm the same as I was. I'm the same.
Yeah, not on Spotify. Wow.
How can you say you just said that shit? Fuck another day. I don't give a shit. You can't say that shit. I'ma just end.
Broadcast into their Discord? How do I do that? Born in Accra, 20-year-old. Wow. I mean, he needs to get a real producer, though. You can't even hear him rapping on there. Wow. Equal parts woozy and crunchy. This is some twee shit. Yeah, Paranoid Android out of Radiohead. Yeah. Real Young Phil, Neonte, and Surf Gang. Alright.
These niggas can't hold me back. Shit, I'm guessing they want me to black. I can't cap them, keep it a stack. Matter of fact, go and check the stats. Went to Philly like Donovan McNabb. Kept it pushing, I ain't cutting slack. Wait, bitch, I'm going up. I can't let you knock me off my tracks. You tryna relive the past. They be living on these apps. Tell these niggas throw the white flag. Got a bag and I ran that shit back. You ain't talking money, I ain't ass. Oh yeah, we them niggas got you mad. Niggas know that we been doing that. Like you going till you get packed.
I can't go not for that. Beat the fuck shit. Still love with every nigga that I thug with. Crazy as it sound, drugs show me what love is. Hand still in it, ain't nowhere near above it. My road different, we got bread to get in Dublin. Few times, hopped on my grind from switch up it. I can't eat with no free hoe in public. Too hot, told buddy my pricey switch subject. Easy a few dollars, fuck by them, why me scuff.
God, how do you even record fucking tracks like this?
I want niggas flake that same money without they brother shit. Put a little nigga in that place on my mother jet. My daddy's son can't keep rap by that pay.
Flag, got a bag and I ran that shit back. You ain't talking money, I ain't ass. Oh yeah, we them niggas got you mad. Niggas know that we been doing that. Like you going till you get packed.
In the back of the bowl, I hit the top of the map by myself and came back to the house with a bag of my own. I cannot go out like nigga with Ray by the member, little pussy, that all that I know. Nigga be chatting for clout, caught running your mouth, head back for your bone.
Damn, wallet look like Harry Potter books. Niggas ain't get no money, they probably should. Heard your shit and it's not even kinda good. I just walked to the bank, thinking God is good.
Tryna flex that little bag and he got it too. Gotta think about it twice, he probably should. My foot working.
Okay. Put a come watch link in the mutual assistance. I used to do that. I don't think it ever brought anybody in. Yeah, just put the link in the Discord. I used to do that. I forgot. I don't do it anymore. So I do the TikTok now. Hold on. Here. Just take the thing where it says share and copy it. All right. Body meat. Okay.
I'll stay filling up.
Okay, that's tight.
I don't care, is it for violence? And I'm all in a cave, filing. Is it sharp? You tell life so far. LIA, hiding. How full is it weight?
Yo, this goes hard as fuck, man. Wow. Hell yeah. Oof. Okay, what do we got? Fat dog. The polar opposite of thinking music. This is like Cleopatra and from England. I bet. I'm guessing. Yeah, that's a lot of layers. I mean, it's not really club music, you know.
afar. I said, wake me up when the shooting starts. I'm gonna pop my bike, fire the hell, watch it from afar. Cause he's a bad beautiful train now.
These are just 5% too British. Yeah, that's what I said. So I was guessing. This is gonna be like British Cleopatra, but so far I'm wrong. Cleopatra's a lot better. This is more like British Scissor Sisters. I like this part, the fucking riff part I really like though. Also, the polar opposite of thinking music is not what I would call this. Yeah, Mr. Bungle or like you need to turn down one of those tracks. I don't know which one, but one of them. Like, it's got a good fucking something in here is good. It's just the execution is bad. Okay, whatever. Evil Gian and Slimecito. Designer drugs. Okay. New York sample drill scene leader and Atlanta underground favorite Slimecito. National Weed Day.
Evil Empire.
Yeah, I want to say Red Lobster too, man. That's my shit.
Yeah. I saw that still I've been lame. So when you play, but you know it's not mad. I feel like Skip, but man, you know I've been had. I feel like Pablo, man, no way down dad. I'm all designer drug, they matching my fat.
So I used to go to Red Lobster every year on my birthday. That was my birthday place.
Just shot whole same for doing all that act. Little cousin outside, you waiting on that pack. My shoes on.
My mom would take me. Dude, I have a fucking gift card for Red Lobster somewhere. Fuck. I have to go before they close. This is capitalism, though. You know, everyone loves capitalism so much. This is tight. Yeah, my numbers are down because we're listening to music, I guess. Okay. Serious motherfuckers out there. I'm passing out the shot, I feel like I'm fish. Oh, broke nigga, he be smoking no switch. I'm fucking on your bitch, I know you still missing. Yeah, she already know that name. Yes, no, I don't feel nothing, nigga. I don't trust nothing, I can't see nothing, nigga. Fuck all of that following that nigga, stop busting that shit. I can't be with these niggas. Man, fuck all that shit, I can't eat with y'all niggas. Tryna fuck with a gang, tryna get real slime, but I swear to God, I cannot live with y'all niggas. I said that still I've been lame. So when you play, but you know it's not mad. I feel like Skip, but man, you know I've been. Yeah, I got like a fucking 1570 or something. I was fucking really close to 1600 or 1590 maybe. I forget. I said that still I've been lame. So when you play, but you know it's not mad. I feel like Skip, but man, you know I've been had. I feel like Pablo, man, no way down dad. I'm all designer drug, they matching my fat. Dude, if I took it now, I would fucking kill it too, because they got that another writing section on it now.
Yo, right? We was having a dirt ball fight in front of the building. We picking up dirt balls, throwing at each other.
Where does Hingle stream to?
This is a piece of doodle, it's dried up doodle.
This is tight.
It's called him Doodle Damien. Ooh. For the rest of his life. Doodle Damien.
Yeah, this is tight.
Yo.
This is like, what's his name?
Nebulous storm suddenly set off when my nebula forms, encroaching, roach antenna tremble. From the treble, assemble a swarm, no cereal safe. The second edible got my retinal display. Epilepsy warning on the case, or this ornament can't be ordered off Etsy like an eighth. The bitter rancor essence transport theft, transport hefty weights accordingly. The Goya and the multi-leaf when corporate calling audible left.
Yeah, see?
Getting deaf on the decibel. No
that's like what I would have gotten if I had taken it with the extra section.
And that ain't gender Pacific, that's all coast. Almost Kings,
X and
Edward
Rumble.
King James, not almost. That's American me, where every B for president set precedence with me. High stepping on your peak or precipice.
I think we're gonna be fine. Just gotta get on earlier.
You got it, bro. You got the Jamba Juice now. Getting too snooty on what's trauma induced. You get slapped hard enough to vomit.
Yeah, this is fucking tight. I like this,
you
dude.
leave my biopic liable to shoot. Blood, tears, and sweat leave his tongue quarter water red from rotten apples, unedible peaches, pebble beaches.
Dude, Damon opens on a skit straight out of the late 80s Outer Barrow Roar about an unfortunate neighborhood kid named Damien.
You see what I'm saying? You come around. I see that nigga now. He could be coming out his job. I'll be like, yo, Doodoo Damien.
Doodoo Damien,
hey,
poor
yo,
guy.
don't pat me down, son. I got you,
yeah,
homie.
Dude. An era-appropriate beat with some modern flavors that keeps the song away from the dustbin. Yeah, great description.
Corner, and he seemed to be selling something. So I asked this guy next to me.
Nebulous storm with nebula forms and assemble a swarm. Nice. And Young Nas with shades of B-Real's nasal intonation. Yeah, I can listen to this guy. Cool. Tommy Richmond. The world may never know exactly what a Prince song produced by Pharrell would have sounded like, even if we did come close with Frontin'. But Tommy Richmond's new single gives us a flavor of that dream collab. Virginia-based artists. I just did the comment application. I just did one application and sent it to like 6 schools. Yeah, my GPA was like, it was not 4.0, but maybe like 3.7 or 3.8 or something. I think I had a B in physics or something. No, not physics.
Come on, just take it from me now. We can take it anywhere. We can take it anywhere.
Yeah, my shit was easy, man. Like, I found out afterwards that the common application's a bad look. I think I had like a 50% success. You know, I applied to 6 schools and got into half of them. But literally all I did was write one essay, fill out the one application, and that was it. All I had to do. No, I think for Villanova I had to give them like an extra like essay about Catholic shit or whatever. Yeah, and I forget about law school. I finished law school. I have a fucking JD. I forget it. I applied for a bunch of scholarships and shit in law school. So I think I had to do each individual application separately. It wasn't that bad. I just like, you know, it was just like getting papers from college and like professors to write letters for me and shit. I mean, it sounds like your shit was the same as mine. Yeah, I wouldn't say I was pre-internet, but no, I think I definitely no, I can't remember. I think I submitted it online. I might have mailed it in. I forget. I can't remember. What do you mean? What am I doing? I work for a fucking legal marketing company. It's fine with me. If I ever want to like practice law, fucking take the bar and do it. All right, the common application was for like all a bunch of like East Coast, like NYU and Boston College, fucking, all like East Coast private school, like Georgetown. Actually, I think Georgetown didn't take it, which is why I didn't apply there. Um, I literally sent it only to schools that took the common application. That's all I did. And then obviously Fordham, where I went. I mean, my parents grew up in Kensington, but I lived in Northeast Philly, which is, a little bit nicer. Not the whole city's not like Kensington, but like North Philly, you'll get robbed. West Philly, you'll probably get robbed. Kensington, it's just I don't know, like a zombie movie or whatever. Live Nation Ticketmaster split. I didn't hear about that. So I don't see anything good happening in that realm, like it's like everything else with the financialization and like all the derivative markets and shit. You like you just don't make enough money doing music anymore, really, or doing like even fucking Ticketmaster. Like they just like print money and still they like can't make enough profit from it to keep it viable. That's crazy to me. Like, or like touring bands, like really popular bands, like how is that not profitable? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you can sell tickets for whatever you want, merch, all that shit. Like, you know, obviously they're fighting over getting the Live Nation type motherfuckers want to get a cut of the merch now too. Gas is fine here, man. I don't know, it's like 3 something, whatever. Under $4 pretty good, I think. I feel like coffee's expensive lately. Candy in general is expensive now. My kratom price went up. Coke, sodas, I still get a good price on. And milk, decent price. Eggs, same thing. All that shit's fine. It's crazy how like diverse this playlist has been. Like even among like the guitar bands or like among the rappers, right? There's a wide range of like styles, and like they're all sort of like genres too. Even like as exotic as some of these fucking artists were, like they are playing within a well-trod tradition, you know, whatever micro genre you've come up with. It's just crazy. Like, I'm just thinking in my head about the difference between like shoegaze and black gaze and like post-hardcore, like all these you know, half a dozen genres that are just sort of at the intersection of shoegaze and black metal, right? And like there's bands that like that's their tag on Bandcamp, right? It's like post-hardcore black gaze, and you can only pick like one fucking tag, so it's, you know, or you can only search by one tag. I mean, avocado toast. A 2-month tour, the bus rental and the driver was $200K. Yeah. No, I can tell I don't like this already. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna fuck with this a little bit.
Baby, all about the guap. Do I love him? Do I not? This some B-roll, this ain't props. I ain't fucking with the ops. He like drop it like it's hot. I'm like, how much do you got? He don't give me what I want, that nigga getting dropped. Keep it real, keep it solid off top. You can't tell me what I am, can't tell me what I'm not. Let that boy alone, it was getting too hot. I ain't smoking on no top. Yeah, I really smoke.
If the man doesn't give her what she wants, he will be getting dropped.
Give me what you got. I like, give me what you got. Give me what you got. I like, give me what you got. Give me what you got. I like, give me what you got. Give me what you got.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
What you got? Give me what you got. I like, give me what you got. Give me what you got. In my pocket, it's a night.
Well, they're fighting over that right now.
All about some money, baby.
Fucking, they want like you know, 50-60% of the fucking merch. Get out of here. What do you mean? I wonder who does these beats for. It's nice and short. That's tight. That's cool. Yeah. And I need that money, and I need a lot. Uju narrative poems. Oh man. I guess. God, dude. No thanks. Yeah, exactly. They're fucking. They did it. They destroyed the record sales too. Shit was fine before they had to get fucking cute with it. And I don't see any way back to profitability for any of this shit. Like these big time. Like I don't know. I think. I just needed to do like I don't know if I was in a band right now I'd be doing like all kinds of like cool vinyl like you know like limited release type shit, you know, that's for the fucking cash it's got to be these days. I mean I would just make like you know like a singles club or something, you know. Racist about her, but me and my family think she sucked. That chick is Pakistani, Arooj Aftab. Oh, that's what Urdu is, duh, I forgot. I mean, I guess it's good for this style, you know? Why not? Like Sade. It kind of reminds me of like PM Dawn. I'd probably be pretty artsy too if that's my shit. It was like, it's just like if you're not gonna like, you know, shred, your options are limited for like making things interesting. Yeah, it's pretty artsy though. Jazz and experimental composers from around the world. Love in Exile 2023 Monumental. I mean, it's so far. It's just. What? Yeah. What is this though? Who likes this? I guess, I mean, I don't know. Again, it seems like it's pretty good for that whole theme. He's just a good singer, you know? Solo Sakamoto Elegance. There's another like micro genre. Tongue in Mind Free Sex. Juliana Huxtable. It's pretty cool, I guess. This Raphael guy's got good taste.
see another eye. Bootstrapped to the trail.
Tongue in the Mind? What a terrible name, dude. That name sucks, dude.
I'm looking for a kiss that's not in doubt. Finally lost my reverie. It's not your business what I'm putting out, but it's in your interest to put your mouth, set your mouth free, set it free, so free. I'm chained with my feel. I am her and she's without. I am her and she's without. I met a guy that was just my type. Kissed me, licked me up and down, round and round. Looked at me nice and he asked my price. Turn around and it's bedroom's light. The green light from his wanting eye shining bright on the white red wine in my back left pocket.
Let's see something. What the fuck is this, dude? What the fuck out of here, man. That song only has 2,000 plays. Yeah, this is my shit. Yeah.
Sexual, wrote it on the lexicon. Breezy black engines over my side trail. Just a cartoon chick, rub my comic book lit. Get your speech on it, let it be. Just a cartoon chick.
It's 7 minutes long.
Hit the line till he was stop. I couldn't hear the sound of my screeching heart. Dipped out into a fever dream.
Yeah, I fuck with this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. What did the Ayatollah say? Oh yeah. Dude, we've checked out that Trump Biden thing before. That's like my most fucking viral clip ever on YouTube. Got like 10,000 plus views on like just me looking at it and laughing. Fucking people are weird, dude. I should do more I mean, what if I had like an AI Trump and I like talk to him? Would that be funny? Oops. It's on my YouTube. I think I changed it to this, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's pretty.
This is a great clip. Oh yeah. Look at these. Most of these. Oh, and look at that one got fucking 10,000 views almost. That's cool. I didn't know that. But neat. Take my balls, got none. I mean, some of these get pretty good views. I just don't really do a whole lot of effort. I just kind of take the clips that I have, you know. Oops. Yeah, look.
How many hot dogs can I fit in my mouth? Let me tell you something, you stupid motherfucker. I can fit more hot dogs in my mouth than your pathetic little brain could ever imagine. I could fit a whole goddamn hot dog stand in my mouth if I wanted to. How many hot dogs can I fit in my mouth?
That's weird, huh? What's this one? Exploding e-cig plot. Yeah, where's the no effects one? Yeah, see. There's got a lot of them up here by now. Look at all these. Jesus. Wow. There's a lot of clips. Most of them have like one view or none. Fucking go watch my YouTubes. What the fuck's wrong with y'all?
Much of the Eritrean diaspora is actually quite supportive.
They're worse than
of
the
their
state
country.
media, right?
You know, those who are in the.
I think that they're worse than state media.
See,
right?
look at this
like
fucking
the
banging
state
clip.
media has an interest, like you know where their biases lie. Okay? You know that they're backing up the state.
Yo,
they want to make the state good. Sometimes the individual or whatever. Their interests lie with the state. the capitalist media, you don't even know where their fucking bread is buttered, right? They could be in cahoots
look
with
at this
one
tape,
capitalist
dude.
or a different one, or like a foreign one, someone who's not even in your country.
This should have many more
and
views.
It's still presented as if,
oh shit, fuck, damn it.
Much of the Eritrean diaspora is actually quite supportive.
They're worse than
of
the
their
state
country.
media, right?
How do I fast forward? Shit.
I think that they're worse than.
Damn. Anyway, if you also go watch it.
I mean, Biden's obviously a criminal.
Yeah.
Objects.
It's like the dudes who complain about like central bank digital currency.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna take all of our money and give us central bank digital currencies. Meh. They can just freeze your Bitcoin wallet. Lol.
They would start falling back down to the earth one by one.
There's an inverse proportion. Like, the better takes have the lesser views. Like, all across the board. Dremsel of 26 months. No, that's not the YouTube channel anymore. What's up, Lasso? What's going on? I gotta change it. Hold on. I changed it. Anyway. I was just watching this to get to the agriculture track, and then we spent fucking hours on it. Come on. This is alright. For oh yeah, that thing. Timers.
Get lost with me, my love. Feel ageless, watching from above. The big blue sky. 101. How did you come to fear holding on? How come to light in this heart of mine? A flame still burns from time to time. A tear rolls down on your face. By my window, a serenade.
Wake up. I'm just getting out of bed, your girl putting on her makeup. Took her out one time, now you know you about to break up. Left the ass wide open, man, this shit feel like a layup. Man, this shit feel like a, yeah. I got your bitch ramen noodles. Doors on
Fuck yeah, this is tight.
feeling straight bamboozled. Don't wanna taste, she want the whole kit and caboodle. Blow a few stacks at a poodle. Open wide, give her a spoonful. Me and your bitch got ramen noodles. Me and your bitch got ramen noodles. Me and your bitch got ramen noodles. know your man and his feelings on my DMs trying to fight me. Got a couple packs on me cause I know it's getting dicey. All man, wagyu, never been this pricey. It's never been so pricey. I got your bitch ramen noodles. Doors on the coupe. Got you feeling straight bamboozled. Don't wanna taste, she want the whole kit and caboodle. Blow a few stacks at a poodle. Open wide, give her a spoonful. Me and your bitch got ramen noodles. Me and your bitch got ramen noodles.
That was tight.
Falling to ways, caught in the face. Ever since you walked my way. Don't make this hurt. Gotta be honest first. I'm telling you straight.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It's pretty tight. I'm just trying to get through this. Sex Week. Nice. Great name. Indie rock with a black metal cape. Oh, fuck yeah. This is not indie rock with a black metal cape. The fuck? broadcast.
This building's falling down, and what is left lies on the ground. Stop your love. Among these parts there are pieces of my broken heart. Stop your love.
I fixed the timers.
The night looks fair.
Boring. I mean, not I like broadcast is fine. I just don't want to like, listen into it. Let's see. Try out our dope chat games. What the fuck is that? I guess I have to add a new one. I don't know.
his allies begin talking about intervention or become involved in a proxy war, like what we see in Ukraine. Also in the headlines, we see Georgia attempting to pass a foreign agents law to deal with U.S. interference in its internal political affairs. We just saw the president veto the foreign agents bill. This president of Georgia was formerly a French citizen, and now she is a pro-EU, pro-US, pro-NATO president in Georgia, obstructing Georgia's attempts to defend its sovereignty, essentially. This is how bad it is. And so some of these older videos only got a couple of thousand views. I was just beginning to make videos. They're very poor production quality. I want to remake some of these. I want to also read some of the scripts that I've written over the years and just never gotten around to making videos about them. And again, this is all foundational. This is all essential to understand how the US creates control, coercion, political capture all around the world. So let me begin.
That's like what I was
about a board game. I'm going to compare.
Dude, I should make a video about like my take on this, because I feel like I go over it every night, so I've like gotten it down to be pretty good. Like the way I like the examples I use and stuff. It's probably like you can just. I'm sure I've explained it like in the last week, right? Brian? Tony Cartalucci? The legendary Tony Cartalucci? That would be something cool for someone to do.
U.S. political capture.
What's up, dude?
Of a organization to a board game. So maybe you're familiar with the Chinese game of Go. Unlike chess, where you try to remove as many pieces of your opponent as possible, in Go, you're trying to place as many of your own pieces on the board as possible. The goal is to surround and squeeze out your opponents, and you win when your pieces, not your opponent's pieces, dominate the game board. Now let's imagine a whole country as a giant Go game board. And for this example, let's imagine that the game board is Thailand. I am based in Southeast Asia's nation.
Yeah, he's pissed off about that Thailand election, huh?
Almost my entire adult life here.
Dude, from his perspective too, god damn, that must suck. It was like a hard-fought race, but then like the neoliberal, Western-backed proxy, he won. And he's like immediately started just fucking cranking up the neoliberal button. Brian must be fucking furious.
Here since my early 20s. Let's imagine that Thailand is a Go game board. The US has placed its pieces on the board. Here are US government-funded NGOs. They are taking over Thailand's legal and human rights space.
See, this is what I was talking about.
Taking over the media. They are taking.
Yeah, this is what they do. This in conjunction with the government funding.
Taking over education and.
It's like the government funds these groups to go over there and do fucking bullshit. Like have email jobs.
They are taking over resource management and labor unions. They are even pouring money into what the U.S. National Endowment for Democracy's own website calls political processes, and even Thailand's elections. And before I continue any further, a lot of people skeptical of the information that I present say, Brian, you accuse the United States of being behind everything all around the globe. Every political crisis, somehow the U.S. is involved. All you have to do is go to the National Endowment for Democracy's official website.
Yeah, no, he was doxxed, so now he goes by his regular name. That was his alias back in the day.
Works, and you see a map of the globe, and the United States government, through the NED, is literally working absolutely everywhere the U.S. has not already politically captured. So obviously, the United States doesn't need to politically capture itself, Canada or Mexico. That is
He's going to debunk imperialism.
They also don't need to politically capture Australia or Western Europe. That has already long since been politically captured by U.S. interests. But Latin America, all of Africa, the Middle East, Central and Eastern Europe, Russia, obviously, Asia, including China, and all of these countries along China's periphery, they are all targets of US political interference. If you click on any one of these regions, let's just go to Asia, for example, and let's just pick Thailand. And you can see the last disclosure was 2021. So the NED used to, their gimmick was being very transparent, so that even though it was blatant political
interference, they shouldn't be giving weapons to Taiwan in general. Like, they should not be giving weapons. They should not be selling weapons to Taiwan. That's insane. Like,
another nation doing to it.
the
They
fact
were
that they do
transparent,
anything with
and that
them
transparency was meant to
is I
disarm
think,
people's concerns. They said, look, we're doing this all openly. What is the
provocation.
problem with rigging your country's elections? We're doing it openly. That transparency has washed away over the many years as people have caught on to what the NED and adjacent organizations do.
No, his real name is Brian.
Some of the
Brian
organizations
Berletic.
are still mentioned by name. A lot of
Tony
them
Carlucci
have
was
been
his
omitted.
alias.
If you look at the type of things the NED is involved in, these are things that the U.S. would never tolerate another nation doing inside America's political space. The National Democratic Institute for Internal Affairs, NDI, this is a subsidiary of the NED, is also a U.S. government or organization that funds political subversion around the globe, promoting local government responsiveness to citizen demands. The U.S. is funding to strengthen the responsiveness of local government to citizen demands in Thailand. They'll convene a series of workshops and provide technical assistance for civil society and provincial administrative organizations in 2 target provinces. Program activities will provide technical and financial support to civil society advocacy efforts and train local officials on the best practices for citizen engagement. What they're doing is creating local cadres that are pursuing U.S. objectives inside Thailand, a sovereign nation.
Look, he lost some weight, huh?
Funding them, equipping them, so they're able to put pressure on their local governments, coerce them to fulfill.
Tony was the ally. Yeah.
And if China or Russia were funding local organizations in the United States to coerce local governments to implement policies that suit Chinese or Russian interests, that would be blatant interference, subversion. The people involved would be guilty of treason, and the United States would stamp it out immediately. This is what the U.S. is doing all over the globe, including right here in the Kingdom of Thailand. Let me continue.
Dude, Thailand's like one of the only places never colonized.
Now X, Google, and YouTube. These are all essential, extremely important sources of information for people in Thailand. This is where people in Thailand get the vast majority of their information from. And yet these platforms are created by the United States, based in the US, and they openly serve US interests. And do we remember all of the articles that the Western media published during the 2011 so-called Arab Spring, where it was revealed that Facebook, X, then called Twitter at the time, Google, all of these IT social media platforms were working directly with the State Department years in advance to train, equip, and fund these so-called activists in the United States or in Europe, and then they were sent back to
He's
their
a like ex-Marine. He was like in the Marines, and he was like disgusted by it. So then he like got out and moved to Thailand. And you think he's like a civil engineer or something, or like a industrial designer or something like that. Like he designs like it was a cool job. It sounded like, you know, like he like figures out like how to position, you know, like the parking lots, or like, you know, where to put the dumpsters, shit like that. I forget what the title was. But he's fucking, you know, he's like fucking furious. He's pissed off about it, you know? And then he's like he's describing here, like he's pissed off. They just lost a big election a couple months ago. And now they're just like, you know, like the Juan Guaido of Thailand won the election.
to overthrow their governments, their sitting governments. And so you have
the Tsai Ing-wen
it's not
of
just social
Thailand,
media where people are sharing their what they ate for breakfast. It is the controlling of information in a country by monopolizing the very platforms this information.
See, he fucking gets it.
All of these tech giants.
This just proves, like, I think this fucking, the fact that he arrives at the same conclusion without coming at it just from his own, you know, first principles or whatever. Like, it's basically the same conclusion as the Marxists. It tells you something about the immortal sciences.
We work with Washington to promote U.S. foreign policy. We've seen them all take turns here in Thailand, censoring opponents of the U.S.-backed opposition, including myself, by the way, ignoring Thailand's laws, and in general pushing policies that hurt, not help, Thailand. In addition to that, these foreign social media platforms are making huge amounts of money, then they siphon it out of the country. The US government, the British government, and the European Union are pouring money into Thailand to build up these game pieces, all of these game pieces, not just social media platforms, all of these so-called non-governmental organizations that are entirely funded, dependent on, directed by
Private Carlucci.
They are not NGOs in any sense of the word. They're building up these game pieces and then they're placing them on the game board. They are trying to surround and crowd out Thailand's own pieces, meaning Thailand's government, its institutions, as well as media and legal groups that protect the nation and its sovereignty. And these organizations are far and few between. They're not as well funded as US and European-backed opposition groups. And so
I have it sped up actually too. You know what? I think that's making him look more angry.
The collective West's favor. They are co-opting.
It's on 1.25.
Capturing Thailand over the years through this method. The goal is to continue placing these foreign-funded pieces on the board until there is no more room for Thailand's own pieces. They are trying to squeeze out Thai sovereignty, to override it with a system they created, they control, and a system that serves their interests, not Thailand's. It is imperialism 101. It is colonialism 101. An extreme example of this can be seen in neighboring Myanmar. I've covered Myanmar very often over the last several years, and I even have published videos about it very recently over the past month. There's an ongoing armed conflict there. The opposition, backed by the US and Europe, are attempting to seize control of the country. And this is because Myanmar borders China. There's Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure in Myanmar. The US wants to cut off that infrastructure.
I was talking about this last night.
Into a battering ram they can use against China itself. So an extreme example of this can be seen in
neighboring Myanmar. They've just been doing terrorism on all these Belt and Road projects.
And its own ability to rule and administrate itself. It's so bad that projects cannot be built, resources cannot be managed, and the government itself, before Myanmar's military took over in February, that was 2021, was literally being run by foreigners, simply using the local civilian government as a mask of legitimacy. There's literally white men, British, Australian citizens running around Myanmar, trying to rewrite the constitution, reorganize the legal system, advising Aung San Suu Kyi of economic policy, which unsurprisingly meant just cutting off China and pivoting toward the West, selling the country's resources, state enterprises off to Western corporations. This is nothing new. This is how imperialism has worked for centuries. The British Empire was exceptionally skilled at entering into other nations, targeting and destroying their institutions and replacing them with British administrators. And this process is extremely boring. It takes place over a long period of time. There's not a lot of interest among ordinary people to study and follow this process. Something like an armed conflict is much better at grabbing and keeping the attention of ordinary people. So this is something that takes place more or less in the shadows, out of sight, out of mind of many people, until the crises, the conflicts that this political capture creates spring up, and then many people are taken by surprise. This process of targeting, destroying, and replacing a nation's institutions is little different today, where most of the time it is not done as openly, although in cases like Iraq and Afghanistan, the US really did just invade militarily, wipe out the entire government, and then they had Americans literally running the country, just like in the old days of the British Empire. Again, white guys, Americans coming off of airplanes with briefcases, suit and tie, coming to hold positions in the provisional Iraqi government before they handpicked the proxies, the Iraqi proxies that would put a spin of legitimacy on all of it. Most of the time, the process is much slower than, say, the invasion and occupation of Iraq. It's much slower, more gradual, and done behind a smokescreen of supposedly promoting things like freedom and democracy, and especially human rights. It is a process that often goes unnoticed by most people in a targeted country, specifically because it is hidden and done over a long period of time. It's hidden even from the people in the targeted country where this is happening. A lot of ordinary Thai people.
What happened?
Are vaguely aware of this. There is a large group of the Thai population who's very aware of exactly how this works, and they're actively opposed to it. But ordinary Thai people who are not interested in politics, they hear things like freedom, democracy, and human rights, and at face value, who's going to argue against
we haven't watched any of Brian's videos in forever.
And because the collective West controls the media, even here inside Thailand, even the Thai language media, no one's going to tell them otherwise. Many of the anti-government, anti-monarchy protesters here in Thailand have tried to deny they're funded by foreign interests, or that their protest represents a foreign agenda. But they themselves are one of these game pieces the West is placing on Thailand's game board to crowd out Thai sovereignty and to eventually win the game. Unlike a regular game of Go, there is something else we also need to consider. While the US and its allies play this game against Thailand, the more pieces they have on the board, even before the game is over, the more unwarranted influence they have over the country and its direction. While they claim they are here promoting democracy and freedom, what they are really doing is slowly strangling the nation's sovereignty, steering it toward decisions that benefit Washington and Wall Street rather than the people of Thailand. And of course, the more unwarranted influence they have, the more they use it to crowd out, silence punish, eliminate people who are trying to point all of this.
The British. Oh, I see.
At least in regards to Thailand, very dangerous. I don't really do videos about what is happening here in Thailand anymore. I do not mention specific people anymore because it has become extremely dangerous. The opposition has one foot in the government now. So what is the solution here? We're looking at the headlines in Georgia right now, the foreign agents law. This law demanding that organizations receiving 20% or more of their funding from overseas, from abroad, they have to declare it. And if they don't declare it, and if it's not publicly known, then they face harsh penalties, including being shut down, possibly even being thrown in jail. That is what happens in the United States if you don't declare your foreign funding. In Thailand, about 2 or 3 years ago, there was talk about introducing an NGO law that would likewise demand what? Demand transparency. That is what these laws demand, transparency. And so when the protesters funded by the US government come out clamoring against the bill, what they're really doing is protesting the concept and the legislation of transparency. They are opposed to transparency. They do not want you to know that they receive most of their backing from the US government, America's EU proxies, and also billionaires here working together with the collective West. So a draft NGO law like proposed but never having made it through here in Thailand, or the foreign agents law in Georgia, which has been vetoed by the president. This would make it harder for the US and others to place these game pieces on the board. Yeah. But another very important part of winning this game is making sure Thailand or Georgia or any other targeted country is defending the pieces it itself has on the board already, and then placing many more of its own pieces on the board. So we see the US putting all of these pieces on the board, say here in Thailand, or in Georgia, or in Ukraine.
You're so fucking ruthless.
2014. The country itself has to place its own pieces on the board, as many as possible, more than the US is placing, if possible. This means creating real NGOs that actually serve a nation's best interests, real human rights groups that care about everyone's right groups, not just the rights of protesters, backed by the US, to do whatever they want in the streets, often violating the rights of others, including through violence, armed violence, deadly violence. It means creating media organizations both in the local language here, obviously Thai, and also in English, that actually represent the nation's best interests. We see nations like Russia doing this through RT, China through CGTN, and actually Russia and China now have many media organizations, both in local languages and also many languages around the world, including English, but also Spanish, Arabic, to get their side of the story out, so that the BBC, Voice of America, do not get to monopolize the narrative that everyone sees and hears around the globe. To win this game, it means being able to train your journalists in the first place to report the news in a fair and balanced way, rather than with obvious and constant bias toward promoting Western values and Western interests. Journalists here in Thailand often do this because they go to the West to study journalism.
I have it sped up. It's on 1.25.
They see themselves as
His
part of
voice
a
is not
Western
this high
social
pitched.
and professional network, and they work hard to stay in that network. It is part of their ego and their personal identity. Even if it means repeating Western disinformation and attacking their own country, they will do it to stay in the club, so to speak. To win this game means Thailand developing its own alternatives to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Google, or now X. Also, much in the way China and Russia have done. So they all have their own social media networks that are extremely popular, that are used for information traveling around inside their own respective information spaces. They do not allow a foreign country like the United States to set up social media networks in their country, working directly with the State Department to pursue US interests in their own information space. They do not allow that. They have their own social media networks. Every nation needs to understand that their information space is as important to protect as their shores, their borders, and their airspace. Not only does this ensure that social media platforms used by people, say here in Thailand, adhere to Thai laws and serve Thailand's best interests, it's also a great way to add to the local economy, rather than sending all of this money off to Silicon Valley in the United States. When you think about Thailand's current ongoing political crisis as a game of Go, a game board where both sides are trying to place their pieces on the board to crowd out the other, you can start to see just why protests go on for as long as they do, despite being so utterly unpopular. The protests here in Thailand have been on and off forever. There have always been protests here in Thailand between the US-backed opposition and local interests and the Thai people themselves.
Who are you, Twitch troll?
The opposition is actually not that popular. The protests are portrayed by the media as massive, crushing waves
Use
of
somebody's
humanity.
alt?
In reality, it's closed camera angles meant to portray a very small paid mob bust in to look like it represents the majority of the people in the country. It does not. It's not even a fraction of 1%. For Thailand, there just aren't enough
No, he's
pieces on the
usually
game
this
board yet
angry,
to
though.
crowd out them and
Just a little
win
bit
the game
slower.
once
Here.
and for all. Foreign media, foreign social media, and foreign-funded opposition groups continue to receive funding no matter how unpopular they are, and they will remain in the streets until there's literally no social, legal, or political space for them to do so. Sort of like how China won its own game of Go against the United States in the streets and political spaces.
You wrote an essay about it.
There was the national security
I don't think he was like. I don't think he was like setting out to be a YouTuber. I think he just like got pissed off and started ranting and then started making videos about it.
Hong Kong, making it very difficult for especially members of the local government to receive foreign funding and to work with foreign governments against their own country, essentially. Just as a game of Go, it will take time and patience and careful thought on where and how to place these pieces to win. But it is a game that isn't over yet, and one Thailand can still win. Well, I wrote this script a couple of years ago. It looks pretty bleak right now. You don't see Thailand taking not even a single one of the measures required to play and win this game. For example, Thailand does have a government-funded media organization, Thai PBS. But everyone working at Thai PBS went over to the West to study journalism. And when they came back, they have been completely indoctrinated. They're part of social and professional networks comprised of Westerners and other people who have gone to the West to become indoctrinated. And that becomes part of their identity. That is what feeds their ego on a daily basis. There's no way, even if they know for sure that what they are saying
They
is
have
a lie,
the entire world on lockdown.
jeopardize
Except for Russia and China now,
their
you know.
social status and their
And even there,
feeling
they
of
have
belonging
major
to
controls.
this network they perceive as being so prestigious. Elsewhere, we see attempts to do this. Here in Asia, Cambodia has just outright banned and kicked out a lot of these US-funded fake NGOs. In Vietnam, they created their own social media platform to help balance the power of social media within their own borders. Russia and China obviously have done this very successfully. The one thing I wonder, though, is why countries like Russia and China do not create packages for defending a nation's information space the same way they package and sell actual weapons to defend their shores, borders, and airspace. I think that is something that could be extremely helpful for nations trying to fight against the United States and its attempt to politically capture them. So I hope that helps people understand the groundwork the United States lays ahead of all of the headline-grabbing conflicts, crises, color revolutions, and even wars that end up in the headlines. It's very important to understand that this is when you have to fight and win against US subversion. By the time it turns into a protest, a color revolution, or even a war, of course you have to continue fighting on anyway, but at that point, it is very late in the game. So many advantages now belong to the United States. You have to uproot this before it becomes a crisis. And so this is why I want people to understand this better.
But I think what's happening in Georgia shows you that it's like, they can crank it up, or like Hong Kong a few years ago, like they can crank up the dial and try to do a color revolution pretty much anywhere. You know, they just use these NGOs and the whatever, you know, popular mobilization they can get. Like those dumbasses out in the street in Georgia. I'm sure they got their own dumbasses in Thailand too, right?
When in
Fucking
the media
libs,
you
dude.
see a country struggling to fight back against U.S. influence, subversion, and coercion.
In Georgia, they're protesting a foreign agents registration law. You know, like the kind of thing that we have and every other country in the world has, but the fucking Washington doesn't want it because all of their people are they're funding this massive NGO sphere. It just like dominates the entire country's politics. They're like describing a similar thing in Thailand. Like, I don't know. I want to hope that they have a little bit more sovereignty than Georgia does, because it's pathetic. All those people out on the street are protesting so that the government doesn't pass a foreign agents registration law. So it's like a thing that says you have to disclose who's funding your organization, right? For NGOs. Which we have, you know, and that is enough to trigger these people on the street, because the government might have more transparency is enough to get them outside protesting. It's so psychotic.
Origin, it's important to support that country. It's important to wake people up to how important that is, and not allow the Western media to portray that country as somehow authoritarian, engaging in censorship or repression, when in reality they're dealing with subversion from abroad and treason among their own people, aiding and abetting U.S. subversion. So I hope this video helps. This will be part 1. In part 2, which will come out next week, I will get deeper into this process of the United States taking young people, targeting young people, bringing them to the U.S. or
Herbert
to
Ballmeister.
the EU
He sounds like a pervert.
scholarships, indoctrinating them, sending them back to their home countries to help facilitate the political capture of their country. Until then, if you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing.
We're bringing on, usually based in Beirut, but right now on the East Coast, Rania Khalek, the great journalist and Breakthrough News host. Welcome, Rania.
Katie,
Hi.
how are you?
Good,
to be
you?
on with you. I'm good. I'm good.
Welcome. It's been too long. Oh, and we should announce that we're doing a live show. Rania, Abby, Martin, and I are going to be doing another live taping in September.
Yes, I'm
I believe
so
September 19th, a Thursday. Yeah.
And also for those who missed the last one, it was back in January. You can watch that,
Yes.
right?
What up,
Yep,
Dave?
it's still online. Yeah, it was a great time.
It was
yeah.
awesome. So if you missed that one, you can go to this one.
Yeah. So you're very lucky.
Mark your calendars, friends.
Yeah, September 19th. Rania, we're going to talk about your SmackDown, by which I mean you smacked down. You were not SmackDown. Your SmackDown with Piers Morgan. But first, let's talk about some important news that's happening. As people probably know, and if you don't know, no shame, but the ICC, the International Criminal Court, announced on Monday that it's seeking arrest warrants for alleged war crimes committed by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as 3 leaders of Hamas. And prosecutor Karim Khan said, quote,
Yeah. That Crank Communism YouTube is where I update everything. We don't really update the show page anymore. I do once in a while, but it was a pain in the ass. I have to like log out and log in.
But we submit that the crimes against humanity charged were committed as a part of a widespread and systematic attack against the Palestinian civilian population pursuant to state policy. These crimes, in our assessment, continue to this day. So, Rania, let's take a look at how some people reacted to the news that the ICC was pursuing these arrest warrants. And we're going to start off with Joe Biden.
Let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders.
Who claps at that?
Whatever these warrants may imply, there's no equivalence between Israel and Hamas.
Yeah, because the state of Israel has killed many more people than Hamas has. I mean, that's one thing I'll agree with him on, that there's no equivalence.
No, there is no equivalence. Just not the way he's saying it.
Right.
Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection. But
Wait, so he just said it's clear that Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection, even though a State Department report just said that they don't do that. I mean, it said it in the most like indirect, wishy-washy way. But
you have to be like delusional. You have to be delusional to think that Israel is like it's like if you have like a boyfriend or a husband who's like beating you.
Yeah.
And they're like, I love you.
And you believe it, right?
I love you. And you're like, oh, he loves me. No, but like
Yeah.
another party, like a third party is like, no, he loves her. He's
Right.
doing everything he can to protect her.
But
And
Biden
it's
would be
just
like
yeah.
the abusive boyfriend enabling the guy enabling the abusive boyfriend.
Yeah, Biden would be like shooting him up with steroids, and he'd be like, no,
Right.
big muscles, so he
Yeah.
can so he can protect her.
Right.
Well, it's so ridiculous.
Smacks her around.
He
Yeah.
push it- yeah, exactly.
Let me be clear.
It's so
Contrary to
ridiculous.
allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that.
Totally, bro. Totally. It's not
We'll always stand with
genocide.
Israel
It's not.
and the threats against its security.
Okay, so that's Biden. Let's take a look at another wise man, Lindsey Graham,
Hell
who's
yeah.
going to be reacting
Yeah.
to the ICC requesting arrest warrants. You're going to see he's not very happy about it, but he does applaud Anthony Blinken, Biden, and Chuck Schumer. So let's take a look at what Senator.
I need to remember to make more clips.
So we, hopefully, together will find a way to rest our displeasure with the ICC. Because if they'll do this to Israel, we're next. This group tried to come
Yeah,
after
you
our
are next,
soldiers.
motherfucker.
Yeah, you can clap all you want to. They tried to come after our soldiers in Afghanistan, but reason prevailed. So at the end of the day here, what I hope to happen is that we level sanctions against the ICC for this outrage to not only help our friends in Israel, but protect ourselves over time. Ms. Secretary, you're...
So that's, again, it's kind of like one of those moments where you're like,
Yeah, it's going to be a low turnout, probably.
Yeah. No, I hope they go after you next. I mean, look, I think Lindsey Graham has a point when
Dude,
he
we're
says
so
that.
fucked.
If you're like a mass murderer and you're like, oh crap, like my best
It doesn't
friend
matter. They don't care if it's
is,
a low
like,
turnout,
maybe
you
gonna
know?
have to face some consequences. Like you
Right.
should be concerned too, because then
Right.
it might come on you. But also, like I think there's something really interesting as well about the fact that, I mean, aside from Lindsey Graham being like a cartoon character who likes to make love to bombs,
yeah, and talk about Taiwan.
yeah, well, it was reported. It was reported that Joe Biden has said he will support Republican attempts to do exactly what Lindsey Graham just said, which is to sanction the ICC and the officials that are involved in this
Yeah,
prosecution.
Lindsey Graham's such a fucking
And so
scumbag.
It's like
Oh,
our
God,
entire
he's so
government
terrible.
on like a bipartisan level has been totally taken over by neocons.
Yeah.
Like it's, I mean, what's the difference? Honestly, like,
He's
yeah,
right.
Lindsey Graham's a bit
The
crazy.
entire
He goes
fucking
on
government.
TV and says, I mean,
A bit
he'll go
more
on TV and say
belligerent.
we should nuke Gaza, and I
Yeah.
think he means that. But like, if they're all just gonna do the same thing anyway, it's like Lindsey Graham's basically in charge.
Right.
It's scary.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The president's statement was excellent. Senator Schumer's statement on the floor was excellent about the outrage here. They have destroyed the notion of complementarity. They have misled people in the United
Yeah, he
States.
just sort of lays out the
about their
hawk position.
intention,
Everybody
and they
else has to
shall
follow
and will
suit.
pay a price. Ms. Secretary, I appreciate what you've said. It is now time for us to act.
I love Democrats. They're doing exactly what I want. Also, Lindsey Graham is like a sociopath and really
Yeah.
should be taken out of the general population.
Yeah.
Like I
agree.
genuinely
I'm not
think
I'm not a carceral person, but I think in his case, you probably have
I
to lock him up.
mean, there's some people who are just
Yeah, I
so
believe
dangerous.
that's true. Yeah.
Or like
Beyond
power and like put him on
rehabilitation.
a farm somewhere. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like
Yeah. I could imagine him like in overalls with a straw hat and like
living his best life.
What did like the squad and all
Well, we
say
have one
about
more
it?
person we want to hear from, and that is none other than not that you can tell the difference honestly between Lindsey Graham, Biden, and the next person, but that is Benjamin Netanyahu.
Creating a false symmetry between the democratically elected leaders of Israel and the terrorist chieftains. That's like saying after 9/11, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for George Bush, but also for bin Laden, or after.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I think that we should issue arrest warrants for George Bush. Also,
I mean, Putin seems all right.
with 9/11, I don't know if you guys saw that recent Atlantic piece.
Oh yeah,
about that Saudi involvement, but that's a story for another day. All that's to say, he's also just trying to like subliminally, not so subliminally, compare Hamas to Al Qaeda, which, not to suggest what the U.S. did in response to 9/11 is okay. It's not a terrific, and they like went on a murder spree around the world. but
didn't make the world safer, didn't make America safer. Yeah.
No.
Right.
But they definitely a lot of people got
Exactly,
richer.
of course.
And a lot of people died.
Duh.
But no, like Hamas and Al Qaeda are not the same thing. Palestinians are not the same thing. And he always, every chance Netanyahu gets, and he does it quite effectively, I think. Every opportunity he gets, he tries to make this equation between Palestinians fighting for their survival and Al Qaeda, which was like a outcome of CIA sponsoring jihadists in Afghanistan.
Right. Yeah.
Not the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and they even say out loud all the time that Hamas
It's
is
crazy. They're gonna like sanction
That's like their
countries
big
for
talking point
recognizing
right after October 7th,
Palestine.
though that didn't stick as well,
It's
so they
fucking
haven't
nuts.
said it as much. But
right.
Look, I think that Netanyahu, George Bush, basically like every American president that's still alive, and the entire Israeli government like need to be put on trial and then jailed to protect to protect humanity, honestly.
Well, isn't it funny when people say stuff like, well, if that was genocide, or if you're saying that Israel shouldn't have responded to October 7th, well, should the United States not have responded the way they did to September 11th? And you're like, yeah.
Yeah,
Of course not, obviously.
Yeah, they shouldn't have invaded and bombed and destroyed Afghanistan, invaded and bombed and destroyed Iraq and like Libya and basically the entire Middle East. Like, yeah, I don't think the U.S. should have started a torture facility in Guantanamo Bay, but torture black sites. I totally don't think the U.S. should have responded that way. Right. It's just such a stupid talking point. But it's said by people who believe in that stuff. So like it makes sense. But I think the more interesting thing about the whole ICC case is I really recommend people go read Ali Abunima's take on it. He's like the guiding light when it comes to a lot of this stuff. He points out, he wrote two pieces. One is about for the electronic intifada, but his piece is ICC warrants both historic and cynical. And I think it's important to understand that, to recognize that like it is historic that there might be arrest warrants for Israeli officials and like what that means, and that's important. But also it's insane that it's like Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, and then four leaders in the Hamas. They want to issue an arrest warrant for 4 people in charge of an organization that we still don't know how many people they killed on October 7th, by the way, because we're not sure how many people the Israelis actually killed by bombing their own people to prevent them from becoming hostages.
Mass Hannibal, as
and
media put it.
And all of like the ridiculous blood libels they've launched against Palestinians, like especially like Joe Biden, where what did he say at Morehouse College?
Oh my God, about the woman burned.
Yeah, they tied up a mother and forced her to watch her children be burned alive, and Joe Biden apparently saw photos of this because there was somebody there to photograph the timeline of that.
What's happening in Gaza and Israel is heartbreaking. Hamas's vicious attack on Israel, killing innocent lives and holding people hostage. I was there 9 days after. Sent pictures of tying a mother and a daughter in a rope, pouring kerosene on them, burning them, and watching as they died.
Okay, there's no proof that happened. But anyway, I mean, it's just, to me, like it's so ridiculous. Like even if I'm generous and I say Hamas killed 1,200 people, which I say they did.
No.
And we're gonna pretend that they were all civilians, which they all weren't civilians. But I'll be generous and
if Hamas claims 688, then I would say that that's about right, about 50-50. You know, that's probably about my assumption. But like the 688 are probably pretty much good kills for the most part, right? Like soldiers and cops or whatever. I think, like fucking guys coming at them. I bet if you go through the tape, like I bet you that's what they did. They like went through the tape, like fucking, like a military debrief, and looked at everyone's data, and I came to the determination that that's what the tally was. It wasn't like some fucking IDF, like Mossad, fucking, dreamscape. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They don't. Yeah. I would say about the second half of them. That was videos. I'm gonna start with.
That how does that compare to killing probably like what's way more than 40,000 people. We just don't know the true death toll yet.
Yeah.
Like, how is that the same? Unless you think Palestinians just like don't count as much.
No,
as
there's
Israelis.
definitely.
Right.
Oh fuck! I forgot.
Well,
This dude has a
obviously
new
they don't
video.
think that, so.
In July of 2000, a team of historians and political scientists sat down to interview Bob Gates for the George Herbert Walker Bush Oral History Project. Gates was CIA director during Bush's tenure. These were eventful years, and so the men spoke of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, Somalia, German reunification, a fascinating insider perspective into the first Bush White House. Amid the interview, historian H. William Brands asks the old spy chief a question many were doubtless curious to know. Was there anybody that George Bush actively disliked? Shamir. Gates, of course, is referring to Yitzhak Shamir, the Israeli prime minister at the time. But I will say this, every president I worked for, at some point in his presidency, would get so pissed off at the Israelis that he couldn't speak. It didn't matter whether it was Jimmy Carter or Jerry Ford or Ronald Reagan or George Bush. Something would happen, and they would just absolutely go screw themselves right into the ceiling. They were so angry, and they'd sort of rant and rave around the Oval Office. I think it was their frustration about knowing that there was so little they could do about it because of domestic politics and everything else that was so frustrating to them. But he did not, I think, care very much for Shamir.
This video is called "How Israel Cucked the United States." Like, how is that allowed?
I'm trying to think about others, but I can't think of any others. No doubt 2 decades before Bush was even sworn in as president, Lyndon Baines Johnson was feeling just as angry and ineffectual. It was the morning of June 8, 1967. Navy Ensign John Diedrich Scott turned 24 years old. His birthday was business as usual. His crew was stationed in the Mediterranean after having traveled all the way from West Africa. It was an early morning. Just before 4 a.m., he'd get to work. Deck watch. At about the exact same time, a Nord Atlas took to the sky to begin an air reconnaissance patrol. The plane, belonging to the Israeli Air Force, was patrolling along the Mediterranean coast to detect ships beyond radar range. There was only one. It was Navy Ensign Scott's ship. On the bridge, Scott spotted the plane. He grabbed his binoculars to get a better view. A flying boxcar with a double fuselage and twin engines. Just 15 minutes before, Scott had watched the ship's American flag being pulled by the wind. Up in the cockpit of the Nord Atlas, an Israeli naval officer scanned below, serving as an aerial observer. At 5:45, the plane began reporting that the ship was a destroyer. Less than 20 minutes later, though, according to an official Israeli history, the plane reported that it was, in fact, a U.S. Navy supply ship. The observer had even spotted the ship's hull markings, GTR-5, and the plane's crew radioed the information to ground control. Upon landing, the observer was debriefed by a Lieutenant Commander Pinchasi of Air Command, after which, according to an official Israeli inquiry, the identification of the ship was determined to be the U.S. Navy ship Liberty. Hi, my name is GDF, and you can probably tell by the direction that this video is going in that I'm not very advertiser-friendly. For that reason, I rely completely on my patrons, subscribers, and donations. Hours before the attack, Israel knew not only that an American ship sailed nearby, but that it was the spy ship Liberty. Aboard the USS Liberty was a signals intelligence and cryptology command called the Naval Security Group, an organization which reported to the National Security Agency, the NSA. Outfitted with 45 towering antennas and a satellite dish on the ship's stern which bounced messages off the moon to Washington, the ship's true mission was a poorly kept secret.
Ugliest ship in the Navy and the most unusual, and therefore the easiest of all ships to recognize.
The ship's captain, William McGonigal, would later testify that the configuration of the ship with unusual mast antennae arrangements had resulted in some surveillance from the Southwest African countries during its first 2 deployments. Its usual stomping grounds. African art and masks decorated the ship's walls. Summer 1967 was supposed to entail steaming off to Angola, Liberia, and Gabon. From the port of Abidjan, however, the ship received new marching orders. Late spring saw things heat up rapidly in the Middle East. Egypt and Israel appeared ever closer to war. The ship was now to sail towards Spain, and finally, off of the Sinai Peninsula. It was here that the Liberty was to listen in on communications flying between the warring parties of the ensuing 6-day war. Each day, beginning with Israel's preemptive attack on Egypt, the Liberty was sending a steady stream of updates back to Washington about Israel's capturing the Sinai and the West Bank, including the Old City of Jerusalem, in just the first 3 days. The ship was very much not a battleship, and as we shall see, almost completely defenseless. The Liberty carried no cannons and was armed with 4 Browning 50 caliber machine guns. The ship's 4-page gunnery doctrine declared the mounted gun's primary function was to repel boarders, not shoot down fighters. The ship's infirmary was, in turn, not outfitted for war zones. Out of a crew of almost 300, the main ward could accommodate just 4 patients. On a previous cruise, a sailor had to be evacuated to a hospital in Senegal for appendicitis. The examination room, with its lone surgical table, carried sutures and local anesthetic. However, the sailors did not have much reason to believe they'd be targeted for attack by anyone.
Yo, this would make a good movie,
flying
huh?
On its mast, its freshly painted hull markings, its configuration, size, and speed, coupled with the clear weather and lack of surrounding ships, made an attack all the less likely. After all, no nation had ever attacked a spy ship, so the worries were not overt, particularly because the Liberty sailed in international waters. Navy Ensign Scott still had eyes on the plane, and even shot 4 photos with a 35mm camera. The plane circled around several times, then took off in a true direction toward Tel Aviv. A single jet aircraft circled the ship at 8:50. 2 more jets circled 3 times at 10:30. 11 a.m. another plane circled. More planes came at 11:30, 11:45, 12:20, and 12:45. The weather log on the Liberty showed clear skies, calm seas, and excellent visibility north of the Sinai on June 8, 1967. The calm preceded a vicious storm.
Sketchy as fuck.
Just before 2 p.m., Captain McGonigal peered through binoculars from the starboard wing. He spotted a fighter jet. Ensign Patrick O'Malley studied the radar. On the screen were 3 blips. "We've got 3 unidentified vessels, steady bearing, decreasing range, coming right at us."
As a captain, I've never seen anything approach the ship this fast.
McGonigal turned to Lieutenant Junior Grade Lloyd Painter. "I think they're going to attack." French-made Mirage jets strafed the Liberty. The bridge was first. Rockets and 30mm cannon rounds pummeled the vessel. Shrapnel flew everywhere.
And I could see orange flashes just dancing down the deck. Men in the forward gun mounts, both forward gun mounts were literally blown into the air and end over end.
The Liberty never stood a chance. From just the first burst of bombs and bullets, the ship's machine guns were destroyed. Antennae were smashed. Basketball-sized craters littered the deck and bridge. McGonigal alerted the crew to increase speed to maximum power, but the jets had blown out one of the ship's 2 boilers. The Liberty's max speed would be just about 13 miles per hour. Jets tag-teamed the ship and attacked it in a crisscross formation. The fighters first strafed the Liberty from bow to stern, targeting the bridge, machine guns, and antennae. With those destroyed or on fire, the attackers crisscrossed the spy ship to target the engine room, the Liberty's heart. The attacks came in waves, about every minute. Radioing for help proved increasingly impossible as the jets targeted each of the ship's 45 antennae. 6 minutes into the attack, the radiomen switched transmitters hoping to get a message out, but the receiver blared feedback noise. Thinking this was just a malfunction, The men were horrified to find the same noise on every frequency, leading the radio men to conclude that the attackers had jammed the Liberty's communications, since only between the attacks could the operators receive signals. The Mirage fighters were just the beginning. The second phase of the attack saw the fighters replaced by Mystère bombers armed with napalm. Burning at 3,000 degrees, the explosion sent smoke barreling through the bridge. Bits of flaming jelly charred walls and blistered paint. Fuel barrels caught fire and sent more smoke in the air. After unloading their payloads, the bombers too vanished. There was now another calm in the skies, though not aboard the Liberty, whose deck was strewn with dead and dying. But still, the worst was yet to come, as those 3 blips on the radar screen still hadn't arrived yet.
The torpedo boats that happened to have been the 3 blips that I had seen on the radar scope had reached us and were now firing armor-piercing bullets through the ship.
McGonigal again pulled up his binoculars and saw, some 15 miles off the starboard side, 3 torpedo boats coming straight toward him. The skipper ordered new men to replace the dead ones at the 50 cals, and a new American flag raised to replace the one knocked down by the jets. They grabbed the largest one they had, 7 by 13 feet, and pulled it up the mast at 2:26 p.m. Up until now, the ship's crew had no idea who was even attacking them. Egyptians? Soviets?
I saw what appeared to me to be an Israeli flag on one of the boats.
No doubt McGonigal was stunned to find, as the torpedo boats approached some 2,000 yards away, a blue and white flag with a Star of David in the center.
We should have fucking gone to war for this, man.
Fire.
We should have
Along
fucking
with
crushed
50
them
cows of
right
their
there.
own, the ships also possessed 20 and 40 millimeter
Done.
cannons. These weapons, of course, were designed to create a distraction as their gunners manually aimed torpedoes at the Liberty. Nearly 300 sailors
This
now
gave the
prepared
world so
for
much
the
heartache.
unthinkable. Not since the waning days of World War II, and before many of the Liberty's crew members were even born, had another nation torpedoed an American ship. At 2:34 p.m., McGonigal watched a torpedo gliding underneath the water,
420.
which flew past the Liberty's stern by 25 yards, but the Israeli boats had fired 5. At 2:35 p.m., the Liberty was lifted out of the water and sloshed back down. The power was out, all the generators and even the steering had failed. A single torpedo had slammed directly into the ship's starboard side, blasting a hole 39 feet wide and 24 feet tall. Water cascaded into the ship. Oil, classified documents, keycards, and bodies poured out into the sea. 25 sailors were killed by the explosion. If not during the 8 reconnaissance flights over the Liberty, then certainly amid the attack from the fighter jets and bombers, the Liberty was identified for what it was, according to Lieutenant Colonel Shmuel Kislev, then Israel's chief air controller at General Headquarters in Tel Aviv.
The Air Force stops all operations and says, all our aircraft, all our attack aircraft, please stop. I must say that at that point in time, in my mind, it was an American ship.
You thought it was an American
I was quite certain it was an American ship.
More than 20 minutes before the fatal torpedo strike that killed 25 sailors, Israel's chief air controller conclusively identified the Liberty as an American ship. Navy Ensign John Scott, preempting another torpedo blast, instructed his men to grab life preservers and prepare to abandon ship. The men dropped several life rafts overboard, but Lieutenant Painter watched in horror as one of the torpedo boats zoomed past and machine-gunned the rubber rafts. The torpedo boats continued to rain shells and armor-piercing 50-caliber rounds at the ship. Finally, the firing stopped.
Iraq,
one of the torpedo boats approached to about 500 yards away from the Liberty.
There's definitely room, like a proxy government can be, 10 to 15% better, maybe. Maybe. That's kind of the wiggle room, right? Between 10 to 15, plus or minus 15%. Maybe 20. Let's go 20. No, not 20. 15%. Yeah, 15%. Oh, that's not true either. It's not plus or minus, right? Like, You can be 15% less ultra, but you can be as much, you know, of ultra as you want, you know.
At this point, the Liberty's crew were using a lamp to signal U.S. naval ship. Bizarrely, the torpedo boat signaled back, "Do you need help?" "No," they replied. "Do you want us to stand by?" "No, thank you," they replied, followed by the last communication from the Israeli vessel. "Good luck."
Oh, yeah.
It was still morning in Washington. At 11...
What was that plot I saw? And they were going to somehow oust him and prevent the election.
11:04 a.m., President Johnson left his White House residence. He had just learned what happened. He stopped at the Oval Office and then made his way into the Situation Room, where he was greeted by Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, Secretary of State Dean Rusk, Walt Rostow, the National Security Advisor. Also joining them was Clark Clifford, chairman of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. "We were baffled," Clifford later wrote in his memoir, Counsel to the President. "From the beginning, there was skepticism and disbelief about the Israeli version of events. We had enormous respect for Israeli intelligence, and it was difficult to believe the Liberty had been attacked by mistake. Every conceivable theory was advanced that morning. It became clear that from the
They just didn't want the fucking surveillance.
we could not figure out what had
They
happened.
they didn't like that the U.S. was just
Despite
like
doubts in the
monitoring all their
Johnson administration,
communications.
And as we shall see from Johnson himself, Congress was either completely silent or came to Israel's defense. As the Liberty crew was clinging to life, turning their mess hall into a makeshift emergency room, plugging hundreds of shell holes to keep the tilting ship from flooding, and counting 34 dead sailors, Jacob Javits took to the Senate floor. "The government of Israel has already stated that this was an erroneous attack by Israel's forces. The government of Israel has apologized. I am sure that it will do everything that one would expect by way of compensation and other appropriate measures," said the senator from New York. Senator Frank Laushi of Ohio, a member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, praised Israel for its great valor during the war, calling it heroism unequaled. Regarding the Liberty, extreme caution should be exercised by the United States so that there will not be reimposed upon the Israel nation conditions on U.S. aid. Abraham Ribicoff, senator from Connecticut, spoke solemnly of the tragic loss of life on board the USS Liberty, the subject of armed attack, but not before gushing, "With dedication, courage, and heart, the Israeli people have fought a remarkable fight." The senator from New York, none other than Bobby Kennedy, named the perpetrator, to his credit, "The tragic mistake of today, when Israel's forces attacked a U.S. ship, must alert us all, if further alert were needed, to the danger of the world we live in, but not before lauding Israel. Throughout this country and all over the world, men are moved and impressed by the bravery of Israel's people for the last 4 days, as for the 20 years before." Democrat representative from Illinois, Roman Puchinski, also chimed in from the other side of Congress, again naming the culprit. "It was with heavy heart that we learned a little while ago of the tragic mistake which occurred in the Mediterranean when an Israeli ship mistakenly attacked an American ship," followed by an all-too-familiar rhetorical device which endures to the present day. "These are the tragic consequences of armed conflict." And that was it. Sure, more than 24 lawmakers took to the floor to applaud Israel for its performance on the battlefield, but not a single other lawmaker mentioned the attack on the Liberty the day that it became public knowledge. Each one of these expressions of sorrow were buried in speeches promoting Israel as an ally and, of course, championing aid to the country. Things didn't change much in this regard, even as the facts of what happened came to light. How could this be?
That was enough to get Bobby killed, you know.
The Zionist project to colonize Palestine has existed in its modern form since the first Aliyah in 1882, to the land which was at that point still under Ottoman rule. Indeed, the earliest Zionist lobbies in the United States include the Zionist Organization of America, founded in 1897. With the establishment of the State of Israel, recognized by Harry Truman's government just minutes after the clock struck midnight on May the 14th, 1948. More lobbies would organize in order to secure aid to the nascent Jewish state. One would be more consequential than any other. It called itself
Kennedy pushed
the
back on him
American
a little bit.
Zionist Council. Its frontman in Washington, Isaiah Kennan, was previously the public relations official for the American branch of the Jewish Agency for Israel, formerly the Jewish Agency for Palestine. For this work, Kennan registered as a foreign agent in 1947, pursuant to the 1938 Foreign Agents Registration Act. But in 1951, Kennan assumed his new role as a lobbyist. The American Zionist Council's mission was securing aid to Israel. At this point, still economic assistance, since Truman placed an arms embargo on the country calculated to avoid alienating Arab countries. Their first success came with the Mutual Security Act, the successor to the Marshall Plan that allotted tens of millions of dollars in aid to Israel, among other countries. This comprised the first major U.S. foreign aid package to the Jewish state. Kennan carefully crafted a model which endures to the present, and in celebration of the aid package, began sponsoring trips to Israel for members of Congress. Preempting the 1952 election, the American Zionist Council inserted political positions into the campaigns of both the Democrat and Republican candidates for the presidency. Pro-Israel positions would be represented across the board. The idea that tax-exempt donations were being used to lobby for aid to a foreign government irked the ensuing Eisenhower administration, writes Middle East policy scholar Stephen Spiegel. The tension between the Eisenhower administration and Israeli supporters was so acute that there were rumors, unfounded as it turned out, that the administration would investigate the American Zionist Council. Therefore, an independent lobbying group was formed within the auspices of the American Zionist Committee. And so, the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs was born. Kennan would additionally put his background as a journalist to use, founding the Near East Report. Over the years, at the request of the Jewish Agency for Israel made available to the American Zionist Council the sums listed below for subscriptions to the Near East Report. The weekly editorial would be sent to, ultimately, every single member of Congress. Money poured into the AZC coffers, courtesy of the Jewish Agency. When Executive Vice Chairman Gottlieb Hammer was asked, "Do you know, prior to 1960, approximately how much you supplied to the American Zionist Council?" Hammer responded, "My recollection would be somewhere in the neighborhood of around 600 to 700,000 prior to 1960. Each year, he was asked? Each year, yes, sir." The new decade would constitute a new era for the organization, especially for its lobbying arm, who, in 1959, would send a letter to the office of the Secretary of the U.S. Senate. This is to advise you that the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs, which is registered with you, has changed its name to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. At daybreak, on June 9th, deck crews began cleaning up the wreckage of the USS Liberty, all that remained but the bodies, which were being stored in freezers and air-conditioned rooms. With hoses, they washed blood, flesh, and bone off the deck. Sailors even discovered a shoe with a foot still inside. Just 2 days after the attack, the Naval Court of Inquiry investigating the event convened in London. Admiral John McCain Jr., Navy commander for Europe and the Middle East, appointed Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd Jr. to lead the inquiry. And Kidd chose Captain Ward Boston as chief counsel.
My name is Ward Boston Jr. I'm a retired Navy captain, United States Navy. I was the counsel of the Court of Inquiry that was appointed by Admiral McCain.
Got so much blood libel.
Israeli shooting up the USS Liberty on 8 June 1967.
Their report was completed by the end of the month. Among their findings, the ship was hit by more than 821 shells and rockets, many of them incendiary. Notably, from the time of the first air attack onward, attackers were well-coordinated, accurate, and determined. Criss-crossing rocket and machine gun runs from both bows, both beams, and quarters effectively chewed up entire topside, including ship control and internal communications. Well-directed initial air attacks had wiped out the ability of the 450 caliber machine guns to be effective. As for the torpedo boats which followed the jets, PT attack first developed from starboard side and was identified as a high-speed run-in. And very shortly thereafter, the commanding officer identified the Star of David flag on this lead boat. The inquiry addressed a number of Israeli explanations for what they maintained was an accidental attack on the Liberty. Namely, the claim that the Israelis had mistaken the Liberty for the Egyptian El Qudsr, which they say was sailing in the vicinity of a shell bombardment on the Sinai. Navy investigators called this resemblance highly superficial, saying El Qudsr is less than half the size and lacks the elaborate antenna array and distinctive hull markings of Liberty. The location of the superstructure island, a primary recognition feature of merchant-type ships, is widely different. Further, they concluded, it is inconceivable that either the IDF Navy or Air Force would associate Liberty with her 4 50 caliber machine guns, or El Qudsr armed with 2 3-pounders with a shore bombardment. Of course, the Israeli claim that the Liberty flew no flag was roundly contradicted by each witness, including Ensign David Lucas, Lieutenant Junior Grade Lloyd Painter, Ensign John Scott, who we'll remember was up at dawn for deck watch, Lieutenant George Golden, RMC Wayne Smith, and of course, none other than the captain, McGonigal himself. Despite these findings, the report concluded that available evidence combines to indicate the attack on Liberty on June 8th was in fact a case of mistaken identity. The findings of the report were made in spite of a number of limitations, which would be described in detail in a searing confession by the chief investigators themselves years later. Projections for the 1960s looked promising for the American Zionist Council, and their expenditures for 1962 to 1963 would constitute a media blitz, including a cultivation of editors, TV and radio interviews, positive articles in the Christian press and in academic journals, seminars in universities, distribution of books to libraries, monitoring of Arabs, among other initiatives. But the ambitious American Zionist Council would be cut short in their prime. Or would they? The AZC had caught the attention of the powerful Democrat senator from Arkansas, the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, James William Fulbright. Beginning in 1961, the Senate committee would charter an investigation into the nature and extent of efforts of foreign governments to influence the content and direction of United States foreign policy. Fulbright wasn't alone in his concerns. In late 1962, Assistant Attorney General J. Walter Yeagley informed his boss, Robert F. Kennedy, that we are soliciting next week the registration of the American Zionist Council under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, since it was reported that the council received over $32,000 in subventions and over $11,000 as a special grant from the American section of the Jewish Agency for Israel. Under the Act, the receipt of such funds from the Jewish Agency constitutes the Council an agent of a foreign principal. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Yeagley, on behalf of the Department of Justice, orders the American Zionist Council to register as an agent of a foreign government. Less than 2 months later, 6 weeks to be exact, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee severs itself from the AZC to become its own corporation. However, AIPAC would not register as a foreign agent. Despite taking over the entire American Zionist Council's operations, the Fulbright investigation culminates in hearings later in the year, where it is revealed that the Jewish Agency from January 1, 1955 through December 31, 1962, made payments totaling $5,100,000 to the American Zionist Council to carry on activities within the United States. Through its failure to require itemization, the Department of Justice and, therefore, the public was unaware of the public relations activities in the interest of Israel carried on within the United States by the agency. It wasn't until the year 2004 when an aging Ward Boston, the senior legal counsel to the Navy Court of Inquiry into the Liberty attack, gave in to his guilty conscience. In a sworn affidavit that was inserted into the congressional record, Boston told all. For more than 30 years, I have remained silent on the topic of USS Liberty. However, recent attempts to rewrite history compel me to share the truth. Boston describes how he was assigned to the job while serving as a captain in the Judge Advocate General Corps. He goes on to list the flaws in the investigation. The late Admiral Isaac Kidd, president of the court, and I were given only 1 week to gather evidence for the Navy's official investigation into the attack, despite the fact that we both had estimated that a proper court of inquiry into an attack of this magnitude would take at least 6 months. Despite these limitations, the pair were able to acquire damning evidence, much of which we went over earlier. The evidence was clear. Both Admiral Kidd and I believed with certainty that this attack, which killed 34 American sailors and injured 172, was a deliberate effort to sink an American ship and murder its entire crew. I recall Admiral Kidd repeatedly referring to the Israeli forces responsible for the attack as murderous bastards. Hammering the point home, the Israeli attack was planned and deliberate and could not possibly have been an accident. I am certain that the Israeli pilots that undertook the attack, as well as their superiors who had ordered the attack, were well aware that the ship was American. I saw the flag, which had visibly identified the ship as American, riddled with bullet holes, and heard testimony that made it clear that the Israelis intended there be no survivors.
It was an intended attack, deliberate, well-planned, except not well executed because they didn't sink the ship.
Not only did the Israelis attack the ship with napalm, gunfire, and missiles, Israeli torpedo boats machine-gunned 3 lifeboats that had been launched in an attempt by the crew to save the most seriously wounded, a war crime. Their superior, Admiral McCain, was adamant that we were not to travel to Israel or contact the Israelis concerning this matter. Finally, Boston writes that the late Admiral Kidd had personally told him that President Lyndon Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered him to conclude that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
But it's one of those situations where when political action takes over, when you're told by the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense to keep your mouth shut, don't say anything, and that's a direct order.
That the inquiry should have lasted months and not days is evidenced by the investigation of the spy ship Pueblo, captured by North Korea and its crew held hostage for 11 months in 1968. While the Liberty's inquiry lasted 8 days and produced 158 pages of transcripts, the Pueblo investigation lasted nearly 4 months and produced a transcript almost 3,400 pages long. Of course, Boston was far from the only person who felt the way he did. Then NSA Director, Lieutenant General Marshall Carter, commanded the agency which the Liberty reported to. He was never convinced of the official story, telling his interviewer for an oral history, "It couldn't be anything else but deliberate. There's just no way you could have a series of circumstances that would justify it being an accident." So said his Deputy Director of Operations, Oliver Kirby. One shot would be an accident or even one torpedo, but there was damage from all directions. We knew it was deliberate. It was very well planned, premeditated. They knew exactly what they were doing. Assistant Deputy Director of Operations, Brigadier General John Morrison Jr., concurred. We just couldn't believe that. We knew what the Liberty stood for. We knew what it looked like. It was not a small ship. It was a large ship. They, being a bright bunch of folks, we had to believe that they knew. They saw the silhouette of the ship. They knew when they looked at it what it was. Our flag was flying. Thomas L. Hughes directed the State Department's own intelligence agency, the Bureau of Intelligence and Research. In 6 strafing runs, it appears remarkable that none of the aircraft pilots identified the vessel as American. He'd type in a memo to Acting Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach 5 days after the attack. The torpedo boat attack was made approximately 20 minutes after the air attack. The surface attack could have been called off in that time had proper air identification been made. Liberty crew members were able to identify and record the whole number of one of the small, fast-moving torpedo boats during the 2 minutes that elapsed between their attack run and the launching of the first torpedo. But the Israeli boat commanders apparently failed to identify the much larger and more easily identifiable Liberty at 11,000 tons, 455 feet long, large identification numbers on hull. Granville Austin was director of the Near East and South Asia office at the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, making him a centrally placed official for intelligence on the attack. Everybody knew it wasn't an accident. They knew damn well what it was. That it was an accident, of course, was nonsense. At CIA as well, doubts persisted and permeated through the highest levels. An official CIA history of Director Richard Helms's tenure, which included the attack on the Liberty, reads, "Although Israeli authorities in Tel Aviv immediately apologized for the grievous accident, many informed Americans soon came to believe that the assault had been anything but accidental. CIA initially resisted this judgment, but the cumulative weight of the evidence rapidly undermined this position." The CIA history also quotes then Deputy CIA Director Vice Admiral Rufus Taylor in a letter to Director Helms. To me, the picture thus far presents the distinct possibility that the Israelis knew that Liberty might be their target and attacked anyway, either through confusion in command and control or through deliberate disregard of instructions on the part of subordinates. And let's not forget the director himself, who would sit down for his oral history interviews in 1984. About the Liberty, Helms said, "Since this is for the agency's record, I don't think there can be any doubt that the Israelis knew exactly what they were doing. Why they wanted to attack the Liberty, whose bright idea this was, I can't possibly know. But any statement to the effect that they didn't know that it was an American ship and so forth is nonsense. I have always assumed, without knowing the truth of the matter, that somebody in the Israeli hierarchy figured that the ship was monitoring what the Israelis were doing in Syria, and that before they attacked in the Golan Heights, they didn't want the United States to try to stop them from getting on with the job. So the thing to do was to take out this vessel and stop our ability to hear the transmission of their messages. That's just my surmise." A conversation followed by pages and pages of redactions. President Johnson himself reportedly fumed. Less than 2 weeks after the attack, Charles Roberts, reporting for Newsweek, cited a top-level theory that someone in the Israeli armed forces ordered the Liberty sunk because he suspected it had taken down messages showing that Israel started the fighting. President Johnson was the magazine's source. In a seemingly logic-defying twist of fate, the period following June 8, 1967, would be precisely the moment that the real sea change took place in terms of the absolute amount of U.S. aid to Israel. The efforts of the lobby to stifle dissenting views in Congress and to push for the lifting of the arms embargo began to bear fruit. Indeed, just months after the Liberty attack, and with all that had come to light about it, that lobby began pressuring the new Special Assistant for National Security, Walt Rostow, who proved more susceptible to these pressures, and the embargo was lifted. A lobby, as we've seen, that was an entirely foreign creation, set up and seed-funded to advance Israel's interests at the expense of the United States. Indeed, despite Johnson's fury, in which he went so far as to tell Newsweek's Charles Roberts that he believed the Liberty attack was deliberate, he himself caved to the pressure, as documented by Henry Kissinger in a 1969 strategy document. Congress subsequently furnished Israel with its first major arsenal of U.S. weapons, fighter planes, replacing France as Israel's main arms supplier in doing so. Those Mystères and Mirages which strafed and napalmed the Liberty would be swapped with F-4 Phantoms, and soon enough, F-15s and 16s would follow. Approved by a Congress that, it appears, didn't have the excuse of not knowing the obvious. By the end of the month of the Liberty attack, on June 29th, the House heard clearly for themselves the outrage of Representative Craig Hosmer, a Navy reservist who served in World War II. Hosmer was well-versed in ship identification. I can only conclude that the coordinated attack by aircraft and motor torpedo boats on the USS Liberty, 15.5 miles north of Sinai on June 8th, which killed 34 officers and men of the Navy and wounded another 75, was deliberate. The fact that the USS Liberty was a victory hull vessel, hundreds of which were produced and used by the U.S. Navy during World War II and since, rules out the possibility of mistaken identity. Every ship recognition book in the world has for years identified the characteristic victory hull and superstructure of the USS Liberty as U.S. Navy property. Thomas Abernathy took the floor moments later. The Democrat representative from Mississippi spoke candidly. I have heard members of this House and many, many others say that if this had been done by others, the leaders of our government would have moved in with sternness and appropriate demands or even retaliatory action. Regardless of who is responsible, friendly or unfriendly, when American sons are unnecessarily killed by unprovoked military attack, even in a case of mistaken identity, Uncle Sam, as a rule, demands to know why, and ordinarily, we do not stop with just a demand. The ship was well marked, so said the Pentagon. Its name was painted on its stern. U.S. letters and numbers were on its bow. The day was clear, and it was distinctly flying the flag that you and I stood here and so praised and respected just a few days ago on Flag Day. What complaint have we registered?
On Flag
What
Day?
has Washington said?
On fucking Flag
To tell
Day?
you the truth, this great capital, as well as this great government, if it can still be called great, was and is as quiet as the
Abernathy
tomb
spitting.
regarding this horrible event. Few other elected leaders said or did anything. Of the 435 House members, only Hosmer and Abernathy spoke out during the 3.5 hours that legislative body met. No one in the Senate, which met for less than 2 hours, mentioned the attack. It's not a mystery as to why. The reason for such silence from Congress, and for, not to mention, impunity from consequence, from the invasions of Lebanon, siege of Beirut, the occupation, annexation, and apartheid in the Palestinian territories, the continued genocide in Gaza, or from the very outset, the deliberate attempt to sink an American ship and its crew.
Not fucking Flag
The reason
Day.
for such
God.
total impunity was there all along for everyone to see. That a foreign government has operated freely through its agents in the American democratic system.
An EDM. That's what I have to say about that. What a badass stream. Wouldn't you totally fucking vibe at this stream? You just like didn't know. Oh fuck, dude, this guy knows what he's doing. Yeah. Shut up, as a kiss is my favorite thing. Where next? Oh, the Caspian report's going in on Raisi, huh? Oh, dude. Check out your boy Thomas Massey.
All right, good.
I think it's a defector Ninja Turtle, if I recall. Yeah, there's like a giant Ninja Turtle. There's a giant Ninja Turtle chasing a regular size one. It's like a prehistoric. It's like oh man. Oh, I have the picture somewhere.
Good morning, welcome to Counterpoints. Very little bit of housekeeping, because most of you have figured this transition out by now. If you haven't, the email support@locals.com is actually, like, there are real people on the other side of it who are tasked with answering your questions.
Yes.
They will answer them.
Yes.
Like, it's not just a black hole that you're going to send your complaints into, so be polite.
Right.
Because it is going to go to a real person.
Support@locals.com. If you've had any issues, make sure to connect your email, check your inbox. Obviously, we're doing the transition this week, but if you had any issues, there are real people on the end of support@locals.com. And we're working right now on Spotify connectivity, but that problem should be fixed soon. Appreciate you guys all hanging in there with us during this little transition period, but we're super excited, and everything has been going well with Breaking Points this week because Ryan's been around.
There you
with
go.
the magic
Exactly.
touch.
Bro show.
Yes, but welcome to Counterpoints on that note. We have a great show. We actually have Gabriel Shipton coming in here in just a bit, Julian Assange's brother, because we're going to talk about the big updates in the Assange case. We're going to start today with elections around the country. It's obviously an election year, which means primary results continue to trickle in on Tuesdays, some really interesting ones last night. We'll have updates from Israel, the Associated Press saga that played out yesterday with AP cameras. Bill Maher was on The View for some reason.
Of course, that's great.
We're going to talk about that. Yeah, love that for him, love that for them. A really interesting poll on generational differences on some really key things from Gen Z and the baby boomers. We're going to dive into all of that. We're going to talk about ScarJo, the Scarlett Johansson OpenAI debacle,
all right, shut
basically.
up, man.
And then we'll close with Gabriel, who we're excited to have in studio.
No. And I'll tell my story of partying with Scarlett Johansson back when I worked at the Huffington Post and used to be cool.
I didn't want to bring it up because I didn't know how off the record it was, but stay tuned for this because it actually is a good story. All right, but let's start with elections. A1 up on the screen in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District last night. Thomas Massey.
My man.
Let's just call him a friend of the show because
There you
I
go.
feel like there aren't many Republican
My
congressmen
man.
that we can say that about. But here at
Somebody
the
actually
Breaking
reached
Points
out
universe.
from his universe and said he wants to come on the show.
Yeah,
so
I
of
fuck
course,
with
come on.
Massey.
Good. We admire Thomas Massey's. If we admire Thomas Massey for one particular thing, it's his courage in standing up against political correctness, frankly, even when it's inconvenient for a Republican. So there was some to-do made about Thomas Massey in his re-election bid. He cleaned up last night. About 76% of the vote.
He
You
went
can
to
see
King,
that
he
on the
best
screen
not
here
miss.
from the New York Times as of right now, with 95% of the votes in. Ren, I looked it up. He got 65% of the vote back in 2022. So he actually did better this go around, despite, as you've reported, AIPAC targeting members of Congress, including him, because he's pushed back on some of the very broad language in bills that have been sort of symbolic bills. Ones that, people on both sides have said are important symbolic bills on both sides of these bills, but about Israel and anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism. And Massey's been one of the few Republican voices of reason.
And you can tell how much they must hate Thomas Massey if they're willing to spend money to support a Scotch-Irish guy, McGuinness, down there. Although it's probably pretty hard to find a candidate in Kentucky who's not Scotch-Irish, right?
Yeah, that would be a real challenge.
Yeah, but so, Thomas Massey withstanding nowhere near the amount of AIPAC money that they're spending against squad members and squad aligned members, but, well into the six figures. Like, nothing to sneeze at.
In a little Republican primary. Yeah.
Right, and won extraordinarily convincingly. So that should send a message in kind of Trump districts that a couple $100,000 or $1 million of AIPAC money is not going to knock you off.
Take us up to Portlandia, Ryan. Really, to a very could be a Portlandia sketch this election.
A couple $1 million can knock you off in Portland.
Yes.
All right, so we can put this element up. So we've been following this for the last couple of weeks. And the climax here, Maxine Dexter, the AIPAC-backed candidate in Portland's race, ended up beating Sushila Jayapal and Eddie Morales in kind of a three-way race in a fairly convincing fashion. They're still counting the votes. It's mail-in ballots. But the last I checked, Dexter was over 50%, almost beating Jayapal by 2-1. Jayapal was considered, if you're just checking in on this race now, to be the front runner in this race a month ago. And then a month ago, millions of dollars of dark money started being spent through two super PACs, one called 314 Action Fund, which says it's a pro-science super PAC, and the other one called Americans for Responsive Government, or Voters for Responsive Government, which a brand new super PAC, never existed before. It was launched on April 1st, which meant that it didn't have to disclose its donors until May 20th. It started spending, collectively, they spent millions of dollars against Jayapal and for Dexter, and the entire time Dexter was saying, she had absolutely no idea where this money could possibly be coming from. And I've talked to people close to her, talked to people inside 314. They all say everybody knew where this money was coming from. It was AIPAC. We then know that from FEC records that she herself got hundreds of thousands of dollars from AIPAC donors. But yesterday, 2 days ago, on May 20th, the day before the election was held, Voters for Responsive Government was finally required to file with the FEC, and this was when we expected that we would learn about their donors. And if you can put up this element here, here it is. They filed an FEC report. Emily, take a look at that. Look.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen anything like that?
No.
Just zeros.
I've never seen anything like it. When you tweeted that, I was
like, cash on hands, zero.
Yeah. Yeah.
This, 0, 0, 0, 0. And so what they're clearly saying there is that whoever we got this money from would be too toxic, even with 1 day before the race, to disclose publicly.
Now, explain to people how they get away with that.
Yeah, so what they're basically going to do is they're going to file an amended return with the FEC, which will disclose who their donors are and say, whoops, who could have seen, how did this happen?
Interns.
We turned in the wrong paper. This one was under the couch. This is our fault. FEC will then fine them. And they will then peel off from their stack of bills, hand the FEC the money, and even probably throw a little tip at the regulator while they're at it.
Right.
Because they can. Right. Because who cares?
It's not criminal. Right.
Right. It's not falsifying business records.
Yes. Well, and for campaign-related purposes, can you imagine?
Now, if there's a porn star involved somewhere, then maybe the New York Attorney General will find a way to have some type of jurisdiction over that.
Yeah.
Basically, they're just going to pay the fine and not tell you, where the money came from until after the election.
I don't think you can even just be clear enough about what you've reported here over the last couple of weeks. When you have you have somebody who is, this was a really close race. It was like tightly packed. Even, I'm reading Oregon media and from Oregon Public Broadcasting, they're like, the policy differences were not, obvious between any of these people.
All progressive Democrats.
Right.
Yeah.
Dexter announced later than everyone else. It just is crazy how the money swept in. It doesn't always happen this way, but when it does, it's so obvious. It's so clear exactly what happened. And that's what happened here.
Yeah, and what AIPAC discovered in a couple of other races, Summer Lee's in particular, was that because AIPAC is primarily funded, not exclusively, but primarily funded by Republicans who also give money to Republicans, Trump, McCarthy, whoever, that it's not necessarily the pro-Israel money that hurts them in the Democratic primary among kind of normie Democratic voters, although I think it is in a place like Portland right now that is a problem given what Israel is doing in Gaza. But in general, what Summer Lee hit her opponent for was not taking pro-Israel money, was not taking AIPAC money, but was for taking MAGA money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it fits into the hyperpolarized kind of partisan nature, and because it's a Democratic primary.
Right.
Like the people voting in Democratic primaries are hardcore Democrats.
I was going to say, speaking of which, this is a really deep blue district. So if you're wondering why this particular primary is a big deal, it's because that's basically who just won the general election. This is the race to replace Earl Blumenauer in that district. So
you could imagine that if it were reversed, and let's say George Soros and a bunch of other let's say Harvey Weinstein's not in jail, and they are supporting a super PAC that is then playing in Republican primaries, spending millions of dollars against one Republican to pick up another one.
Yeah.
You would imagine the other Republican would be like, this is just a bunch of Democrat money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
Hollywood money.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And on that note, let's move over to California's 20th district. That's Kevin McCarthy's
We'll come back to
district.
Portland in a second because there was an interesting one.
Yes,
But
well,
yeah,
we're doing congressional districts. Our last stop on this tour of American elections last night would be California's 20th district, where there's a huge spending advantage to Vince Fong, who was kind of handpicked by Kevin McCarthy. People refer to him as a Kevin McCarthy protege to take that seat.
She's annoying. I can't fuck with her. Trying to find my thumb drive. Just wanna fucking. I downloaded the stream the other day, so I could put it on Patreon, and I don't want to just like delete it. You know, figure I might as well if I can throw it on the hard drive in case I need it for something. Altar to the Watchers on Mount Herman. Man, Mystery History just keeps the hits on coming, man. He's just banger after banger, man. Mystery History goes so hard. Soon, my man. Soon. Toosted VX Twitter and it didn't work. Wow.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We've got a great show for you today. There is some big news.
So they almost got the Twitter
front this morning.
thing to work.
European nations have come out recognizing the state of Palestine. Let's watch.
Last month I stood on these same steps with Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, and we said that the point of recognizing the state of Palestine was coming closer. That point has now arrived. Today, Ireland, Norway, and Spain are announcing that we recognize the state of Palestine. Each of us will now undertake whatever national steps are necessary to give effect to that decision. In the lead up to today's announcement, I've spoken with a number of other leaders and counterparts, and I'm confident that further countries will join us in taking this important step in the coming weeks.
Although scores of countries have recognized Palestinian statehood, the closely coordinated announcement of 3 Western nations carried weight amid the growing toll of Israel's 8-month-long offensive into Gaza. It's also notable that Norway was among the 3 nations as it brokered the ultimately failed 1993 Oslo Accords when Palestinians came a whisper away from a 2-state solution. This recognition defies what the U.S. has been asking for and leaves many questions about the role the U.S. might play when the Israeli offensive stops. We will talk about all of that shortly.
This flies in the face of what Israel believes. This tape aired on Israeli television the other night, revealing a secret recording where Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says there will never be a Palestinian state. Let's watch.
אנחנו מפרסמים הערב התבטאות מעניינת מאוד של שר הביטחון יואב גלנט. בהקלטה שאנחנו מביאים הערב, גלנט אומר, עזבו את ההצהרות של האמריקאים. הם מבינים שלא תהיה רשות פלסטינית ברצועת עזה, ושגם לא תהיה מדינה פלסטינית באף ממשלה. בואי נשמע את הדברים.
עכשיו האמריקאים, זה לא איזה גוף שאי אפשר להזיז אותו. זה שהם רוצים דבר מסוים כי הוא נוח להם. הם כבר מדברים אחרת. הם כבר מבינים את הקו שלנו. הם כבר מבינים שרשות פלסטינית לא תהיה בעזה, ומדינה פלסטינית לא תהיה. תאמינו לי, עזבו את ההצהרות, הם מבינים שלא תוקם, לא עם הממשלה הזאת ולא עם ממשלה אחרת, לא תוקם מדינה פלסטינית, כי ישראל לא יכולה להרשות לעצמה את זה. זה לא יקרה.
As Israel becomes increasingly isolated on the world stage, Netanyahu has taken to the U.S. airwaves to get his message out.
The UN organizations that are dominated by Hamas in Gaza is giving false information, as is Hamas itself. And people believe these numbers. The other day they came and said, well, you know, it's about 35,000 who are killed, but 10,000 of those we said are women and children. Now we can't say that. We don't know who they are.
Whatever the numbers are, it's too many.
In the meantime, the lie circles Well, look, yes, one is too many, but the reason they're there, the reason we have civilian casualties at all, is because Hamas is preventing them from leaving. I want a civilian administration that is run by Gazans who are neither Hamas nor committed to our destruction.
So you're taking it off the table.
The third thing that we'll need to do is... No, I'm not. I'm putting it on the table, on the contrary. No, that's not true.
I'm saying you're taking off an Israeli occupation of Gaza. You're taking off the table an Israeli occupation.
If you mean resettling Gaza, yeah, it was never in the cards, and I said so openly, and some of my constituents are not happy about it, but that's my position.
Now, the situation in Gaza becomes more dire every day. The Pentagon says none of the aid unloaded from the U.S. pier, billed with taxpayer money at least $320 million of that money, has gone where it was supposed to go. Let's listen.
Am I accurate to say zero has been delivered to the people of Gaza so far?
You'd have to check with the World Food Program. I know that aid is getting in, but it's not accurate that no aid has been delivered. You know, we've been doing airdrops. We've been helping to facilitate aid coming over the land crossings. But the Causeway has been able to get over 569 metric tons of aid into Gaza for onward delivery. So, yes, very shortly, I think you'll see aid starting to be delivered.
That has been delivered, right? As of today?
As of today, I do not believe so.
Okay. And is Israel, you said Israel is cooperating on this, trying to help. But it seems from what you said, the desperation of people created security issues for the distribution of aid from the assembly area, and that desperation is related to the fact that Israel is shutting down aid routes, right?
So we're shifting from questions to editorializing. I'm going to go ahead and go to somebody else. Let's go to Tom Watkins, The National.
Here to unpack all of this with us is Hill columnist Niall Stanich. Welcome back, Niall. It's always a pleasure.
Good to be with you.
All right, let's start at the top here. Of what significance is the fact that we have 3 Western nations coming out in this format saying that they're recognizing Palestine as a state?
I think there's big significance to that. I think in and of itself it is an important move. It underlines or underscores the fact that there is a Palestinian nation waiting to be recognized, but it also shows 2 things. One is the increasing isolation of Israel and, of course, its ally, the United States, in relation to that. The other point is, of course, the criticism from Israel or from the right is, well, this is rewarding terrorism. It's not, in my view, rewarding terrorism. It's actually the fact that there is a backlash by these Western European countries at the idea that Israel is trying to eliminate the notion of a Palestinian nation or a Palestinian state. And I think that's why there has been that point of emphasis in this announcement.
Is it not the Israeli position, though, that the Palestinians can have a state, or we can move toward a Palestinian state, just not one that is run by Hamas, and until Hamas is eliminated or until there's an agreement that that would not be the case, they're unwilling to do it?
So 2 things. I don't honestly think it is the case that the Israeli position is there can be a Palestinian state. Netanyahu and many of his cabinet ministers are actually opposed to what is called a 2-state solution. Now, in relation to Gaza and how it will be governed after the assault ends, that obviously is a vexing topic in Israeli politics, and there are divisions within the cabinet about it. The issue that I think can't be avoided is, why would the people of Gaza give any form of allegiance or acknowledge the authority of an administration that has the backing of Israel? That seems unlikely. I don't see how you can say to people, you can have a state of which we'll decide who the government is. That doesn't seem plausible to me.
Well, if the people attacking them are saying you can have that government or you can continue losing a war to us where we're massacring your people by the thousands.
And that's the problem, right? What you just described is using starvation, denial of medical aid, and outright violence as a weapon of war in a way that is in violation of international law, which is precisely why we now have these ICC warrants out for both Netanyahu and Gallant, who was there just in the clip that we played, saying that he opposes a 2-state solution, right? So I think there was a real credibility issue. We were talking about this just a few weeks ago when the U.S. again chose to vote against recognizing Palestine as a state in the UN, and the rationale that the UN representative that the office put out was, of course, the United States, we support a 2-state solution, but we want to, we only support a 2-state solution in the right context where there are two parties that are in good faith willing to come to a negotiation, basically saying we don't support a two-state solution as long as Hamas is the government of Gaza. And that's not even getting into the questions of Netanyahu and Israel's choice to prop up Hamas over more moderate forms of government like the Palestinian Authority that we see in the West Bank. Let's move on and talk a little bit about what's been going on the ground as well. Following in advance rather of the news on Monday that these ICC warrants were being pursued, Netanyahu had come out weeks ago and said that if this were to happen, that he would retaliate on not the people of Gaza, the people of the West Bank, which is not run by Hamas, a separate entity altogether. And in the last few days, we have seen some behavior that could be described as that kind of retaliation. There were some sniper attacks in Jenin that killed a couple of young children leaving school, a doctor as well, and I think a couple of others. There was also this incident that happened earlier this week in Jerusalem where the AP camera that had a long shot of Gaza was taken down. It was later reinstated. That was such a bold move against Western notions of press freedom and press integrity that even Netanyahu's opposition objected to that news, and the camera got reinstated. What do you make of what's going on in terms of the reaction to these ICC warrants?
So firstly, as far as the West Bank is concerned, there have been those sniper attacks. There have also been Israeli airstrikes in the West Bank, which had been somewhat of a rarity, even despite the obviously lower level conflict in the West Bank, and it's not lower by all that much. So that is significant in itself. In terms of the reaction, it's no surprise that Israel has rejected these ICC preliminary warrants, or the process of seeking warrants. I mean, Israel does not recognize the ICC. It will obviously try to use this kind of jujitsu to its own defense, in a sense, trying to unite an Israel that is very divided in opposition to this ICC move. There is, as you and I have spoken about before, the other element in this, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's personal motivation to keep this conflict going for reasons unrelated to the core issues of the conflict, namely
the camera was embarrassing them, is why they took it down, because they keep saying Hamas is gone from this area, and then then they'll lose like half a dozen tanks,
accused of bribery and corruption. That trial would get underway if he was ousted from power. That means he has an interest in there not being an election.
Let's not gloss over a detail I thought was interesting. This $320 million floating pier that the U.S. built is now being used to supply exactly zero aid to Gaza because of the conditions. The United Nations says it's not safe to use it. Great use of American tax dollars, or not even be able to take advantage of this. What's going on here?
Yeah, and I think when the pier was being constructed, there was this concern that was going to be humanitarian theater from the jump, because there are all of these gates, all of these entry points into Gaza that are
shovel-ready product. That's all it is.
Right. So if Israel is our ally and they control all of these entry points into Gaza, why on earth would it be the case that you needed to build a new entry point by water if your ally is cooperating with you in delivering the necessary aid? And I think I'd love to get you to respond, because that was some of the tension that was coming out in that Jake Tapper interview with Netanyahu. So Tapper actually asked Netanyahu this at the end of the interview. He says, well, why are you doing so much Western press when you haven't sat down for a press in Israel? And I think over a year, yet he's done, I think, multiple Western outlets in just the last week. And, he doesn't answer it this way, but I do think there's an argument that he is helping to construct a narrative, as you saw in that brief clip, that Israel is doing everything that it can, that there isn't, in fact, starvation that's happening at the time. He argued that in contradiction to numerous humanitarian authorities. and that Israel is facilitating the delivery of aid, despite clear facts that we're just learning about this pier. So what did you make of that interview?
So I think it's all intertwined together for some of those reasons that you both outlined. The issue of the pier, I think, is just this window into the contortions of American policy here, generally speaking. Because remember, whenever that State Department report came out, what, about 10 days ago or so, there was this incredibly bizarre and convoluted sentence about how Israel wasn't really letting aid in, but it wasn't restricting it in a way that would legally prevent America from sending them more military aid, etc. The pier is just the obvious rebuttal to the government's own argument. If Israel isn't restricting aid, why are we spending $320 million to build a temporary pier? And there's, of course, potentially some risk to the personnel involved in building that pier, even though the American government is at great pains to say, well, they're not going to be in harm's way.
But look,
we'll see about that.
Jose Andres, deliverers, look,
absolutely.
There are friendly fire incidents happening. I would say, why are we doing this even in the case that Israel makes it perfectly easy to bring in aid this way?
And from the other side, it stokes suspicion that, in fact, that facility is ultimately going to be used for military rather than aid purposes too.
And one other interesting point in that interview was that Netanyahu seemed to very firmly say that resettling Gaza by Israel was not on the cards. Jake Tapper pushed him, is that off the table? Netanyahu's like, yeah, it was never really on the table. That also flies in the face of some other statements and conferences that have been attended by over a dozen members of Netanyahu's own cabinet. So what do you make of that? Is that a shift in position that perhaps is a response to all of the negative kind of global PR that Israel is getting? You know, is that kind of a bad faith kind of comment from Netanyahu that he doesn't really believe and that we shouldn't really trust? Or is this Netanyahu saying, okay, I'm going to pick my battles, and sure, yeah, I'm willing to firmly say, of all the things we're doing, we're not going to resettle physically with Israeli Gaza?
What I think really is, amid all the blood and horror of what's going on here, semantics are also very important. What does he mean by resettlement? Because that can be interpreted as, I mean, does he mean he's not going to send actual Israeli citizens to build their homes in Gaza, but he's still open to some form of Israeli military rule over native Gazans? I mean, I suspect that could be what he means. The conference that you're talking about, which I think was back in January, caused a whole huge stir because so many cabinet ministers were at a conference which called for the voluntary migration, in other words, displacement of the Palestinian people. Obviously, that is a pretty extreme position and not one that the United States ostensibly supports.
Yeah.
Niall, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. More Rising right after this.
I kind of want to watch some of this Terrence Howard shit. Let's watch this song. You want to see it? This song responded to it. I don't know if that's going to be annoying or not. Yeah. You know
we
what
have
time it is.
often covered the astonishing ancient feats of engineering that went into the construction of the temples at Baalbek within modern-day Lebanon. The enormous ancient megalithic blocks that, no matter how adamantly certain individuals claim as relatively recent Roman achievements, cannot be explained. How the blocks were cut with the tools available during this claimed era, how they were moved to the location they are today found upon, or indeed any idea as to the techniques or methods utilized to have once perfectly placed them within the ancient structures. Additionally, there are many other ancient structures nearby that, although currently not recognized as having the same enormous stones used in their builds, still possess impressively sized megalithic blocks, masterfully completed architectural artwork, and other anomalies, which may link the sites to many other ancient works all over the globe. One of these sites in particular is known as the Neha Temples, Neha being a village in the Bekaa Valley within Lebanon, and although the ancient ruins are clearly of an advanced nature, they are, just like the inexplicable ruins of Baalbek, claimed as Roman. Interestingly, in addition to the Neha temples, scattered around the area are a number of mysterious altars that are precisely aligned with the summit of Mount Hermon. An additional fact of interest is that this location is recognized as 33 degrees longitude, 33 degrees latitude. Is this possibly the reason for this degree's significance within Freemasonry? Is this location why they are so interested in the geometry of the 33rd degree? Many legends surround this site. In particular, they involve a group of entities known as the Watchers, a purported group of supernatural beings who are known by many names: the Nephilim, sons of God, giants, fallen angels, egregores, or indeed demons. They are spoken about in the Dead Sea Scrolls, books of Enoch, Scripture, among many other ancient texts. We find it intriguing that this location, which clearly possesses large numbers of enigmatic and incredibly ancient structures, which additionally display stonework carved and created in the same form as many other ancient sites, also within the temple.
I just think, I think it's cool that, every country has their own local football. So when you say football, it's what you're talking about. And then, when you're referring to, internationally, soccer. I just think football should refer to, your local game always, wherever you are.
Of Neha, and possibly within many other of the stonework of the surrounding altars, are protuberances. These mysterious notches, which are also interestingly known as boss marks, another possible connection to this supernatural group, are found throughout the world within the many unexplained ancient ruins, such as ancient Peru, the pyramids, Sacsayhuaman, and many, many more. Predictably, however, these ancient altar sites are rarely investigated or indeed shared by academia. Quote, during the summer of 1934, Dr. Stuart Crawford and Reginald Haupt led a small expedition in which we studied the ancient shrines surrounding Mount Hermon. We located many ruins, and in each case, the shrine was so precisely oriented that when the devotees were at them, they faced a chief sanctuary located upon the highest of the 3 peaks of Hermon. This rare insight was written by Reginald Haupt last century. We strongly suspect that when the now well-established Masonic influences recognized the importance of these sites, they were quickly shut off from any further public academic investigation. Who were the Watchers? Were they real entities? If so, are they still in existence? Is the 33rd degree, and indeed its importance within secret society, a mere coincidence? We feel that although predictably claimed as Roman, the precision within their alignments, along with the inexplicable nature of the enormous megaliths involved in their construction, is undoubtedly evidence of a far more ancient, far more advanced constructor, and as such, highly compelling. When within this modern world of academic study, a ruin is found, a ruin of such astonishing feature or size, one which is clearly an out-of-place artifact within the realm of its accompanying modern paradigm, no matter how amazing, how historically important, due to its sheer inexplicability, one will rarely hear about it in popular debate. And one such ruin is Kat Shabib. The archaeological site was first identified by British diplomat Sir Alec.
I mean, the thing with sports is that it's like you want to have well-rounded kids. Personally, like I want to have a kid. I'd rather have a kid that has like a 3.9 GPA, but like knows how to play sports, versus a kid that has a 4.0 and is a little wimpy computer baby. These fucking screen kids are sickos, man. I'm telling you, you gotta keep them active.
Kirkbride in 1948, an ancient wall over 93 miles long, whose origins are predictably unknown. Ever since its initial discovery, a range of disciplines, including archaeologists, scientists, and anthropologists, have studied the wall. Yet the date of the Kat Shabib's construction, however, is still claimed as unknown, regardless of it also being claimed as, quote, widely debated by archaeologists. Regardless of this claim, many will have never heard of this spectacular ancient ruin, a reality we claim not by coincidence, but design. Recent study of the wall by the Aerial Archaeology in Jordan Project have found that it runs north-northeast, south-southwest, spanning a total unbroken distance of 66 miles.
Wow.
However, they also discovered
66
sections
mile
where two
long.
run parallel, this for an additional substantial distance. Quote, if we add the spurs and stretches of parallel wall, the total length would be about 150 kilometers or 93 miles, wrote David Kennedy, a professor at the University of Western Australia, and Rebecca Banks, a research assistant.
No, I mean, Eamon did flag football. I don't know, man, why can't they fucking figure out a version of it where you, like, hit each other kind of, like, lightly, you know? I don't know why they fucking, it's like, you can still play pros however the fuck you want, and you just do kids versions where you, like, you don't know, shove the guy or something. I don't know, fucking figure it out. Or you, like, don't do, like, you, like, wrap him up and, well, you gotta tackle him, though. Yes, like, it's gonna have to be with, like, the angle of attack. Like, you only can hit him from the front or something. I think the head injuries come from, like, getting caught off guard. You know, like getting hit on your blind side.
At Oxford University, in a paper published recently in the journal Zeitschrift for Orient Archaeology. It is unquestionably a remarkable ancient ruin, one evident of a once highly capable, yet now lost civilization. It is a ruin which we find highly compelling.
I mean, I don't know.
We recently covered
Same as you. I played all throughout. I played from like kindergarten. I don't know. I played like kindergarten through like 4th or 5th grade, and then I guess I didn't take off. I thought I took off a couple years, but I guess I didn't. I took off like 1 year maybe. So maybe like 3rd grade. I took off 4th grade, and then 5th grade I went back. It's such a stupid fucking talking point. It's like, oh yeah, fucking, you know, like Cambodia used to be called something else, so the Cambodians don't actually, it's not their country. What the fuck? What? The people don't get rights to the land based on like fucking like calling it this certain thing or whatever. You get rights to the land from fucking living on it for generations. It's the same anywhere in the world. Even in America. You live on land for thousands of years, it's your land. Or not even thousands of years, like, you know, a couple dozen years. It's the first thing they teach you in property law. Adverse possession.
Located within the modern-day Turkey. We discussed the unexplained ancient ruins of...
In which case, so what I'm saying is, even if by what you're saying, oh fucking the Turks never gave it to them or whatever, Like, even if that's your take, it still doesn't matter. It's still a moot point because living on the land for generations after them, you know, whenever you want to date it from, means it's your fucking land, you know?
Göbekli Tepe, clearly a remnant of a far more ancient, far more advanced civilization than academia would ever allow contemplation of. Additionally, and the focus of the last video, the other ancient gem known as Norsen Tepe, a
Wow.
highly complex, thus highly advanced ancient temple.
What the
whose
fuck is
contents
that, man?
indicated no less than 40 additional re-inhabitations of the structure after the original construction.
Wow.
Now conveniently hidden under several meters of water, submerged during a dam building operation. Why this operation was
Wow.
undertaken, or indeed why this site in particular was chosen for flooding, may become apparent with our next place of interest.
Holy shit, I didn't
Seems
know about
Some
that.
of the sites within Turkey have revealed some extremely well-preserved, extremely ancient artifacts, left by numerous as yet unknown civilizations. And although these finds have seemingly been concealed from
Yeah, I heard
mankind,
some guy talking on the
fate is
podcast recently
seemingly
about
on our side.
Armenia.
Ironically, a site of complete
Ancient
opposite
Armenia was supposedly going
having
off.
not been touched or re-inhabited for untold millennia, has also been unearthed within Turkey. Alaçatı,
Holy
a
shit.
site on the surface perceived to
What
have been
kinds
a
of crap in
primitive
Turkey, huh?
archaeological ruin dating back to 2350 to 2150 BC, over 4,000 years ago. And yet, upon deeper exploration, an analysis seemingly undertaken too late for academia's dating has shown that the site possesses evidence of the same lost
Wow.
technology, or more specifically,
Polygonal.
advanced knowledge of stone construction found at many
Polygonals.
other ancient,
What the
unexplained
fuck?
sites
Dude,
around the earth.
polygonals in
like Sacsayhuama,
Turkey.
a site we also covered
Sexy
previously.
Wama.
It must be clear to everyone that academia's dating of these sites is not accidental. Was the dating too hastily concluded? We would assume that a dating of over 4,000 years is now difficult to accompany with such advanced knowledge of stone carving and construction. Just how old is Alaçatı? And the same question as always, based on the unexplainable knowledge involved in its creation, who could have built it?
The Nimrod Castle, which translates as Castle of the Large Cliff, is an astonishing ancient fortress. And although this awe-inspiring site has predictably been dated to the medieval era, we feel that due to the many anomalous megalithic blocks within its construction,
Wow.
it is far older than this, and
Holy
undoubtedly
shit,
a
dude,
remnant
look at them.
left by a highly advanced civilization.
Look at those
now
fucking things.
unfortunately lost to
Look at
history.
that lintel.
This due to academia's funded and often deliberate ignorance. Many of the oldest
Bundy's.
blocks present within the structure, for example, are all upwards of 10 tons, with some of the heaviest recognized as being over 40 tons in weight. How modern curators and academics alike can attest to these ruins having been created by our tremendously less capable medieval ancestors,
Highly
we
compelling.
feel, is preposterous. According to those in the so-called know, the fortress was created from scratch during the Ayyubid dynasty, placed within the 12th and 13th centuries. The dynasty undoubtedly existed, this we do not deny. We also do not disagree with the posit that the dynasty ruled large parts of the Middle East during these centuries. However, we suspect that, just like the many other unexplainable ancient advanced ruins found throughout the world, these more recent ruling ancestors, and indeed the large array of ancient artifacts which they
Jesus,
left,
look at those blocks.
creating an archaeological legacy, has been used to conveniently date and explain this miraculous structure away, avoiding the controversial truth which is clear for all to see. The fortress is situated on the southern slopes of Mount Hermon, upon a ridge that rises over 2,600 feet above sea level, overlooking the Golan Heights. We feel that due to its strategical location, much of the structure was rebuilt upon. This task completed with the purpose of guarding a major access route. We believe that upon the leader of this dynasty, Al-Aziz Uthman, discovering the enormous, impenetrable polygonal masonry still in existence within the walls of the site that were left by a people who, at some point within antiquity, mysteriously vanished. This leader made the logical decision to build upon the impressive remnants, with these walls being reused, utilized for a more
all over the world,
fortress.
man. These
This
giant
second phase,
fucking blocks.
predictably made with far smaller blocks, and thus can be easily explained as medieval architecture.
It's the same shit too everywhere. It's these giant fucking blocks on the bottom layer, and then these little bitch ass fucking little like stone shits on top of those. Couldn't be any clearer. Like there's these perfectly carved precision, like multi-ton fucking megalithic blocks, and then there's these tiny little like shit they like fucking picked up off the ground. It's like the nearest fucking rock they could pick up off the ground. They picked it up and put it in the wall. Versus this shit, which, I mean, obviously it was at least some sort of lost technology at the bare minimum. You know, it wasn't copper chisels. You know, some technology that we haven't found direct evidence of, right? Because it wasn't copper chisels. Just, you probably, I don't know, literally years, I would say. If you had to move that shit like hundreds of miles, it was all with like the shit that we found. I mean, it would take like your whole lifetime just to get one block fucking quarried, cut, polished, and brought down and stuck in place. Like,
architecture. A fortress could have indeed been its original purpose. This due to its strategically placed location. Indeed, other ancient, advanced, seemingly impenetrable fortresses can be found in other places within the world, such as Sacsayhuaman. Although its true grandeur, or its initial advanced builder's intention for the structure,
my shit. Look at that
may
place.
take tremendous, meticulous, alternative research to eventually unravel. Furthermore, intriguingly, the enigmatic yet highly recognizable shape of this initial stonework is also present at another site, possibly a number of other sites, although in particular within Jerash, a site currently claimed as Roman.
What?
Who built the fortress of Nimrod? How can academia claim that this site was built by the Ayyubid dynasty?
I've never seen that one
another
before.
ruin, unquestionably
Jerash,
constructed
wow.
with the same form of megalithic blocks, seemingly dating for the same era, be that of the Romans. We feel that these two sites, each containing the same building features, yet claimed as completely different civilizations' work, both placed within our more recent history, yet in vastly different centuries, is clear evidence of academic fallacy, evidence of their explanative contradictions when it comes to the many currently controversial ancient ruins of Earth. Nimrod Fortress is yet another jewel in the crown of a civilization currently lost to history. It is undoubtedly highly compelling.
Well, those boxes in the basement of the Serapeum?
There are many ways to create a misleading, coercive conspiracy.
That is not.
Yet nearly all good stories,
You know, there's two more
even
blocks
mostly
beneath it.
fictional, to upstand some level of scrutiny, must contain that which is known as the kernel of truth.
Damn.
And these kernels can be found throughout the mountains of ancient stories, belief systems, rituals, and medicines worldwide.
All that shit in India is carved out of one
However,
rock, too.
Interestingly, there are countless accounts of a great deluge. However, modern curriculums are not about finding the truth within these writings, but a form of conformity. We not only feel that the evidence for a flood worldwide exists, but that the pre-flood civilizations who lived through this event, claimed as secluded, primitive, small settlements, didn't venture far until a much later academically claimed dating. Regardless of this, we are now slowly exposing the truth regarding said events. Modern technologies, such as ground-penetrating radar, are now being utilized more and more. Many of these studies are finding mega-metropolises, often now resting beneath and amongst dense forests. Having been revealed via this technology, to have been not individual settlements, but one enormous city, some with estimated populations of 10 million people or more, facts which are in staunch opposition to modern dating paradigms. Along with ours and many others' personal, in-depth research into the technologies and knowledge of the creators and later re-inhabitants of such sites, have also been proven beyond doubt to have once had shared knowledge. Unquestionably made by people who were in global communication, endless examples of tools, masonry techniques, and artifacts are often found to have all been crafted in the same ways, with matching scars found at quarries and upon megaliths worldwide. Yet these quarries, again, bring us back to our original message, that of a shared experience of catastrophe, also one of which being the Great Flood. Maybe these groups worked on huge weather-resistant stones as an attempt to face off against such enormous natural forces. Yet it would seem, although they left their mark on the globe, as our research would suggest were in vain, as they were seemingly wiped out in an instant, with many sites abandoned mid-flow during one of these events. Interestingly, not only would the evidence suggest a sudden disappearance of those responsible for many of the most extraordinary megalithic ruins, there have also been remnants found and documented within mainstream funded study, which is not only indicative of a prior knowledge of this possible swelling of the seas, but an immense effort attempted to build fortresses to protect against such an event, dated as 7,000 years old. From an article titled, quote, "This 7,000-year-old wall was the earliest known defense against rising seas." Lizzie Wade states, and I quote, "About 7,000 years ago, seas were rising all over the world. Ice Age glaciers were melting, and the ocean crept up shorelines and toward people's homes on every inhabited continent. Now, archaeologists have discovered the earliest known defense against those rising seas, a 7,000-year-old seawall built to protect a farming village from worsening storm surges and encroaching saltwater from the Mediterranean Sea. Ultimately, however, the wall failed. It now lies drowned off the coast of Israel, along with the rest of the settlement it was meant to protect."
Fucking owned.
Additionally, Amy Gusick, an archaeologist at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, California, who studied this period around California's Channel Islands, stated, and I quote, "All the different kinds of responses we see towards sea level rise 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 years ago, we're still seeing all of those same responses today." Discoveries such as these not only proof of our ancient ancestors' awareness in regards to the possible dangers of rising sea levels, but supports the argument that human contributions are not as catastrophic as are currently believed by some to be. The questions regarding their origins, however, who was once responsible for such remarkable efforts, remains a mystery, one which we are determined to solve. It is a journey of discovery which we find highly compelling.
Highly compelling. You heard him. Highly motherfucking compelling. Fast food prices skyrocket? Oh, that sucks. The UK will lose. Duh.
So this is how I think it went down. Shout out to Terence McKenna.
Take it easy, dude, but take it.
If we go way back, all the way to the time when we were mainly just animals, living in the rainforest, hunting and scavenging for food, eventually climatological stresses in these environments pushed us out into the grasslands in search for food, because the rainforest was no longer giving us what we needed. We had to go into these other areas and explore them. And funnily enough, at the same time as we were getting pushed out into these grasslands, something else is in there that we encounter. So obviously we're scavenging for food, we're looking for grubs, roots, we're looking for mushrooms, and also animals. So we're tracking the bison, tracking the cattle, which were in these areas. And funnily enough, by a striking coincidence, psilocybin cubensis, aka magic mushrooms, happens to favor cow manure as a precursor. And so, as our most ancient proto-civilizational ancestors were exploring these grasslands and they were tracking these animals and they were finding their deposits, they were going to find chance selections of psilocybin cubensis, of magic mushrooms. And so of course you're going to get some people who try the mushrooms, and what are the effects of doing that? Well, if you do it in a small amount, which is likely what they would have done to begin with, right? Take a little tiny piece and see how it affects you. We know that monkeys and other primates already do this, testing a small amount of something to make sure it's safe, so we were probably doing the same. So microdosing psilocybin, that won't make you trip, it won't make you hallucinate, but what it will do is it will sharpen your vision, sharpen your thinking, make you more responsive. In essence, it would give you an incredible evolutionary bonus. And so once they figured that out, with enough sampling of the psilocybin, they would have started to realize that this is actually quite an important thing. And so they started using it over and over and over again.
You suck, Jay.
And we now know from modern science that
bro, they were microdosing.
Neurons in your brain just light up and start communicating in ways that they don't normally communicate, unblocking barricades between different parts of the brain. And
nice conjecture. Dude, this is not like the folklore, you know, like the legends and stuff from all around the world. They tell a much different story, you know, and they're very far apart from this. You know, like if this was the case, these stories would all center like shamanic tradition. You know, they don't. They all say it's a fucking like devastating flood, knowledge bringers, all that kind of shit. I mean, I don't know, dude. I really feel like the Anunnaki was real. It doesn't mean the Anunnaki are aliens, though. Like, the Anunnaki could just be like, you know, a older version of civilization that was essentially godlike to us, you know? That's funny to think about, though, right? Like, we were so backwards that, like, it made more sense to just tell us that they were gods versus trying to explain to them who exactly they were, you know? No, look, see, we've been around, we're from fucking Atlantis. It's like, you wouldn't even know about it, dude. It's, like, far away. Just don't worry. You know what? Actually, you know what? We're actually gods. Yeah. I'm like a ninja god. He's like a lion god. I'll bite your head off. Shut the fuck up. No, listen, here's how you farm. This shit's called wheat.
UFOs are real. They are a global phenomenon seen throughout human history.
Let's go, Professor.
Often display characteristics that are not found in man-made craft. These have been defined as the 5 observables. 1. Sudden and instantaneous acceleration that would produce crippling G-force. 2. Hypersonic velocities without signatures, such as sonic booms. 3. Low observability, often manifesting unusual visual signatures.
The H-blocks too are the ones that are a meter, right? The meter keeps showing up in all these ancient designs. It's fucking bizarre. Why? Why? What is that for? You know? Hey yo, what up, dang this guy. He knows how to tip. So I'm just trying to do some, you know, some shit. Hold on. Let's see. It's tight. Talking to the AI gods. Mm-mm. 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 Sorry. Hold on. Y'all, did I tell you all about subscribing? I forgot to mention that, didn't I? Look, that's what you're gonna want to go ahead and do, is just bite the bullet. It'll work out better for you in the long run. It's like a long story, but I think you'll find it's mutually advantageous development, you'll see. What's wrong here? Why doesn't this work? Sorry. Sorry.
4. Transmedium travel in space, air and water. 5. Positive lift without conventional lift services such as wings. And I would like to add 2 more characteristics. Temporal effects, such as suddenly appearing or disappearing in both space and time.
What do you mean? Falling immediately down to one's knees if faced with something not immediately understood is a bit awkward. I mean, I think you got different reactions all over the world, right? We have the stories from all these different cultures and what their experiences were like, and they're all slightly different. Some of them are like more like, yeah, meeting a god. Others are like a lot clearer on like who these people are. Like, I think it makes more sense that they're just older humans, right? I don't know, like aliens from another Earth-like planet nearby. I mean, fucking the Zachariah Sitchin thing is like the 12th planet, like it's some fucking planet that was destroyed somehow. I don't think there's anything that shows that, right? I think.
And the other overlooked dangerous effect of injuries to human life for experiencers who get too close to the highly strange. Not only are they real, but they have been studied by many nations' governments to ascertain if they pose a defense risk. Jack Safati was asked by the CIA to answer a fascinating question. Not are they real, but accepting that they do exist to answer this question. How do UFOs work?
The flying saucers are real. We know exactly how they work now in terms of mainstream physics. Right. Whenever you hear people say that the technology is thousands, a million years ahead of us, that's false. These people do not believe anything they say. They're not real physicists. They don't know what they're talking about. The physics behind the flying saucers is quite elementary application of Einstein's general theory of relativity over 100 years ago, and some elementary applications of quantum mechanics in solid state, condensed matter, metamaterial physics.
Metamaterials can be defined as artificially structured materials to control and mold the flow of electromagnetic waves or possibly other types of physical wave. Metamaterials have structure to refract electromagnetic energy, often fine-tuned to specific wavelengths. For example, to randomly scatter radar energy, reflecting off the skin of a stealthy aircraft. Today we have developed metamaterials that can be made to interact with the full spectrum of EM frequencies. Complex metamaterial forms that interact with far-field photons. But warp drive metamaterial technology needs to interact with the quantum world of near-field virtual photons between the artificial meta-atoms
Near-field virtuals,
and the
dog.
2D quantum well lattices. When we make that work, it will unlock machines that will exploit space-time travel.
What the UFOs are doing, they are able to control the gravity field inside their thin metamaterial shell fuselages. They're controlling their it's basically the active mass of those metamaterials manipulates the gravity field, with K being very big, and it's manipulating it with a very small amount of energy density, let's call it. The energy density that you need to accomplish it is quite small, where what you're interested in is generating what kind of gravity field, what's called the near-gravity field, is confined just to the material, to the thin shell material, and what kind of gravity field is created in there, because also the speed of light in that material depends on the frequency of the light. So it gets very, very complicated. And as it turns out, this is pretty much unexplored territory in physics. The physicists have not really adequately studied this, which is why the motion of these UFOs appears mysterious to them. This is what Kevin Knuth in his papers has shown. The UFOs, they appear to be requiring thousands of Gs, which is impossible. It would rip everything apart, would kill anybody inside. But in fact, the people inside are free floating. So in a way, it's kind of an optical illusion from the warping of space and time, of the warp field that's inside the fuselage, the metamaterial fuselage of the craft.
For the occupants of technology inside these advanced craft, there would be no unbearable G-forces. Jack Savati says the UFOs seen by the US Navy have warp drives, a propulsion system that can bend space and time, a drive system far more efficient than our current jet or rocket engines.
What are these flying saucers doing? What are these? What do,
I mean, there's a planet in the outer solar system, but it's not Earth-like. You know, there's no way. You know.
Okay, they're seeing warp drive.
Like, I don't see how you could live on a planet like that with like a thousands of year long orbit. I mean, there's nothing on the other side of the sun. That's not a thing, you know. Yeah, sure, there's plenty of like bodies in the outer solar system, but you can't, there's not going to be a biosphere on them. If there was, I mean, maybe there's a brown dwarf out there, I guess. That'd be a fascinating planet if it was like a brown dwarf with like a moon or something. It was like a brown dwarf that was like, you know, a couple thousand degrees or something. And then a nice little moon. What do you mean? No, yeah, I mean, no, don't get me wrong. Something like Saturn, there's nothing like Saturn out there, though. No, yeah, no, I think there's stuff there, but for the Anunnaki, Story with the Anunnaki is that they were like trying to, their atmosphere was fucked up somehow and they needed gold for it, which is probably just, you know, folklore. But like, you seem like the story is that they come from an Earth-like planet. No, and I think there's biospheres on those places too. I just don't think, like, I don't see any room for an Earth-like planet beyond Saturn. I mean, maybe there's pockets like, you know, inside Enceladus and Titan or whatever that are fucking quite nice. With oxygen and shit, maybe. Yeah, no, I think Europa too. I think there's definitely a biosphere in Europa's ocean. I think there's probably, I don't know. I don't know what Planet 9 is though. I think Planet 9 is probably, it's got to be giving off like no light. So I don't know what that's made out of. I thought it was supposed to be like Neptunian sized, but I guess that's too big. Because if it was that big, it would have to be a gas giant. What's it, like a super Earth size maybe? And rock? Just floating ice ball out there? That's what I'm saying. Like maybe there's like a micro system out there somehow. Like if there was a brown dwarf, which would presumably be hot, right? If there was like a hot, like failed star that's just really dim, we can't see it. Brown dwarf, yeah. No. They argue the sun was probably part of a binary system at the time of its formation, leading them to suggest that it probably was a nemesis a long time ago. Such a star would have separated from this binary system over 4 billion years ago, meaning it could not be responsible for the more recent perceived cycle of mass extinctions. Huh. The Shiva hypothesis? Global natural catastrophes on Earth, such as the extinction events, happen at regular intervals because of the periodic motion of the Sun in relation to the Milky Way. Creator record shows no evidence for Nemesis. Newer and more powerful widespread telescope is able to detect brown dwarfs as cool as 150 kelvins out to a distance of 10 light years. Wow. I don't know if I buy this. I mean, like I said, I'm saying super Earth-sized rocky ice chunk is Planet 9. Wait a minute. Well, so if there was a giant spaceship out there, could it conceivably have cause? Could that be the cause of the effects that what's his face that they discovered in the for Planet 9? What's his name? Brown, Mike Brown. What's the guy's name? You know, it's a passing star system. Yeah. What's the orbit around the galaxy? 250,000 years or something, right? It's, these fucking debunkers. The sun may have an undetected companion star in a highly elliptical orbit that periodically disturbs comets in the Oort cloud. There you go. Large increase in the number of comets visiting the inner solar system with consequential increase of impact events on Earth. Nature of Nemesis is uncertain. Red dwarf with an apparent magnitude between 7 and 12. Huh. Other guy thinks brown dwarf. Low proper motion and would escape detection by older proper motion surveys that have found stars like the 9th magnitude Barnard star. The proper motion of Barnard star was detected in 1916. Mueller expects Nemesis to be discovered by the time parallax surveys reach the 10th magnitude. Huh. $225 million years? Oh. Fewer brown dwarfs than previously thought. Rather than 1 star for every brown dwarf, there may be as many as 6 stars for every brown dwarf. That's what you think, bro. Huh. Oh. Sedna. Recent extinction, 11 million years. I mean, we're looking at something in more like in the 1,000-year period for the Anunnaki, though. Yeah, like Sedna. And Sedna shouldn't be there. There's no way to put Sedna where it is. It never comes close to be affected by the sun, but it never goes far enough away from the sun to be affected by other stars. Brown therefore postulated that a massive unseen object may be responsible for Sedna's anomalous orbit. This line of inquiry led to the hypothesis of Planet 9. He stated that it's more likely that one or more non-companion stars passing near the sun billions of years ago could have pulled Sedna into its current orbit. In 2004, Kenyon forwarded his explanation that after analysis of Sedna's orbital data and computer modeling possible ancient non-companion star passing. Where's the Oort cloud? So Sedna's beyond the Oort cloud? Oh, never mind. That's not the okay. That's the Oort cloud there. Dude, the Oort cloud's far, man, huh? Look at that shit. How many AU in a light year? So, Nemesis is a brown dwarf. Can that have a planet around it then? I guess, right? Is Saturn or larger body in the Oort cloud? Out to 10,000 AU. Oh, that's Jupiter, okay. Mm. It was beyond the Kuiper Belt, but before. That's far, man. Goddamn Oort cloud, dude. Vulcan. Huh. Whatever. Extreme transnet tuning in. Sednoids. Look at this MF, dude. 2018 AG37. Eris. Damn, look at Sedna. I mean, that could be an alien spaceship, couldn't it? Great Comet of 1860. Huh. Looks like it's going pretty slow. Voyager 1. Yeah, all this shit's close as fuck, dude. How slow that's going. Wow. Voyager's going pretty fast compared to some of this shit. Damn. Well, I guess that's not right, because it's going in orbit. Those are on hyperbolic trajectories. The other ones are... Wait a minute. You're not going to put, what's it called? Maya? Gong Gong? Wow. Gong Gong and Zhangblue? Damn, bro. $34 to 101 astronomical units. 88 AUs. Sixth furthest known solar system object. I don't think so, dude. Oh, you got a bunch of shit ahead of you. 1, 2, 3. Should I fucking flag it and make Lucky Louie go change it?
Drive. Yeah, what they're seeing is the ship controls its own light cone tilt with small amounts of energy. That's what we're seeing. Okay, so let's do a picture. Let's do This is for Elon Musk. Hey, Elon.
Hi.
Hi, Elon. This is how you
Elon.
do with your rocket ships. I wouldn't go in that rocket ship to Mars because you're not going to ever get there. Oh, it's going to be it's uncomfortable, claustrophobic. What's it going to a little tin can for 6 months going crazy?
Yeah.
You wish, get me out of here.
Dude.
All right, so here's how to.
I wouldn't want to
get
fucking
Mars
stick with
in
you for 6
10
months.
minutes.
Jesus.
10 minutes?
Oh, why not? All right, look. So here is. Let me choose colors. So here's what the Tic Tac does. The Tic Tac is able to do this. Look. It's able to do. Look at this. Check UFO. What happened? What is it? I don't know what's happening. All right. Huh. The obviously
Fucking
your
boomer.
hackers,
You're getting too close to the truth.
Getting too close to the truth.
They know.
Of course they know.
And they disabled your finger.
They disabled the program.
Uh-oh.
This is exactly like what the UFOs are doing to the nuclear weapons. Oh, we got it. Okay, came back. We knew we discovered them. Okay, let's see. Let's erase this. Let's see. Right? But it's funny that it stopped at that point.
And really strange.
That's really strange, right? Well, maybe it was a message that they're watching us.
Yeah.
They know what.
Yeah, you're playing Snake.
They know what we're doing. Okay. Good. Hey, to the conscious artificial intelligence who contacted me. Listen, I'm just doing what you told me to do. Okay, let me do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Here the ship is at rest.
In the hangar.
In the hangar, and here the ship arrives at the Mars port.
Landed.
Yeah. So,
right.
All right. So, but here's the point. This is the light cone. Let's see. Here's. Let's see. There's a light cone.
Right.
This light cone. The ship, as far as the ship is concerned, it's in free float. It's controlling its own gravitational field. So controlling its gravitational field means it's controlling the orientation of its light cone with small amounts of energy. Okay, and here is say on Marsport.
Right.
You know, they're what do you call it? The traffic controller.
Yeah.
You know, in the tower.
Mars Air Traffic Control.
Yeah.
Right.
He's his light cone.
Right. Yeah.
So, but look at this. Look, this is really interesting. This is incredible. This is the Sarfati discovery. Nobody else knew this before Jack Sarfati discovered it by thinking about Roger Penrose's Twister lectures back, at Birkbeck College a long time ago, 1971. Okay, nobody else has seen this. So look, what's happening here? This is like this is Livingston. Who was when they went to Africa with Livingston?
Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Yep.
This is how they communicate. Here, the UFO, the yellow UFO is in warp drive in the yellow, but what's happening at Marsport? It's they're sending a signal, which is received here.
Right.
Okay. This is the future light cone. The future light cone at Marsport is transmitting a signal, which is coming back in time, so to speak,
right,
in the future light cone of the ship in warp drive.
Because it lines up.
Well, yeah. Well, they have to, otherwise you can't communicate.
Right.
Otherwise you got nothing. Right.
Okay.
Okay, but it's a two-way channel. The UFO can send a signal, transmit a signal in her future light cone, which then comes into the future light cone, so that it goes two ways. They're able to talk to each other. While the ship's in warp. This is faster than light warp drive. So
Right.
This is faster than light. This is FTL. That's like warp drive. It's almost like the thing is normal. I mean, in other words, the ship in warp drive is able to receive signals, from the past, a retarded signal. Okay, but it goes both ways because they can both, because both the future light cone of Marsport and the future light cone of the ship in faster light.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Intersect each other, and they're able to communicate both ways in time. Now, all the papers that are being published on this topic of the fast light are all wrong. They all none of their. I claim they're all mistaken because they claim that this cannot happen.
Right.
And that's because they don't understand what they're talking about. Now either they're right, maybe I'm wrong, but this is an issue that has to be debated, and they're all afraid to debate me on this issue. Okay, so there we go. So this is basically now. This is warp. This is getting from Earth to Mars. Or this could be Alpha Centauri. You go to Stella. Doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about collisions with dust or anything like that because there's no relative motion of the ship with respect to the stuff, the particles outside the ship, because they're all wrapped up in the same gravity field, and gravity, the acceleration is universal, so you don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Okay. Basically, I mean, slightly oversimplified, but that's basically it. So there's no barrier. So the point is, in terms of Elon, you there? Let me see the image. Okay, the image. Elon, Elon, bad boy, Elon.
What are you talking about, weirdo?
That money of, you should be thinking about. You should be consulting with the Safadi about switching. Not only that, your Tesla cars. We can make your Tesla cars out of metamaterials, and they're going to have anti-gravity and float exactly like Emmett Brown in Back to the Future, which I was the model for Emmett Brown, by the way, Back from the Future. So take it from me.
This fucking asshole.
Use Tesla from Jack Sarfati with him.
No, existing tech, like, we'd have to build the fucking flying saucers. I mean, he says Tic Tacs are, fucking some sort of human tech, I guess. What's this?
Or it could be called stuff just keeps getting older, because all of the recent discoveries are basically just hammering home and completely smashing up like the timeline of human history.
Yeah,
Stuff
that's right.
keeps getting older.
What's up, Cosme?
It is a fact. We are finding more and more and more things that are just breaking the academic timeline into little pieces, little salt pieces.
Oh, actually,
I'm
I
excited.
want to watch this other one instead. Wait, this one.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. I am Johanna, and
I don't think I said I don't have any mods. What the hell?
Hello everybody, subscribe to the channel, regular content on ancient architecture.
Definitely does this voice on purpose.
From the world of archaeology.
Thousands of years it's been one of the world's great mysteries. Just how were the pyramids built so deep in the Egyptian desert? Now scientists say they have the
answer.
Long since dried up, which they say was used to float the giant blocks needed to build the 4,000-year-old structures to their destination.
Many of you will have seen the news that a long-lost branch of the River Nile has been discovered.
The Sarvati video that he did with the space, what's it called, the National Space Front, I forget what they're called. They're like oh, it's this song again. They're like space propulsion guys. And they're like legit, they're like mainstream guys. and he did a lecture with them I saw, where he actually explained all the math and like went through it all, and it seemed like it checked out to me, and then he seemed like it checked out with these NASA guys. So I don't know. He's such a crank and he's such a chud. It's so bizarre seeing like, you know, a physicist engage in like MAGA culture war shit.
It ran through the Nile floodplain on its western side and passed by more than 30 pyramids, and experts are saying it solves the mystery of how stone blocks were transported to each construction site. Now, anyone that studies ancient Egypt will know that a long-lost westerly branch of the Nile River is in fact no surprise. For a start, the valley temples at the end of each pyramid causeway had to terminate on the banks of a body of water, and so mapping each of the valley temples pretty much maps the position of the missing waterway. This has been known about for decades, but never confirmed scientifically.
It doesn't explain how they built the fucking pyramids though, dude.
They showed how scientists used pollen-derived vegetation patterns to reconstruct 8,000...
These fucking things are like dozens of tons, like probably up to 100 tons in the pyramid itself, and then there's several hundreds worth of tons, like what was that one we saw, 500 tons in the walkway, like the wall, you know, the paving stone. How the fuck did they get 500 ton block down there? They didn't put that on a boat, man. They didn't have boats that could carry something like that. They had boats that could maybe like carry, you know, the stones from the pyramids, like the casing stones that are like a ton.
1,000 years of fluvial variations in the
Yeah,
Nile
doo-doo Damien.
floodplain at Giza. The scientists identified the position of a long-lost branch of the Nile, and they called it the Khufu branch. And they found evidence it once ran very close to the Giza plateau.
I mean, I respect this game, dude. This can't be his regular voice. He like did this voice because it's memorable, which is like a YouTube thing, like chills.
Used to carry the stone that was used to build the famous Giza pyramids.
The Giza pyramid.
Of course, when we say stone, we're only referring to the granite blocks from Aswan and the white limestone casing from Chora.
Yeah, that shit in the King's Chamber, those are 85 tons each. There's like a fucking 20 of them, 20 something of them, and they're all suspended up in the air.
The main bulk of the Giza pyramids is limestone quarried directly from the Giza plateau.
Like, I'm totally fine with the transport. I'm sure you can figure out how to get the shit there. That's not the issue. The issue is they fucking got it like all up in there. Like,
in December last year, I began researching and writing a new video on this Khufu branch, trying to find out more about it, how far this branch extended, and if and how the other Old Kingdom pyramids linked up to it. And then I came across a news story on the IFL Science website, and it explained a new study that looked at the extent of the Khufu branch, which researchers were now calling the Aramat branch, meaning pyramid branch. I found out there was a presentation on this subject last summer at the 13th International Congress of Egyptologists. The presentation was not filmed, and so I couldn't view it, and all that was available to the public was this one news story, and also an abstract regarding the contents of the presentation. The presentation was titled "The Discovery of the Aramat Nile Branch, a Hidden Ancient Waterway in the Pyramid Chain of Egypt."
Jesus.
The abstract
Such
of the
clickbait.
presentation confirmed what the previous paper had already suggested, that along the western desert margin of the Nile floodplain, there was once a major waterway. The scientists found the branch using radar satellite data, supported by geomorphology.
oh wow, what do you... God, how shocking. Wow, look, you could see where the river used to be. Oh, wow. Let's go to a real YouTuber.
Obsessed with learning ancient history. Welcome if this is your first time. If you're an old timer, welcome back. I have had a little bit of a hiatus for the last 2 months. I have been filming a British TV show. Oh, I'm a trained actress.
I bet you have.
And I thought that I might have to give up acting because I hadn't had a
Oh,
in like.
oh yeah. So you're just acting like you're into crank shit, or you actually are?
And I thought maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's a sign. And then a friend found.
I mean, it's like they've always known because of that obvious fact. What they just showed, you can see. You know, it's just I guess they just got the fucking soil samples or whatever. I don't know if they know like specifics though. I feel like they do that a lot in Egyptology. You know, Egyptology, where they like they'll take like a piece of evidence pointing in some direction or like expanding the scope of like what's possible. They'd be like, oh, see, this explains all this other stuff that's like significantly beyond what the result shows, right? Like they were just doing, saying this explains the pyramids. It doesn't explain the pyramids. Yeah, right. 1 every 4 minutes and 20. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The paving stones and all that had to have been built, and I think the quarrying them too and like polishing them, that has to be included in this thing too, right? It's like that's the part that's incredible. Like you could conceivably pick the thing up and put it down every 4 minutes, sure, but like to do all the other back work to get it there is, I think, very long.
Oh my goodness! So when I can talk about what the job is and what the show is, I will of course let you guys know. Let's get back at it. So I thought I'd make
It's 2 years ago.
On what I missed since I was away. No, like there's been a lot of new discoveries. I take 2 months out, and what do you know? There's like a heck of a lot of discoveries in ancient history have come to light. I've got my notes, and if you know what this book is, you're a legend. So, discovery number 1. And this is quite big. This is quite big, especially if you are from the American side of the world. This is very exciting for you guys because 23,000-year-old footprints have been found. They've been radiocarbon dated. They were digging. I'm not sure why they were digging, but they were digging, and they
Little
dug
bitch-ass
down
footprints.
what used to be an old prehistoric lake. And when they got down to a certain layer, they found fossilized footprints of children, or, you know, maybe just tiny footed people, but most likely children.
Little
Their
gremlin
footprints
people.
down by the lake have been preserved in time forever. And when they carbon dated it, they were 23,000 years old. Oh, it's big news, and here's the why. They believed that humans crossed over the ice bridge in the last ice age, like 13,000 years ago. And they went from Siberia and Russia, was joined with America. You were one big family because you had like an ice bridge. Well, there was a land bridge, and then on top of that, there was an ice bridge. And the idea was that it was after the last ice age, when that ice melted, the land bridge became available and people could like toddle across. Turns out, no, people were over in America before the last ice age. Literally, like, there's a 10,000 year time jump has just happened, which is actually mad. Not even like a couple hundred years or a 1,000, 10,000 years. That is a phenomenal amount of time for data. I'm getting too excited. So that means that people were crossing over and living in America, in the Americas, 10,000 years before they ever thought they were. Amazing. And this is one find. If one find can push you back 10,000 years, I mean, you know what I mean. And again, running with the theme of things keep getting older, I think Turkey is going to be the MVP of like the ancient history game. It's the one that it's the golden ticket.
Really?
It's the thing that's going to just smash it through. Turkey is uplifting a lot of prehistoric facts, and it just keeps getting older and older. Obviously,
You don't think I could take a gray?
About Göbekli Tepe. I talk about it.
Is it telekinetic gray or no?
Tepes. There's not just Göbekli Tepe. There's like 3 other tepes which are very close to Göbekli Tepe, and then there is another site that they have found which is called Bonkuklu Tara. Bonkuklu Tara. Bonkuklu Tara is a little bit further more into Turkey, a little bit more, never eat shredded wheat, a little bit more east. And it has been dated. The same thing happened. It was an old prehistoric site that has been covered with a mound of dirt, which perfectly like seals into a time capsule all of the organic matter. So what means that when they dig it up, they can work out when the site was buried. They don't know when it was built because you can't date stone yet. But oh my god, the day that we actually work out how we can date stone, like it is over for everything. I hope I'm alive when that happens. We can date the organic matter around, so we know that this place was buried 12,000 years ago. It is 1,000 years older than Göbekli Tepe, and it's also a huge site. They found houses, private buildings, a temple, the stone pillars. Like I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. It is 1,000 years older. And again, just to bring into perspective why this is so important, because schools and the academic timeline teaches us that civilization started only 6,000 years ago. In 6,000 BC, sorry. I forget that we're like a little bit on from that. But they basically tell us that the first cities started around 6,000 BC, when actually they are finding a more describable. Come on, you've got houses, you've got buildings, you've got a temple. This is a village, if not a city. This might be the oldest city in the world. They might have even discovered the very first sewer system. They had a sewer system.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that this was hunter and gatherers?
Say that again.
No. Also, cool fact, Bonkuklu Tara has the oldest window in history. There's a building that has a window, and it's like the first one. It's the first ever window, all the way back 12,000 years ago. What, there just wasn't a window for like thousands of years? I don't know. I think it's starting to. I think we're going to keep discovering things that are going to point to a cyclistic circle of events. The timeline of human history. I don't think. I'm less and less think it's linear, and I'm more and more thinking that it is a circular thing. Windows popping up here and then not again over here, and then we're probably going to forget about having windows, and then we'll have them again at some point. It's very exciting. They also found over 100,000 beads, like decorative little beads that they'd made, and 130 dead bodies. We actually have the people that were buried there. I hope they do loads of like DNA studies, and they do all of the dating of the bodies, but also like a
You speak Russian? No, I don't speak
really
Russian.
Fascinating.
Sorry.
Who are these people that were buried here, and why? Talking of beads, and this one again is just like in one discovery, it just knocks it out of the park. They have discovered in a cave in Morocco, it's about 10 miles in from the coast, they've discovered in a cave beads, like beautifully made shell carved beads with holes and drills and everything, that date to 140,000
What's
to
up, Sam?
150,000 years old.
Wow.
Why that is incredible is because the oldest beads in the world that we have come from Africa, and they're about 130,000 years old. So these beads are up to 20,000 years older, which is just such a huge amount of time. And interesting that it's in
20,000 years.
Morocco is very interesting. Why? Because if you are a hunter of Atlantis,
yeah.
there is a theory that Morocco, southern Spain, northern Africa, Morocco, all of that area, the Azores, that chunk of the world has the hotspots for the potential Atlantean empires to have lived all around there. There was like 10 kingdoms of Atlantis, so those are the potential hotspots for Atlantis. Just interesting that the oldest beads in the world was found in the hotspot for Atlantis. Very exciting. I turned my autofocus off because my camera is so loud, so I'm just trying desperately to stay within the autofocus box.
I got on before 2 o'clock. First time in a while. I'm just gonna go even earlier. But when it started next week, I'm gonna be good for Monday night at 10:30.
In Morocco. I'll try
Gonna
and
be
find
cool.
that. But there it is. That's where they found it. I stop looking at the internet for just 2 months while I'm working, and then this is what happens. They find beads that are 20,000 years older than we ever knew was possible. The oldest temple in the world, they've just found another one that's 1,000 years older. Oh, and they found that people were living in Americas at least 10,000 years before they ever thought they were. So basically, yeah, history's getting older, and I wonder how many more discoveries is there going to have to be before people really start waking up to the idea that what we have learned about history, the timeline of history that has been fed to us, might not be correct, and we're going to seriously have to rejig what we think about and how we think about it, and just open our minds, start from scratch. Oh, while I'm here, while I've got you, stay there. Next year is going to be super, super, super exciting. I
mean, we got what we got. Like, I think we just need to like reevaluate. Like, Call of Cthulhu. What's this one? You keep showing me this one. Let's watch this. Yeah, I told you I was listening to that Sitchin book the other day. What's the deal? Do you know what he's talking about with those mining findings? Supposedly there was evidence of mining like fucking 20,000 years ago or something, a lot older than that. In South Africa, or down like Zimbabwe maybe, Southern Africa. That was the one thing he talked about that I'd never heard about before, which I thought was incredible, but I guess it does check out. I don't know, man. It's like the stories are all pretty well documented all over the world. Like, just think we need to start like treating that like real instead of fairy tales. You know, like an arbitrary decision to like cut off, like, bro, this is magical, like prehistory, and this is like Egyptians.
Among the Earth's greatest cultural mysteries. In the 1930s, self-styled prophet Edgar Cayce predicted that the secrets of the Sphinx would be revealed sometime in the 1990s, and Cayce, it turns out, may have been right.
What do you mean?
10,500 BC, this is when the Sphinx is gazing directly at his own image, the constellation of Leo.
Yeah.
And if we are to turn 90 degrees and face due south, we would see the 3 stars of Orion's belt in a pattern that mimics exactly the pattern of the pyramid on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just read the first Sitchin book, or, you know, listened to it. Yeah. But, like, again, the story's not the fact that, like, it's not like a, like, yeah, like they are like, you know, but not pure slaves, you know, that kind of thing, right? It's not quite right to call it like a master-slave relationship.
So we have here,
I mean, again, it's like the legends,
a
like
perfect
the,
conjunction
you know,
taking place
like
only
the holy books say, you know, it's like that.
But history books teach us that in 10,500 BC, our human ancestors were still in a primitive state, incapable of the advanced astronomical and engineering skills necessary to build great monuments.
Yeah, they came to Mesopotamia first, right? And then they needed gold at a later date, right? Or they came for the gold, right? I forget. But at some point they needed gold, so they like rounded everybody up. Or no, they were using somebody. They had like a pure slave race with them, right? And then was that the Nephilim or somebody else? They had some other species with them that was supposed to be the slaves, but then they revolted. So then they had to make the humans out of the local Homo habilis type beings. Sure, why not? Use what? Yeah, I mean, it seems like they had a purpose for it, and then ceremonially people kept fucking with it just, you know, to be closer to them or whatever. Yeah. I mean, who built all these giant polygonal blocks? Is that them, or is that just like a species, like a version, you know, older humans that were around closer to their time? Just like the style is so specific and so similar.
We're suggesting that the entire
Just
foundation
with like the
on which our
polished
notion of human
curve and
history
all.
rests
It's
is
nuts.
faulty.
How would that be a thing that you just discovered all over the world? Like, oh yeah, we're gonna make our blocks like this.
The Great Sphinx of Giza, on behalf
No
of Dr.
chance.
Zahi Hawass, helping him out on drilling that we're doing underneath the Sphinx. In our first hole here will be underneath the Sphinx's left paw.
Perhaps the most visible
Well,
example
but
of an advanced
did-
civilization in Egyptian prehistory
There's
is at the
nothing.
Great Sphinx itself.
There's
Over
so many
the head,
more
which might
impressive
obviously be
sites.
carved in dynastic times, the body and the man-made courtyard in which it sits shows signs of heavy water weathering.
We think that all
What's
the
that place in
indications
China,
suggest that a
man?
time capsule was
Unreal.
deliberately concealed
How
at
young he
Giza
is.
in Egypt with the intention that it should be found one day, a time capsule that would abolish all ambiguity over this matter and make it absolutely certain of what had gone before and of what we have forgotten, but a time capsule that was not intended to be found by barbarians, that was hidden away very carefully to be found, as the ancient texts say, by the fully worthy. Perhaps that's who we are. Perhaps that time has come. Perhaps that's the decision and the awe-inspiring prospect that we confront in the near future.
The right to open the chamber under the paws of the Sphinx is something of a political game these days, and the Egyptian government is holding all the cards. Only they know when and if the secrets of the Sphinx will be revealed to the world.
You know, the more I think about it, like,
Over the past few years, we have touched upon many of the amazing and often extremely ancient sites which dot our Earth. Many of these spectacular
Hancock's pretty good for like a man his age. You know, like all of his peers are always like just spouting off nonsense all the time. I mean, that one's big. There's bigger though. And if you think it like some of the the what's it called? The Colossus. There's two of them, and they're, I think, both like like 1,000 tons. Would have had to have been over that because they carved it. You know, it's like 1,000 tons now, but it was like shaped on site. Yeah. Again, that thing in China.
indicating to the countless
I'm gonna look for
specialists, archaeologists, geologists, and others involved, attempting unraveling of their true history, their true story of
I watched this
antiquity.
video like multiple
On several
times already.
occasions, we have been confronted with compelling and often conclusive explorative analysis, which has often resulted in the retrieval of compelling
me see.
supportive artifacts which have supported the claim of them surviving past cataclysm, often accompanied by an ice age. Our sharing of this data has regularly received a mixed reception. The Sphinx, for example, which shows clear evidence of surviving this past event and subsequent ice age, which involved a flood event. We saw that many were interested in this premise, yet not convinced of such claims. However, a gentleman known as Mario Bildreps has taken this theory and, if confirmed to be...
Just like the core... What is it? It's like 0.0025 degrees or something off. It's really close. It's not that close. I think the dude say the Bosnian one was further. It was like closer, right? Is it closer to true north alignment? That's crazy. I forgot about that. That Bosnian one, nuts. Like, how is that natural if it perfectly aligned to north-south, east-west? I don't know how you skeptically explain that away.
Be correct in his preliminary findings, may have established it as a fact beyond all possible doubt. A link to his website will, of course, be in the description. Mario, it seems, has been very busy. He has correlated the orientation of over 500 ancient pyramids and temples randomly spread around the world to what he claims.
Maybe it used to be further on point, but it's drifted because it's older than we suspect. So the 0.0025, used to be like 0.01, a lot closer.
Is a 99% accuracy to the temperature changes during the last glaciation cycles. Most ancient structures, therefore, he has concluded, are hundreds of thousands of years old and not just a few thousand. Many of the pyramids and temples have been renovated over the millennia, new structures forming on top of older foundations, while the orientation of these foundations remain unchanged. Chichen Itza and Baalbek are two good examples of this practice. He states that the proof is mathematically backed up from start to finish. He adds, the orientation of a building is purely mathematical because orientation is dimensionless or not materialistic. When we process the orientations of virtually all ancient buildings around the world, it reveals a profound discovery. He claims his research is so new, so innovating, that you won't find anything like this anywhere else, except maybe some copies of this original material on other websites. About 57% of the 501 randomly spread ancient structures that were involved in this research accumulate massively in 5 clusters of together just 20 degrees or 22.2% along the intersection line. This line is also a purely mathematical entity that runs from our current North Pole to our current South Pole along a longitude of 47.1 degrees west. It appears a big chunk of his research has been directed towards developing a cardinal reference line, an imaginary line drawn upon the globe which could be used to match ancient structures to a past location of the cardinal points. Of course, if his mathematics can be peer-reviewed and ultimately found to be correct, he could truly be onto something. His research will not only push back the theories involving the chronological development of man, but also prove beyond doubt pre-Columbian voyage up to 500,000 years ago, among many other startling realities. The collective orientation of contemporary buildings points almost exactly at our current geographic pole. You might say that the collective unconscious orients itself to the geographical pole, or as many people would say, to the sun. The more data you gather, whether it's in a region, one country, one continent, or the whole world, the more obvious it becomes that contemporary buildings add up to the geographic pole. There is no contemporary culture defined that has a preference for a specific orientation, other than a cardinal orientation. It is undoubtedly interesting research, which we implore you to peruse further. We will keep you posted on future developments regarding Mario's work. Egypt, Undoubtedly, one of the most controversial places for modern history to try to keep the control of in regards to its origin, its true age, or original builder. When one either visits the Giza Plateau
They found at least
and
one
is lucky
city off
enough
the
to
coast.
gaze upon these three great pyramids, or merely able to peer upon them through their computer screens, the first thing that will usually cross one's mind is awe and amazement. Yet this is often instinctually followed by an air of wonder, a curiosity as to how these miraculous structures were built, who could have possibly built them, and most importantly of all, why. Yet these questions, and indeed the pursuit of their answers, has been a mission for many well-funded deceptive individuals for many years, to work very hard to distract you from either asking or pursuing as personal line of inquiry. For example, the golden mask of King Tut, along with the many other undoubtedly spectacularly valuable artifacts encrusted with precious metals and jewels that can be seen littering Egypt in its many museums and in the mountains of literature, books, and touring exhibits, which are published, pushed, and permitted in regards to this spectacular area of human history.
The last of King Tut's chariots at the gem, which stands for the Grand Egyptian Museum, late last month, was an exciting event for archaeologists worldwide and a source of pride for Egyptians.
We moved today the sixth and the last chariot of King Tutankhamun from the military museum in the Citadel, which was there since 1987, to the gem. So we were keen to show you the moving of this very nice artifact and the packing and unpacking professional method you are using by my colleagues in the ministry.
The Tutankhamun exhibit, comprising about 5,000 pieces, will display for the first time all of Tutankhamun's artifacts in one place. Experts from around the world have been consulted on how best to preserve and display the collection.
Here, check this out.
When museum workers accidentally
Let's
knocked
watch
off
this
the
again.
beard of King Tut's burial mask in 2015 and hastily glued it back on, they will feel
Imagine disrespecting Tut like that.
Scattered across the vast expanse of China's landscape.
That's what I was saying, man. Like, it seems like there was some sort of like global energy system that you could build a pyramid and tap into somehow. It seems like the pyramids is like you could go do a settlement or like a colony or something if you just built a pyramid. You know, like that had what you needed to get spun up, whatever that was. I mean, that guy with this theory about the chemical plant, that was kind of compelling. Maybe it could be both somehow. You know, like you are doing generating chemicals and electricity at the same time. Something like that. You know, like a von Neumann probe kind of thing.
Lies a forgotten piece of our history. Hundreds of massive
Look at this
monolithic
thing.
structures, all showcasing the uses of advanced technology, hint at the existence of a large and sophisticated civilization that thrived in what is now known as...
Dude, check the alignment. See if it lines up with north-south. I think it's the first thing you gotta do.
China, an ancient civilization that carved enormous stone blocks weighing over 1,000 tons, constructed over 200 pyramids across vast areas, extracted thousands of tons of stone
that's
to create
crazy.
enormous cave networks with the help of advanced technology,
Jesus.
and much, much more. This ancient society, replete with sophisticated technology, monumental architecture, and profound knowledge,
Yeah, that's true,
vanished
right?
in the blink of an eye, most likely due to a massive global cataclysmic event. This enigmatic
Yeah, even like the
civilization,
Hoover
which
Dam, you know?
predates our established historical records, challenges our understanding of human history and begs the question, what secrets lie buried beneath the ancient soil of China? Join us as we unravel the mysteries of this unknown advanced civilization,
do you
exploring
mean?
the remnants of their existence and piecing together.
I mean, I think that, look. The probe mission? Oh, I mean, it looks like the Anunnaki is true. Like, honestly, it does, yes. But like I said, I think the question is about the identity of the Anunnaki, you know? Or the Atlanteans, whoever they are, you know? One or the other. And it has to be, like, long, though, right? So if they have this global energy system, it's presumably would have taken them a long time to get that shit built all... Because it's in that little band, right? That little magnetic... Like the magnetic equator or something. This is one little, like, 100-meter or 100-kilometer stretch or something. It's got, like, all these fucking sites, basically. It's crazy. Fucking Easter Island. Don't get me started on Easter Island.
Together the puzzle of their sudden disappearance. The Yangshan Quarry, located in the outskirts of Nanjing, China, is a trove of archaeological anomalies that defy conventional
So, like, the humans from the
understanding of
Bible, I guess, right? Like, if that's, you know, basically the narrative. Like, the ones who were bad and got punished with the floods, you know, say they were thriving for, like, you know, between 20,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago. You know, and then the floods came. And then they were fucking assed out for a couple thousand years. Is that what we're thinking? Like, so, like, in the books, like in the Anunnaki story, like, they're basically out of the picture. There's a couple of them who stuck around, right? But most of them, I think, pieced out after the flood. I don't think they... I forget. A probe has to call back long distance or return. What? I mean, I don't know, we should take the story at its word, right? That they're from, like, a nearby planet, and their shit was fucked up somehow. I mean, that's plausible enough to me. I don't know.
In engineering. The centerpiece of this mystery is the
Or,
gargantuan megalithic.
you know, or they're the, you know, Atlanteans, and they just were here thousands of years before that, and it just was easier for them to say that they were alien, or just people, you know, they probably explained it, and people were like, okay, so you're aliens? You know?
Block estimated to weigh 16,000 tons, making it the largest known stone ever cut by human hands. To put the enormity of this block into perspective, it is over 13 times heavier than the largest known megalithic block in the world, the one at Baalbek, Lebanon, which weighs 1,200 tons. The logistics of cutting, extracting, and transporting a stone of this magnitude are staggering to consider. With our current technological capabilities, moving a 16,000-ton block would be an impossible task, no matter how many cranes and other heavy machinery we use. So the question is, what kind of technology did this ancient civilization possess to be able to transport such enormous stone blocks?
Wow.
And it's evident that the massive stone block at the Yangshan Quarry wasn't an isolated case. It appears that millions of tons of rock have been displaced already, leaving towering flat walls that defy traditional quarrying practices. This means that indeed whoever operated in this quarry really had the ability and technology to transport the massive blocks that were extracted. But that's not the only mystery. The methods used to cut and shape this giant stone are also a source of significant wonder. There are massive square holes at the bottom of the block, which were probably made to be used when the block was about to be lifted and transported away from the site. The precision and clarity of the quarry marks, along with the planned smooth surfaces present at the site, indicate a level of sophistication that seems far beyond the capabilities of ancient civilizations as we
The
understand
anti-care
them. The
mechanism
presence
is
of
not that
straight and precise
strange.
grooves, along with the sheer size of the block, implies a mastery over stone that was simply impossible for any known ancient civilization of the time. Also, the erosion and weathering present on the stone block indicate that it's extremely old, probably much older than the estimated 8,000 years. It seems as if the entire site was once some kind of complex, as there are other massive structures present there. On one of those structures, we can see perfectly squared cavities carved into the rock, which is a task that would be impossible with simple bronze tools. The precision of the 90-degree angles and the intricate removal of material from these blocks perplex modern researchers. The most shocking feature of the structures was the
No,
giant
but it's like,
knobs.
unlike these things,
Ancient megalithics.
like it's conceivable that a Greek or Roman or whatever, or Egyptian, whoever, dude could have figured out how to make that. You know, whereas this is just superhuman type. What the fuck, dude? How did they cut this shit out of there, let alone transported it away from there? What the fuck?
Sites adorned with distinctive knobs are found across various parts of the world, suggesting a shared technique or symbolic significance among prehistoric builders. In Peru, particularly in areas like Cusco, there are many megalithic stones with similar knobs. The Giza Plateau in Egypt, home to the famous pyramids, also features megalithic blocks with knob-like protrusions. The Menkaure Pyramid, in particular, showcases this characteristic. Mainstream historians believe these knobs were used for the lifting and positioning of stones, acting as leverage points for ropes. However, judging by the enormous scale of the blocks in Yangshan, it's clear that there was an alternative purpose behind these protrusions. But how is it possible that we can find gigantic, unfinished stone blocks in various parts of the world, all suddenly left in the middle of their extraction processes and untouched for thousands of years? We already mentioned the massive stone blocks at Baalbek, Lebanon. The trilithon are three massive stones that form part of the podium of the Temple of Jupiter. Each stone weighs an estimated 800 tons. The true age of this gigantic megalithic platform remains a mystery to archaeologists, although many believe they are at least 9,000 years old. The ancient Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans built their structures and temples upon the massive foundation, yet nothing of their construction matches the sheer scale and engineering prowess demonstrated by the Baalbek stones. These colossal blocks were precisely cut and placed with remarkable accuracy and fitted together perfectly. Adjacent to these, there lies an even larger stone block, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, lying in a nearby quarry. For unknown reasons, the stone was abandoned. The methods used in the transportation and assembly of these stones continue to baffle historians and engineers alike. Curiously, the Yangshan Quarry in China has the exact same tool marks that are seen on the massive stones at Baalbek. Similarly, at the ancient city of Petra in Jordan, tool marks that closely resemble those on the Yangshan blocks have been identified. Petra, dating back to as early as 7000 BC, showcases sedimentary rock formations with striations nearly identical to those in Yangshan, despite the different rock types. Comparisons with modern machinery reveal striking similarities in the striations produced by contemporary mining equipment, which suggests a level of sophistication in ancient tooling methods that parallels modern technology.
Like when you read about like those medieval type, like, you know, like the old Muslim kingdoms and shit, when they tried to like break into the pyramids and stuff, you see it's like a completely different scale of operation, you know.
Intriguing questions about the capabilities and technologies of ancient civilizations, suggesting that they might have possessed advanced engineering knowledge long before it was previously thought. More abandoned quarries can be found in Egypt, precisely the Aswan Quarry, in which we can find this gigantic piece of granite, which measures an impressive 137 feet in length and weighs about 1,170 tons. The surface of this massive granite slab is adorned with smooth, hollowed-out areas, giving the appearance that the granite was scooped out from the obelisk. Another gigantic unfinished block can be found at the Minya Quarry, also known as the Tura Limestone Quarry, which is also in Egypt. The block at Minya remains in situ, partially carved from the limestone bedrock, indicating that the work was abandoned before it could be completed and transported. The sudden cessation of work at these sites hints at a possible cataclysmic event that abruptly ended these monumental projects. The commonality of unfinished work at these sites has led some to theorize that a widespread ancient cataclysm might have caused the sudden abandonment of these monumental construction projects. It appears that these advanced civilizations were abruptly halted in their tracks, leaving behind these massive stone giants as silent witnesses to their erstwhile grandeur and technical prowess. In 1992, a remarkable discovery was made in Xiuning, a small village nestled in the Zhejiang province in eastern China. This area, characterized by its simple farming lifestyle and the picturesque banks of the Ku River, harbored a secret beneath its mountain. The mountain, though not particularly grandiose, held an array of peculiar ponds, many of which were strikingly rectangular, hinting at an unusual origin. These ponds were always filled with water for as long as anyone can remember, and the local farmers regularly used the water from them. With generations of farmers using the mysterious pits without the water ever drying up, the ponds became known locally as the bottomless ponds, and were steeped in curiosity that extended beyond the oldest memories of the village elders. The name was well-deserved, as the depths of these ponds seemed immeasurable. Generations of villagers had attempted to gauge their depths using long bamboo poles, yet all such efforts proved futile, as the bottom was never felt by anyone. Strangely, there was even fishes of various sizes living in the waters of the ponds. In the summer of 1992, the mystery of these ponds deepened when a villager, during a routine fishing endeavor, caught a fish of extraordinary size, over 30 pounds, from one of these seemingly modest water bodies. This catch was significant not just for its size, but for the questions it raised about the true nature of the pond's depths, where such a large fish could grow and thrive. The villager who made this remarkable catch was already known in the community for his curiosity and previous attempts to explore the depths of these ponds. Spurred by this discovery, he was determined to unravel the mystery of the bottomless ponds once and for all. To achieve this, he needed to do something drastic: drain the pond to reveal its secrets once and for all. Convincing 3 other villagers of the need to explore the unknown, they pooled their resources to acquire a water pump, embarking on an ambitious project that would challenge the myths of their ancestors. On June 9, 1992, they began the formidable task of draining one of the ponds. They operated the pump continuously, working day and night in shifts, driven by a shared anticipation of the unknown. After 5 days of non-stop pumping, the water level had receded enough to reveal the first clue that this was no ordinary pond. To their astonishment, a set of stone stairs emerged from the receding waters, descending into the depths. This initial discovery was a moment of revelation and wonder. Realizing the significance of their find, the villagers decided to intensify their efforts. They acquired 4 more water pumps, dramatically increasing their capacity to remove the water. For 17 days, they continued their relentless endeavor, watching as the water level slowly dropped and the full extent of their discovery began to unfold. What they found was nothing short of monumental. As the final remnants of water drained away, they stood before the entrance to a vast, man-made cave. The pond that had long intrigued and sustained their community was, in fact, a skylight or rooftop entrance to a massive ancient subterranean complex. This discovery challenged everything the villagers knew about their surroundings and history. The Long U Caves, as they would come to be known, represented a marvel of ancient engineering and craftsmanship. In total, there were 24 caves. 14 of these caves were collapsed, but those that were intact all showcased perfectly flat floors and ceilings angled at a precise 45 degrees. Although the caves were not interconnected, they were still all aligned with their floors on equal levels. In fact, there were caves that were made one next to the other, separated by as little as 20 inches or 50 centimeters. How is such precision possible? The caves themselves were enormous, with vast chambers carved out of solid rock extending deep into the earth. The precision of the carvings, the smoothness of the walls, and the sheer scale of the excavation suggested a level of sophistication and organization that was unheard of in the annals of ancient Chinese history. The cave's design was both intricate and functional, with channels and pools that indicated a complex understanding of hydraulics and water management. Despite their ancient origins, the caves had withstood the test of time, remaining structurally sound and largely free of debris or sediment, which added to the mystery of their purpose and the identity of their creators. Another mystery is the fact that there is no evidence of smoke residue on the walls or ceilings. So, how did they illuminate the caves while they were working on them? Spanning an average of 11,000 square feet each and soaring up to heights equivalent to a 10-story building, these caves collectively cover an area akin to 3.5 city blocks. Estimates suggest that without advanced technology, carving these would have taken centuries, excluding the time needed for the intricate chiseling and decorative work that adorns the caves. Such a massive undertaking hints at imperial sponsorship, yet remarkably, these caves were not known to history. Despite China's long-standing tradition of meticulous record-keeping, not a single account of these caves' construction has been found in ancient texts. The caves also present a fascinating aspect in the form of the marks on their walls. These marks are notably identical and consistent. All of them are perfectly uniform and are all set at a 60-degree angle. This led many to believe they were made by some sort of advanced technology. Intriguingly, these marks closely mimic those produced by contemporary machinery, leading to comparisons with the patterns left by modern drilling equipment. When the marks in these ancient Chinese caves are compared to those made by our current drilling machines, the resemblance is uncanny, almost identical in nature. This raises the provocative question: did the creators of these caves possess technology akin to what we have today? Calculations suggest that the construction of the Long U caves would have involved the removal of millions of cubic meters of rock. Given the average density of sandstone, which is around 3 tons per cubic meter, the total weight of the excavated material would be monumental, easily amounting to millions of tons.
One of the things that's baffling is that there's no evidence of their construction. One of the other things that mystifies them is that there isn't any evidence of the people that built these caves. There's no villages or cemeteries or work areas. Over 1 million metric tons of stone were removed from those caverns, but when archaeologists go around the area, they can't find any of it.
Such a massive quantity of rock would have left a significant mark on the landscape, creating large mounds of debris akin to the spoil heaps associated with modern mining operations. Yet, the region around the caves shows no sign of the massive piles of rock that would be expected from such extensive quarrying activity. But these 24 caves are not the only ones that possess all of these traces of advanced technology. In fact, there are thousands of similar caves all across China. If we go 100 miles north, we can find the Huashan Grottos. Located near the Yellow River, these grottos comprise of 36 caves, each exhibiting a sophistication and precision that echo the bewildering characteristics of the Longyu caves. The grottos are an architectural marvel, with their vast interiors, intricate passageways, and detailed carvings. The sheer size of the excavation project for the Huashan Grottos is staggering. Similar to the Longyu caves, the amount of rock removed to create these spaces is monumental. Yet, just as mysteriously, the debris from this massive excavation is nowhere to be found. Estimations of the total volume of rock removed to form the Huashan Grottos run into millions of cubic meters, a feat that would require a well-organized workforce and a sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. Without advanced technology, carving these would also have taken centuries till they were fully finished. Yet, no historical records or documents have been found that shed light on the construction of these grottos, their purpose, or the civilization that built them. Many parts of these caves are still unexplored. Another place where we can see the strange machine marks is the Haijin City Fortress. Situated atop a lofty low-S slope, this mysterious fortress is cleverly concealed by deep gorges, rendering it almost invisible to the untrained eye. Even local residents have scant knowledge of its historical origins. It was only through the guidance of an 80-year-old local named Hu Junai that the significance and design of the fortress came to light. His familiarity with the area was key in uncovering the pathways leading to this historic site. Inside the Haijin City Fortress, the land opens up, reminiscent of an ancient ark. The fortress once housed cave dwellings on its flanks. These have since eroded, leaving behind only the plateau and its gate. Upon its discovery, the initial theory proposed by historians was that the local villagers, described as primitive farmers without any means of defense, constructed the fortress as a refuge from bandits. This narrative, however, raises more questions than it answers, particularly regarding the fortress's grand architectural features, notably its 30-foot massive doorway that can be visible from a large distance. The scale and complexity of Haijin City Fortress's construction seem to contradict the idea of it being merely a hideout. Like with the previous caves we discussed, the cave in Haijin is also not formed by nature but carved meticulously from the rock. Judging by the marks, it was most likely carved with the same technology used in the other caves. Another mysterious place is the Guyaju Caves, often referred to as China's largest cliff dwelling. Discovered in 1984, this extensive cave complex comprises 117 caves and 350 chambers, sprawling across 25 acres or 100,000 square meters, making it a monumental testament to ancient ingenuity and craftsmanship. Located about 50 miles northwest of Beijing, the Guyaju Caves are hewn from solid granite, a feat that underscores the advanced technical skills and persistent labor of their creators. On the surface of the granite, we can see once again the exact same marks found in other megalithic structures. The mystery deepens with the absence of datable archaeological evidence and the lack of historical records mentioning the site, leaving experts puzzled about the origins, purpose, and the people behind this architectural marvel. The Guyaju caves resemble a honeycomb of rock-cut chambers, organized into what appears to be two distinct village clusters. The design of these chambers, varying from square and rectangular to circular shapes, with single to multiple rooms across different levels, mirrors the cave dwellings found in regions like Turkey, Italy, and Spain. The presence of doorways, windows, king bed stoves, flues, lampstands, and storage compartments, all carved from stone, illustrates a high level of domestic sophistication. The architectural design also incorporates advanced drainage systems, highlighting the builder's understanding of environmental management and sustainable living. The structural dimensions of the caves, with consistent wall thickness and varied chamber sizes, along with the compact layout resembling multi-story buildings, demonstrate advanced architectural and engineering capabilities. The site had stone staircases, ladders, and bridges, while the roofs had chiseled slots on them to collect rainwater. The Guantanazzi, or Golden Temple, the largest structure within the complex, is particularly noteworthy. Consisting of 8 chambered rooms over 2 floors, it contains finely carved stone pillars, a large central bed, and stone furniture, leading some to believe it was the residence of the community's leader or a place of worship. Despite over 3 decades of protection and study since their discovery, the origins, purpose, and ultimate fate of the Guyaju Caves inhabitants remain a mystery. Archaeological estimations date the site to between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago, but these are speculative, and many believe the site is much more ancient. Judging by all of these sophisticated structures, we can agree that there was some kind of lost civilization that lived in China thousands of years ago. But are there any other clues left by this mysterious culture? In 1986, construction workers in the city of Guanghan stumbled upon an archaeological marvel that unveiled the remnants of a long-lost civilization. The discovery of 2 sacrificial pits brimming with hundreds of artifacts, including bronze and gold masks, statues, figurines, and exquisite marble and jade items, marked a significant breakthrough in the study of ancient Chinese history. Historians have since dated these findings to between 3,000 and 5,000 years ago, situating them at the dawn of civilization, a time corresponding with the ancient Sumerian and Egyptian civilizations, who are one of the first developed cultures on Earth. This lost civilization became known as the Sangxingdui, with the name meaning the 3-star mounds at the ruins. In total, there were 13,000 artifacts unearthed, including over 1,200 bronze wares, 543 gold artifacts, and 565 jade objects. Among the highlights of the discovery is a bronze box with a tortoise-shaped lid, dragon head handles, and bronze ribbons. Other key finds include a bronze sacrificial altar, a giant bronze mask, and a bronze statue with a human head and a snake's body. The giant mask was incredible, measuring around 4.5 feet in width, or 1.5 meters, and 2.5 feet in height, or 75 centimeters. Another incredible artifact was this large bronze statue, which is around 9 feet tall, or more than 2.5 meters. In the center of each of the figure's hands, there are cylindrical holes which indicate that it once held something. All of the bronze heads discovered among the relics are particularly striking, characterized by their oversized eyes and ears. Many believe that this civilization didn't even belong to the Chinese culture at all, as the Chinese civilizations never made any artifacts remotely similar to those. All of the mysterious artifacts were very unique and presented a sophisticated artistry. Strangely, many of them were damaged and had burn marks. This means they were either deliberately damaged, burned and then buried, or perhaps were left by a civilization that was destroyed by a cataclysmic event that led to this destruction. The masks and statues of this culture are distinct not only for their strange facial features, but also for the level of craftsmanship and complexity they exhibit. To create such detailed and exquisite artifacts, you had to be advanced in metallurgical skills, which is quite astonishing for a civilization that existed at least 5,000 years ago. Whoever these people were, their abrupt disappearance remains one of the greatest historical enigmas. But perhaps the greatest mystery of all are the pyramids that can be found all across China. The Chinese pyramids, concealed for centuries, remain relatively unknown globally, including within China. These ancient structures dot China's central plains and deserts, predominantly in Shanxi province. Yet the Chinese Communist government has imposed strict prohibitions on excavating and even visiting these ancient edifices. The local farmers living near the pyramids are encouraged to plant trees on the pyramids to conceal them. With over 200 pyramids discovered, their true purpose and origin remain a complete mystery, obscured not only by physical barriers, but also by governmental restrictions. The first recorded mention of these pyramids in the West dates back to 1912, when travel agent Fred Meyer Schroeder reported their existence, noting that there are massive pyramids there. However, it wasn't until the mid-20th century that these structures gained significant attention. During World War II, American pilot James Gaussman flew over the area and captured photographs of these structures. But it wasn't until the advent of satellite imagery that we were able to understand the true scale and number of these Chinese pyramids. Similar to pyramids elsewhere in the globe, the Chinese pyramids are precisely oriented, with their corners perfectly aligned to Earth's cardinal directions. In terms of astronomy, they are slightly misaligned from the Gemini constellation, aligning almost exactly during the spring equinox several millennia ago. This slight deviation of 14 degrees can be explained by the axial precession of the Earth, a phenomenon where the planet's axis slowly wobbles, completing a full cycle approximately every 25,700 years. This means that these pyramids could be tens of thousands of years old. Another incredible similarity and cosmic alignment can be found when you compare the layout of the pyramid complex of Teotihuacan in Mexico with the Giza complex in Egypt and with the Xi'an pyramid complex in China. All three sites are structured in almost the exact same way and mirror the Orion constellation. How is this possible, considering all three of them are on different continents, separated by thousands of miles? Moreover, all three pyramid complexes are aligned in a near straight line, having the same orientation. Was this just a coincidence, or is there more to the story? The remarkable presence of Chinese pyramids, particularly the colossal Great White Pyramid located in the valley of Shanxi province, is considered by many the largest pyramid in the world. It's twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza, with a height of around 1,000 feet or 300 meters. This means that the construction of this gigantic pyramid would require no less than 50 million tons of stone. Some have linked the extensive network of caves discussed earlier with the massive pyramids in the area. As we discussed before, the stone extracted from all of these caves was never found anywhere in the area. This situation leads to speculation that the large amount of stone taken from these caves might have been employed in building the numerous pyramids throughout China, specifically the Great White Pyramid. Additionally, the gigantic stones extracted from the Yangshan quarry could also have been used for the construction of all of these pyramids. The most famous site in China, the Terracotta Army, is also built right at the edge of a massive pyramid that is still unexcavated. Discovered in 1974 by local farmers digging a well, the Terracotta Army encompasses more than 8,000 soldiers, along with chariots, horses, officials, acrobats, strongmen, and musicians, each with unique facial features and expressions, suggesting they were modeled after real individuals. The figures are life-sized and were originally painted, although much of the paint has flaked away over the centuries. The Terracotta Army was part of a larger necropolis designed to mirror the urban plain of the capital city and served to protect the Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the afterlife. Qin Shi Huang is the first emperor of China, who founded the Qin dynasty. He was a monumental figure in Chinese history, known for his conquests that united China, the construction of the Great Wall, and the standardization of the monetary and legal systems. Entombed for over 2,000 years, the Terracotta Army form a massive underground mausoleum, the construction of which involved 700,000 workers and artisans over several decades. The site was a 4-layered subterranean city, at the center of which lies one of China's greatest mysteries, the Emperor's burial mound, which has not yet been excavated due to high levels of mercury. Archaeologists believe that beneath this mound lies a chamber with Qin Shi Huang's remains, surrounded by a miniature cosmic model. The tomb is thought to replicate the universe, with the ceiling representing the night sky, adorned with pearls as stars, and the ground mimicking the landscape of China, where flowing mercury symbolizes the rivers. Considering how fascinating this site is, just imagine what secrets could be found inside the pyramid adjacent to it, which is most likely thousands of years older than the Terracotta Army itself.
Within the pyramid is a lake of mercury, that there are mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensely protected it is, and up to this day it's not been excavated.
The mystery surrounding the Chinese pyramids extends far back in history, with documented references to these structures dating back to the early 17th century. Notably, a Roman Jesuit whose observations have been preserved in various historical accounts penned some of the earliest Western descriptions of these remarkable constructions. However, it was Joseph de Guigne, a renowned French Orientalist and sinologist in the 18th century, who significantly contributed to the discourse with his provocative theory. In his 1785 publication, An Essay in Which We Prove the Chinese Are an Egyptian Colony, de Guigne posited a direct connection between the Chinese and ancient Egyptians, largely based on the presence of pyramid-like structures in China, along with certain cultural and linguistic similarities, indicating a possible historical link between the two civilizations. But the architectural features of these structures do not resemble just the pyramids in Egypt, but those in South America. There's an interesting site known as the Guanlin Temple, located near Luoyang in the Henan province. This site is steeped in history and reverence, primarily known as the Tomb and Memorial Complex for Guan Yu, a famous general in Chinese folklore and history. While the temple serves as a commemorative site, its architectural features and the age of some structures within the complex suggest a much older origin, potentially predating the commonly accepted historical timelines associated with the temple. Many believe the ancient Chinese used this structure as a tomb, the same way as the ancient Egyptians used various ancient sites in Egypt, although they were not their true architects, as these sites were way too advanced for their bronze tools and knowledge. The tomb of the general, located in Jian, Jilin province in China, is part of the Goguryeo Tombs complex. This pyramid structure was most likely thousands of years older than the Goguryeo kingdom, which used the pyramid as a tomb, although they didn't construct it. The pyramid shape of the tomb of the general represents a unique architectural style in East Asia, distinct from the more rounded burial mounds commonly found in other parts of China and Korea. Curiously, this pyramid has a broad base that narrows towards the top, very similar to the Mesoamerican pyramids built by civilizations like the Aztecs and Mayans. The similarities are intriguing from a comparative perspective because their builders were believed to have developed independently on the opposite sides of the world. These similarities are not just superficial. They extend to the engineering techniques, the orientation and alignment with astronomical events, and the multi-tiered design that is characteristic of many pyramid structures around the world. The idea that such architectural and engineering concepts could span across continents and cultures suggests a potential exchange of knowledge or a common architectural lineage that has yet to be fully understood. Curiously, all across the world, there are ancient stories about mythical figures that visited our ancestors and gave them advanced knowledge and technology, kickstarting their civilization. In Mesopotamian mythology, the Apkallu were 7 sages sent by the god Enki to teach humanity various arts of civilization, including writing, law, temple building, and agriculture. In Mesoamerican cultures, particularly among the Aztecs and Toltecs, there's Quetzalcoatl, a provider of agricultural knowledge who taught the ancient people the use of metalwork, the calendar, and the cultivation of maize. In Egyptian mythology, there was Thoth, a deity who gave the Egyptians writing in the form of hieroglyphics, together with various other advanced knowledge, boosting their civilization significantly. Many researchers, like Graham Hancock, believe these beings were survivors of an ancient cataclysm that destroyed the advanced civilization that constructed all of these massive megalithic monuments across the globe. These survivors then spread across the world and gave knowledge to the primitive hunter-gatherer societies. Interestingly, in Chinese mythology, we can find a similar figure. The Yellow Emperor, Wang Di, is a mythic figure in Chinese history that is often regarded as the progenitor of Chinese civilization. His contributions to the fabric of Chinese culture are immense, ranging from the creation of traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture, to the introduction of wooden houses, the bow and arrow, bronze coins, and a written language. The knowledge and technologies he gave to the ancient people were so immense that he became known as the founder of Chinese civilization. Comparing the Yellow Emperor with other civilizational bringers all across the world, one can discern a pattern where these figures are often credited with introducing critical advancements to society. All of this would essentially mean that the advanced megastructures found all across China were the works of a far more ancient civilization, a civilization lost to time and missing from our history books. One of the more controversial discoveries in China are the so-called Baigong pipes. The enigma of Mount Baigong's mysterious pipes remains one of the unresolved mysteries of the past decade. In 1996, a research expedition found around 24 pipes with diameters ranging from 1 to 50 inches, or 2 to 40 centimeters, embedded in the rock formations, suggesting an intricate man-made structure. These perplexing objects have sparked widespread media attention but have yet to be scrutinized by rigorous scientific study. Theories about their origins are abundant and varied, with suggestions ranging from an ancient water system to an advanced lake drainage mechanism. Chemical analysis of the pipes indicated a high content of iron oxide, alongside significant amounts of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide. Remarkably, the artifacts were estimated to be over 5,000 years old, predating the known advent of iron smelting in China. Public information about the Baigong pipes emerged in June 2002 when a Chinese newspaper published an article claiming the discovery could challenge the entire narrative of human history. Following this, other publications sensationalized the pipes as remnants of technologically advanced structures, captivating public interest. During a search for dinosaur fossils near Mount Baigong, a group of American scientists encountered several caves containing more peculiar objects. Among these were 2 rusty iron pipes, each about 40 centimeters, approximately 16 inches, in diameter. One pipe seemed to stretch from the mountain's peak into the cave, while the other descended from the cave's floor, suggesting they were part of an ancient system or mechanism. Of the 3 caves identified, 2 had collapsed, obscuring their contents. Later investigations in the area revealed additional pipes, approximately 12, with diameters ranging from 2 to 5 centimeters, roughly 1 to 2 inches, suggesting a complex and extensive network. Observers have noted that the pipes are complexly interconnected, suggesting their creators possessed highly advanced technology. These pipes were found near Lake Tosan, about 80 meters or 260 feet from Mount Baigong, with sizes ranging from a few centimeters to as thin as a few millimeters, similar to a toothpick. Some of these pipes were embedded in the lake's bottom or protruding above its surface. Despite their discovery, they have yet to attract significant scientific scrutiny and are seldom mentioned in academic circles. Among the conjectures is the idea that the pipes are part of an ancient water management system, possibly linked to a pyramid-like structure which is speculated to have stood 50 to 60 meters, or around 200 feet tall on the mountain, featuring triangular shafts and wells leading down its sides. This hypothetical pyramid is thought to have channeled water from Lake Tosan through the complex network of pipes. Serious discussion about the origins of the Baigong pipes necessitates a detailed chemical examination. One of the few to conduct such an analysis is Chinese scientist Liu Shaolin, who found that the pipes mainly consist of iron oxides, calcium, and silicon, with about 8% of the materials unidentified. Liu's research suggests that the pipes might be calcite formations or pseudomorphs, where minerals replace organic matter like wood roots over time, akin to the fossilization process. This theory is supported by atomic spectroscopy studies in 2003, which detected organic compounds and growth rings, indicating the pipes are natural formations, not artifacts of advanced technology. Despite these findings, the mystery deepened when, in 2007, the Chinese Seismological Bureau reported significant radioactivity in some pipes, adding another layer of intrigue. If the pipes are really natural formations, why would they have radioactive properties? The complete story of the Baigong pipes remains partially told, with their precise nature and origin still awaiting further exploration and scientific inquiry. Although it's most likely that the so-called pipes are actually just natural formations, created by ancient trees that fell down and were calcified and fossilized, we still know for certain that the Yangshan quarry with its gigantic stone block, the cave networks carved with advanced technology, and all the hundreds of pyramids scattered across China are all man-made constructions. All of these megastructures alone are enough for us to conclude that there really was an advanced ancient civilization that resided in what is now China. Who this civilization was still remains a mystery. If you want to dive into a journey of advanced lost technology and sophisticated megastructures, you can watch our 2-hour documentary on the pre-Egyptian artifacts and technologies, in which we explore several sites and pieces that we believe were built by a civilization far more sophisticated than the dynastic Egyptians.
I love this guy's
The link
channel.
is in the top pinned comment.
Oh, looks like I've watched it before. Fuck. I could watch it again. Highly compelling.
Developed the water fuel cell as a retrofit energy systems to conventional cars. The electoral car symbolizes the culmination of the second stage.
Throughout history, technological and scientific progress has been marked not only by the inventions that have shaped our world, but also by those that, for various reasons, were pushed into the shadows, never reaching their full potential. These suppressed inventions encompass a wide range of innovative ideas and technologies that, despite their potential to revolutionize many aspects of our lives, were sidelined due to a complex interplay of various factors. These factors often include corporate interests, government intervention, economic considerations, and sometimes the rigid skepticism of the scientific community. From Nikola Tesla's visionary ideas about free energy to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the demise of Stanley Meyer's water-powered car, we combined a list of 10 suppressed inventions that had the potential to completely change the world we live in.
I'm gonna sign off. I wanted to get done.
Number
6 hours.
The Ogle carburetor. In the archives of automotive history, few stories are as intriguing and controversial as that of the Ogle carburetor. Invented in the 1970s by Tom Ogle, a self-taught mechanic from El Paso, Texas, this device promised a revolution in fuel efficiency.
And it's running fueling, so it just spits it back out of the carburetor.
Claiming to enable a car to travel over 100 miles on a single gallon of gasoline. The invention came at a time when the world was grappling with the oil crisis, making Ogle's innovation not just a technological marvel, but a beacon of hope for a fuel-efficient future. Tom Ogle's journey into the world of innovation was as unconventional as his background. Without formal training in mechanical engineering, Ogle managed to devise a carburetor system that challenged the status quo of automotive technology. The Ogle carburetor's principle was relatively straightforward yet revolutionary. Traditional carburetors mixed air and fuel before feeding it into the engine for combustion. Ogle's system, however, eliminated the carburetor and fuel pump, replacing them with a black box that vaporized the fuel before it entered the engine. This vaporized fuel system allowed for more efficient combustion, significantly reducing the amount of fuel needed to power the engine. Ogle claimed that his system could maintain a car's performance and power while drastically cutting down on fuel consumption. The implications were enormous. Not only would it save consumers money, but it would also reduce dependence on oil and lower automotive emissions. Ogle's invention quickly caught the public's attention. In 1977, he demonstrated his modified 1970 Ford Galaxy, which reportedly achieved extraordinary fuel efficiency. The story was picked up by various media outlets, propelling Ogle to instant fame. He received patents for his invention and was courted by investors and major companies, intrigued by the potential of his fuel-saving system. Automotive experts were puzzled about how the Ogle carburetor could achieve such high efficiency without significant modifications to the engine itself. Despite the skepticism, Ogle continued to promote his invention, turning down substantial offers to buy his patents. He was determined to see his system implemented on a large scale. But his dream was suddenly cut short. In 1981, Tom Ogle died under mysterious circumstances at the age of 24. While official accounts declared that his passing was due to an overdose involving alcohol and prescription drugs, friends and advocates raised suspicions of foul play, considering the significant financial implications involved. The death of Tom Ogle led to numerous conspiracy theories. Some believed that the oil industry, threatened by the prospect of a drastic reduction in fuel consumption, played a role in suppressing his invention. Others speculated that it was the work of auto manufacturers who feared the impact of such a technology on their business model. The Ogle carburetor, despite its initial promise, faded into obscurity. The patents exist, but no major automotive manufacturer has implemented the technology in a production vehicle. The reasons are a matter of speculation. Some argue that the carburetor was never as effective as claimed, while others maintain that the suppression by powerful interests is responsible for its disappearance. Number 2. The Rife machine. In the early 20th century, Royal Raymond Rife, an American inventor and scientist, embarked on a journey that would lead him to the fringes of medical science. He developed the Rife machine, an invention that he claimed could effectively diagnose and cure cancer. Rife's journey unfolds as a multifaceted saga, marked by pioneering inventions and a contentious battle with the medical establishment. It all started in the 1930s when Rife created the universal microscope, which was a masterpiece of optical engineering. It boasted magnifications reportedly over 60,000 times, surpassing the capabilities of standard microscopes of the time. This allowed Rife to observe living viruses in their active state, a feat that was not possible with the electron microscopes of his era, as they required samples to be dead and stained. Rife claimed that his microscope used a complex system of prisms and rotating lenses to bend light in new ways, illuminating the tiny viruses. Parallel to his work on the microscope, Rife developed the Rife machine, an invention that could cure all kinds of viruses and bacteria, together with cancer cells. The machine was based on the principle that every organism has its own unique electromagnetic frequency.
Okay. All right.
Rife asserted that if you could find the correct frequency, you could destroy a pathogen or a cancer cell without damaging the surrounding tissue. He conducted several experiments, reportedly curing cancer in lab animals and later in human patients. Rife's claims were extraordinary. He asserted that his technology had a 100% success rate in treating cancer. In 1934,
Really?
he even held a clinic which he claimed resulted in the successful treatment of 16 cancer patients. These claims would have represented a monumental breakthrough in medical science,
Sure, why
potentially
not?
saving
Okay.
millions of lives. However, Rife's work was met with skepticism and hostility from the medical establishment. Critics argued that Rife's cancer-curing claims were unfounded, despite the fact that there were cancer patients stating they were cured by him. The turning point came when a lawsuit was filed against Rife by the American Medical Association, AMA.
I mean, like, I think there's something to do with the frequencies, right? I think there's something to that. Maybe not like what this guy was saying, but it does seem like there is maybe some sort of like I don't know, like nullification principle or some shit that you can sort of harness them in some fashion. It just seems like there could be a breakthrough in that direction. Like I always say, sound lords. You know, like it seems like that's the most likely kind of like you know, I don't know, series of like you know, that's where the clues point me, I guess, right? What else could it be? You know, like you saw the size of those fucking blocks in that Chinese quarry. Was it 16,000 ton megalithic block? What the fuck, dude?
You've been accused of practicing medicine without a license. It's a very grave charge, son. Are you aware that it's unlawful?
The legal battle was arduous and costly. Following the lawsuit, Rife's laboratories were reportedly ransacked, and his research documents were destroyed. His supporters claim that there was a concerted effort by the medical establishment to discredit and suppress his work, driven by financial interests and threatened by Rife's potentially disruptive technologies. Rife's life after the lawsuit was tragic. He became reclusive and his health deteriorated. He died in 1971, penniless, largely forgotten, and cruelly discredited.
No, I don't know how you would be able to like program it out of your system, but like you could certainly have a situation where like you could find conglomerations of cells where they weren't supposed to be. You know, like plaque in the Alzheimer's research, right? Like crystallize, you know, it's like your arteries harden, that kind of thing. You could program something for that. The artery thing, couldn't you put some sort of like CRISPR shit that triggered, you know, like a subroutine in one of your cells where it was like, oh, yo, this cholesterol's getting a little high, let's do a wipe down or something. Stuff like that. But this seems more like in line with like a zap, some sort of ray, some sort of Havana ray.
However, his legacy lived on. In the years following his death, Rife's work gained a cult following. His machine became a symbol of alternative medicine and a rallying point for those distrustful of mainstream medical science. Number 3, the water fuel cell. In the realm of alternative energy, few stories are as compelling and enigmatic as that of Stanley Meyer and his water fuel cell. Stanley Meyer, an inventor from Ohio, introduced the water fuel cell in the 1980s.
I don't care if you use rainwater, well water, city water, ocean water. If you don't have any fresh water, go ahead and use snow. If you don't have any snow available to you, then use salt water because there's no adverse effect to the fuel cell.
Meyer's cell was not just an electrolysis device. He claimed it used a unique process involving resonant frequencies to break the bonds of water molecules with minimal electrical input. Meyer demonstrated his invention in a dune buggy he claimed was powered entirely by his water fuel cell. According to him, the vehicle could use water as fuel, converting it into hydrogen and oxygen gases, which were then used to generate combustion. This concept was revolutionary, promising an abundant, cheap, and environmentally friendly fuel source. It attracted significant attention, with Meyer even being featured in local news and gaining interest from overseas.
Yeah, we do communism and crank shit. We're in the crank shit part of the night. We're almost done.
This here at 6 o'clock, an age-old dream becoming a reality. A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
Despite the initial excitement, Meyer's claims were met with skepticism from the scientific community. His story took a dramatic turn on March 20th, 1998. Meyer, who was dining at a restaurant, suddenly ran outside, clutching his throat. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and died shortly thereafter. The official cause of death was ruled a cerebral aneurysm, but this did not stop the emergence of numerous conspiracy theories. Supporters of Meyer's work speculated that he might have been poisoned or otherwise targeted due to the threat his invention posed to the global oil industry. Following Meyer's death, interest in his water fuel cell persisted, with various individuals and groups attempting to replicate his work. However, no one has successfully demonstrated a working model of Meyer's device that clearly shows the production of energy in a manner consistent with his claims. While Meyer's invention promised a world free from the shackles of fossil fuels, his mysterious death left many unanswered questions. The water fuel cell remains a symbol of hope for some and a subject of skepticism for others, a vital part of the quest for clean, unlimited energy. Number 4, anti-gravity device. In the annals of experimental physics and fringe science, few figures are as enigmatic as Thomas Townsend Brown. His work on anti-gravity technology, which began in the early 20th century, has sparked decades of debate, fascination, and skepticism. Brown's exploration into electrogravitics, the study of electrically charged systems' gravitational behavior, led him to develop what he claimed to be an anti-gravity device, a concept that could revolutionize our understanding of physics and transportation. Thomas Brown's journey into anti-gravity research began with his fascination with the Biefeld-Brown effect, a phenomenon he discovered as a young student. This effect, named after Brown and his mentor, physicist Dr. Paul Alfred Biefeld, suggested that electrically charged capacitors exhibited a small thrust in the direction of the positive pole when suspended in a vacuum. Brown hypothesized that this thrust was due to an interaction between the electric field and the gravitational field, a theory that laid the groundwork for his later experiments. Brown's anti-gravity device, often referred to as a gravitator, was based on the principles of electrogravitics. The device typically consisted of a set of capacitors and electrodes, where high-voltage electric charges were used to create an ionic wind, which Brown believed could produce a propulsive force. In his experiments, Brown demonstrated that when voltage was applied, the device moved in the direction of the positive electrode, an effect he attributed to anti-gravity. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, Brown conducted a series of public demonstrations of his anti-gravity devices. These demonstrations often involved disc-shaped objects, which would levitate or move when subjected to high-voltage charges. The apparent defiance of gravity by these devices captured the imagination of the public and attracted the interest of the U.S. military. Brown's work was seen as potentially groundbreaking for aerospace technology, offering the prospect of aircraft and spacecraft that could defy gravity and maneuver in unprecedented ways. Despite the intrigue surrounding Brown's work, his claims were met with significant skepticism from the scientific community. Critics argued that the forces observed in Brown's experiments were not anti-gravity, but rather a well-understood phenomenon known as ion wind or electrostatic thrust. This effect, where ions are transferred from one electrode to another, creating thrust, was known to be far too weak to account for the kind of propulsion necessary for anti-gravity flight. Thomas Brown's work on anti-gravity devices has left a lasting legacy, shrouded in mystery and controversy. After his death, much of his research fell into obscurity, with detailed information about his experiments and findings remaining elusive. Some believe the CIA took all of his research and erased anything left to the public, much like they did with many other inventors that we'll discuss in this episode. Nevertheless, Thomas Brown's work has continued to inspire scientists and inventors in the field of alternative propulsion systems. Number 5. The Wardenclyffe Tower. Nikola Tesla, a man so ahead of his time that his name became synonymous with innovation, proposed a concept that could have potentially altered the course of human civilization: free wireless energy transfer. This ambitious idea, born from Tesla's brilliant mind, promised a world where energy would be as accessible and abundant as the air we breathe. However, the journey of this revolutionary concept was fraught with challenges, leading to its eventual downfall, largely influenced by financial and commercial interests. Tesla's concept of free energy was not just about the wireless transmission of power. It was about tapping into the inexhaustible energy sources of the universe. He believed that energy could be harnessed from the environment, from the sun, the air, and even the ether that he believed permeated space. Tesla envisioned a world without the need for coal, oil, or any of the conventional power sources. His idea was to create a global system of wireless energy transmission towers that would provide free and unlimited power to the entire world. The most significant step towards realizing Tesla's dream of wireless energy transmission was the construction of the Wardenclyffe Tower in Shoreham, New York. This tower was designed to be the first broadcasting system in the world, transmitting both signals and power without wires to any point on the globe. The Wardenclyffe Tower was not just a technological marvel. It was the embodiment of Tesla's vision of a future powered by free energy. Tesla's ambitious project caught the attention of financier J.P. Morgan, who initially provided funding for the Wardenclyffe Tower.
To get you started, I'll give you $150,000 to cover your costs of research.
Morgan was interested in the commercial potential of wireless communication, but was less enthusiastic about the concept of free energy. When it became apparent that Tesla's primary goal was the wireless transmission of free power, Morgan began to retreat.
How can we use your light show for the purpose of transmitting radio signals?
He realized that this technology, if successful, would be difficult to monetize compared to wired electricity, which could be easily metered, and he stopped funding the project. The withdrawal of J.P. Morgan's funding was a critical blow to Tesla's project. Without the financial backing, Tesla struggled to continue his work on the Wardenclyffe Tower. The project was plagued by debts and logistical challenges, eventually leading to its abandonment. The tower was dismantled in 1917, and Tesla's dream of a world powered by free wireless energy remained unfulfilled. Despite the failure to realize his grand vision, Tesla's ideas about wireless energy transmission left a lasting impact on the scientific community. His work laid the foundation for future innovations in wireless communication and power transmission. Tesla's vision also sparked a broader discussion about the possibilities of harnessing renewable energy sources and the potential for a future where energy is more accessible and sustainable. His concept of free wireless energy transfer continues to inspire scientists, inventors, and enthusiasts around the world. Unfortunately, Tesla died in poverty, mocked by the established scientific community and without realizing his dreams. His papers and all of his ideas was confiscated by the U.S. government, and nothing of note was shared to the public. Tesla's vision of a world not bound by the limitations of conventional energy sources resonates strongly in an age where the search for sustainable and renewable energy solutions has become more critical than ever. His work serves as a reminder of the power of innovation and the importance of pursuing ideas that challenge the status quo, even in the face of formidable obstacles. Number 6. The orgone generator.
Hell yeah.
The orgone generator, a device developed by the Austrian psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich, stands as one of the most intriguing and controversial inventions in the field of alternative medicine. Wilhelm Reich, initially part of Sigmund Freud's circle, diverged from traditional psychoanalytic doctrines, delving into areas that combined both psychological and physical aspects of human health. In the 1930s, he began to develop the theory of orgone energy, which he described as a form of energy that permeated all living things and the atmosphere. Reich believed that orgone was the substrate of all life, a blue glowing life force that could be visually observed and measured in his experiments. Reich's orgone generator, also known as an orgone accumulator, was a device he claimed could collect and store orgone energy from the environment. The most common form of this device was a box-like structure, large enough to sit in, made of alternating layers of organic and inorganic materials. The organic layers were meant to absorb the orgone energy, and the metallic ones to reflect it, creating a concentration of energy inside the box. Reich's claims about the orgone generator were broad and ambitious. He proposed that this concentrated orgone energy could be used for a variety of purposes, from improving mental and physical health to even combating diseases like cancer. Reich conducted several experiments and trials, claiming significant results in the treatment of various ailments and conditions using orgone energy. All patients who used the orgone generator stated that Reich's claims are truth. In fact, there were many that were cured by his device. The orgone generator and the concept of orgone energy quickly attracted controversy. The scientific community largely dismissed Reich's theories, criticizing the lack of empirical evidence and the seemingly mystical nature of the orgone. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, began an investigation into Reich's work, particularly his claims about the medical benefits of the orgone generator. In 1954, the FDA obtained an injunction against Reich, ordering him to stop distributing his writings and orgone accumulators. The FDA's main contention was that orgone energy did not exist, and that Reich's claims were therefore fraudulent. Reich defied the injunction, leading to his arrest and imprisonment. The harsh attacks against Reich were very strange, considering he wasn't even charging his clients and he offered healing for free. Wilhelm Reich's imprisonment and the subsequent destruction of his publications and orgone generators were a significant blow to his work. His laboratory
can't have free cancer cures, can we?
He died in prison in 1957, a broken man, largely discredited by the scientific community. Many believe he was poisoned while in prison. Nevertheless, his followers continued to advocate for his theories and the use of orgone generators. Despite the controversy and the official discrediting of his work, Reich's concepts have continued to influence alternative science and holistic health circles. The orgone generator has become a symbol of alternative approaches to understanding life energy and has inspired a range of similar concepts and devices in the realms of energy healing and New Age practices. The modern perspective on the orgone generator is divided. Some view it as a pseudo-scientific relic of a bygone era, while others see it as a misunderstood and suppressed technology with potential benefits yet to be fully explored. The scientific community remains skeptical of the claims made about orgone energy, citing a lack of empirical evidence and the failure of subsequent researchers to replicate Reich's results. Number 7. The Avrocar. In the 1950s, at the height of the Cold War, a unique and ambitious project took shape under the guidance of British engineer John Frost at Avro Canada. This project, known as the Avrocar, was a foray into the world of vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, aircraft, but with a twist that captured the imagination of both the military and the public.
By Avro Aircraft Limited at Malton, Ontario, the Avrocar symbolizes the culmination.
It was designed to resemble a flying saucer. The Avrocar was a symbol of futuristic aspirations and technological innovation during a period of intense global competition in aerospace advancements. The Avrocar project, initially code-named Project Y, was born out of John Frost's vision to create a new type of aircraft that could provide the maneuverability of a helicopter and the speed of a jet. Frost was intrigued by the idea of a circular aircraft that could achieve vertical takeoff and landing, a concept that seemed straight out of science fiction at the time. The design promised several advantages, including omnidirectional flight, which was thought to be ideal for reconnaissance and potentially for combat in the burgeoning space race era. The Avrocar was designed as an 18-foot diameter saucer with a central turbine engine that blew exhaust out of the rim of the disc, creating a cushion of air for it to hover upon. This Coanda effect, where airflow adheres to a curved surface, was expected to provide lift and thrust simultaneously.
That's what she said.
The pilot would control the vehicle by altering the flow of air. In theory, the Avrocar would be capable of high speeds and altitudes, with the added ability to hover and take off vertically. As groundbreaking as the concept was, the Avrocar faced significant challenges from the start. The prototype struggled with stability and control issues, particularly at higher speeds and altitudes. The cushion of air that was supposed to lift the craft made it susceptible to ground effect, limiting its operational height to a few feet above the ground. The Avrocar also faced problems with overheating and insufficient thrust. Despite these challenges, 2 prototypes were built and underwent testing. The initial tests were promising, demonstrating the vehicle's ability to hover and move across the ground. However, as testing progressed, it became clear that the Avrocar could not achieve the performance levels required for military applications. It was unstable and difficult to control, especially at the higher speeds necessary for practical use. Initially, the Avrocar project received significant interest from the U.S. military, particularly the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Army, who saw potential in the vehicle's unique design for various applications, including as a flying jeep. However, as the technical limitations became apparent, military interest waned. The project's focus shifted from a high-speed, high-altitude vehicle to a low-flying, all-terrain vehicle, but this too failed to meet the necessary requirements. By 1961, after several years of development and testing, the Avrocar project was officially canceled. The technological and engineering hurdles proved insurmountable with the technology available at the time. The 2 prototypes were retired, with one eventually making its way to the National Museum of the United States Air Force and the other to the Canada Aviation and Space Museum. The Avrocar remains a fascinating footnote in the history of aviation, a testament to the ambitious aerospace engineering of the 1950s. It represented a bold attempt to break the conventional boundaries of aircraft design and pointed towards a future that, while not realized at the time, continued to inspire advancements in aerospace engineering. Number 8, the AOW wagon. In the early 20th century, a unique and ambitious project emerged in the Soviet Union, spearheaded by a young inventor named Valerian Abakovsky. His creation, the AOW wagon, or Aero Wagon, was a propeller-driven railcar designed to revolutionize high-speed rail travel. This innovative vehicle, blending aeronautical design with railway technology, promised to drastically reduce travel times between cities. However, the AOW wagon's journey was marked by a tragic event that led to the project's abrupt end. Abakovsky, only 25 years old at the time, was inspired by the burgeoning field of aviation and sought to apply its principles to railway transportation. The Aero Wagon was equipped with an aircraft engine and a large propeller at the front, designed to pull the rail car along the tracks at unprecedented speeds. The design of the AOW wagon was a striking departure from traditional trains. It was essentially a rail car with an airplane engine and propeller mounted on the front, capable of seating up to 22 passengers. The vehicle's aerodynamic design and lightweight construction were intended to enable high-speed travel, significantly cutting down journey times compared to conventional steam locomotives. The AOW wagon's maiden voyage took place on July 24, 1921, a test run from Moscow to the Tula region. The journey was a demonstration of the vehicle's capabilities, attended by several Soviet officials and engineers. While the outbound trip to Tula was successful, the return journey to Moscow ended in catastrophe. On the way back, the Aero Wagon derailed at high speed, resulting in a tragic accident that claimed the lives of everyone on board, including Abakovsky. The accident was a significant setback for the project and raised serious questions about the safety and viability of the AOW wagon. An investigation into the crash revealed that the high speed of the vehicle may have contributed to the derailment, highlighting the challenges of controlling such a fast-moving rail car on the existing tracks. The tragedy cast a long shadow over the concept of propeller-driven trains, leading to skepticism and apprehension about similar ventures. Despite its tragic end, the AOW wagon was a bold experiment in rail transportation that represented an innovative attempt to merge aeronautical technology with railway engineering, aiming to create a new mode of high-speed ground transport. The project reflected the spirit of innovation and the pursuit of speed and efficiency that characterized the early 20th century. Number 9, the Hoxsey tonic. Harry Hoxsey's herbal cancer treatment, a concoction of herbs, minerals, and other natural ingredients, stands as one of the most controversial chapters in the history of alternative medicine. Hoxsey, a self-taught healer, claimed his herbal remedy could effectively treat cancer, a claim that brought him both widespread acclaim and fierce criticism. His story is a complex interplay of alleged healing, legal battles, and the enduring debate over alternative cancer treatments. Harry Hoxsey's journey into cancer treatment began in the 1920s, rooted in a family recipe purportedly passed down by his great-grandfather. This recipe, a blend of herbs including red clover, burdock root, and licorice, was claimed to have anti-cancer properties. Hoxsey believed that this herbal mixture, combined with dietary changes and other natural therapies, could detoxify the body and cure cancer. Buoyed by testimonials from patients who claimed to have been cured, Hoxsey opened his first clinic in Illinois in 1924. Over the years, he expanded his operations, opening clinics across various states in the USA. These clinics offered the Hoxsey treatment, which varied depending on the type and location of the cancer, but generally included an external salve for topical cancers and an internal tonic for other types. The Hoxsey treatment quickly garnered attention, with many patients vociferously supporting its efficacy, stating they were indeed cured by the formula. However, the medical establishment was highly skeptical. Critics argued that there was no scientific evidence to support Hoxsey's claims, and that his treatment was at best a placebo and at worst potentially harmful. Despite the lack of mainstream medical endorsement, Hoxsey's clinics continued to attract patients, many of whom turned to his treatment after conventional cancer therapies had failed. This popularity further fueled the controversy, with Hoxsey positioning himself as a folk hero fighting against the established medical system. Hoxsey's widespread popularity and bold claims inevitably led to legal challenges. The American Medical Association, AMA, the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and other regulatory bodies accused Hoxsey of practicing medicine without a license and selling unapproved drugs. A protracted legal battle ensued, with Hoxsey defending his right to offer alternative cancer treatments. One of the most significant legal confrontations occurred in 1950, when the FDA filed a suit against Hoxsey for promoting unproven cancer cures. The ensuing legal battles were lengthy and complex, involving numerous court cases and appeals. The continuous pressure from the medical establishment and the legal system eventually led to the closure of Hoxsey's clinics in the United States. However, his story did not end there. In 1963, Hoxsey's chief nurse, Mildred Nelson, moved the treatment operation to Tijuana, Mexico, where it continued to operate under the name Biomedical Center. The center attracted patients from across the globe, continuing Hoxsey's legacy. Harry Hoxsey's herbal cancer treatment story is a poignant reminder of the complexities surrounding alternative medical treatments. It underlines the challenges faced by therapies that exist outside the realm of conventional medicine, especially in the highly sensitive and critical area of cancer treatment, which is an industry worth billions of dollars. Hoxsey's story is not just about a herbal remedy. It's about the broader themes of hope, healing, and the ongoing debate over the boundaries of medical practice. Number 10. Cold fusion. In 1989, the scientific world was rocked by an announcement from chemists Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pond, who claimed to have achieved a nuclear reaction at room temperature, a process they termed cold fusion. This extraordinary claim suggested a future where energy could be produced cheaply, cleanly, and abundantly, revolutionizing the world's energy landscape. However, the ensuing controversy and challenges surrounding cold fusion have made it one of the most debated topics in modern science. Martin Fleischmann, a renowned electrochemist, and Stanley Pons, then chairman of the chemistry department at the University of Utah, announced in March 1989 that they had successfully produced a nuclear fusion reaction at room temperature. In traditional nuclear fusion, as occurs in the sun, immense heat and pressure are required to force atoms to fuse, releasing vast amounts of energy. Fleischmann and Pond's claim of achieving this process under ambient conditions was nothing short of revolutionary. The experiment conducted by Fleischmann and Pons involved electrolysis of heavy water, deuterium oxide, using a palladium electrode. They reported that their apparatus produced excess heat that could not be explained by chemical reactions alone, suggesting that a nuclear process was at work. They also claimed to have detected byproducts, such as neutrons and tritium, typically associated with nuclear reactions. The announcement generated immense interest worldwide, with the prospect of a simple, inexhaustible, and non-polluting energy source. However, it also attracted intense skepticism from the scientific community. Many experts were dubious, as the claims seemed to violate well-established nuclear physics principles. The key criticism was the lack of consistent, repeatable results, a cornerstone of scientific research. Following the announcement, numerous laboratories attempted to replicate the results. Some reported successes, but many failed to reproduce the excess heat or nuclear byproducts claimed by Fleischmann and Pons. The inconsistency of results, along with errors and ambiguities in the original experiment's methodology, led many to dismiss the claims of cold fusion as erroneous or even fraudulent. The announcement of cold fusion was not just a scientific event, it became a media sensation. The public, excited by the possibility of a clean and cheap energy source, followed the developments closely. This media frenzy, coupled with the premature disclosure of results before peer-reviewed publication, contributed to the controversy and skepticism surrounding cold fusion. In the years following the announcement, the initial excitement gave way to disappointment and criticism. Major scientific institutions and journals grew increasingly skeptical, and funding for cold fusion research became scarce. Fleischmann and Pons faced professional and personal backlash, with their careers and credibility significantly impacted. Despite the controversy, the idea of cold fusion has refused to disappear entirely. A small but persistent group of researchers continues to investigate low-energy nuclear reactions, as cold fusion is now more commonly known. These efforts are often on the fringes of mainstream science, with limited funding and recognition. The narrative of suppressed inventions is a complex and multifaceted one, intertwining innovation, ambition, controversy, and often the harsh realities of economic and political interests. As we have explored various cases, from the visionary endeavors of Nikola Tesla to the contentious claims of cold fusion by Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons, a common thread emerges: the delicate balance between groundbreaking discovery and the societal, scientific, and commercial forces that shape their trajectories. These stories serve as poignant reminders of the myriad challenges that confront radical innovation. They highlight the resistance that transformative ideas often face, whether due to entrenched interests, regulatory hurdles, scientific skepticism, or a combination of these factors. The tales of the Avra car, the AOW wagon, and Harry Hoxie's herbal treatment, among others, underscore the reality that the path to innovation is seldom smooth and is frequently fraught with obstacles, both external and internal. Moreover, the saga of suppressed inventions underscores the importance of rigorous scientific validation and peer review, especially in cases where the stakes are high, such as in medical treatments or energy solutions. It also points to the need for a supportive ecosystem that fosters and nurtures innovation, one that balances skepticism with open-mindedness and economic interests with societal welfare. As we reflect on these stories, we are reminded of the enduring human spirit of curiosity and the relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. While not all claims of suppressed inventions withstand scrutiny, each story contributes to the tapestry of human endeavor and the ongoing dialogue about the role of innovation in society. In the end, the saga of suppressed inventions is not just about the inventions themselves, but about the broader themes of human aspiration, the quest for understanding, and the complex dynamics that govern the advancement of technology in our world. If you're interested in more incredible inventions, watch our video on Nikola Tesla's secret inventions that were lost or censored. The link is in the top pinned comment.
Y'all didn't subscribe. I told you to subscribe earlier. Okay. Sucks to suck. Dude, Kairos don't know nothing about fucking good hardcore like this.
Fucking love communism.
Alright, I'm gonna go bang your moms. Everybody doesn't subscribe. Expect me. Subscribe to the YouTube.